Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council meeting tonight. Thank you all for coming out. We appreciate it. This meeting is called to order. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mayor Ronnie Felder, Chairperson Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashama Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Chadwick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullen is present, City Attorney Don Wynn.
Here.
You may proceed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please take a moment of silence, and please remember all those people fighting overseas so that we can be here tonight. Thank you. Thank you. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight is going to be handled by Morgan Calix Hestick, who is a seventh grader student at John F. Kennedy Middle School. She is an honor roll student and a member of the mighty Viking Marching Band. I saw those marching bands, they're great. Morgan is prepared to continue her international bachelorate studies at Suncoast High School with aspirations of becoming an educator. Very worthy profession. Morgan plans on attending Bethune-Cookman University. Morgan is supported by her mother, Mariah Croney, younger sister, and host of family, friends, and educators. So Morgan, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good job. It's my pleasure to announce the next thing on our agenda, which is the oath of office to Kashamba Miller Anderson. And Ms. Hall,
We are on item 1A, administration of oath of office and presentation of election certificate to Kashamba Miller Anderson. Will you please come forward? Mrs. Miller Anderson will receive the oath by Mr. Richard A. Riles.
Yep, I got you. Yes, I got you. You need to face that way. Stand right beside Richard. Right next to Richard. Right next to Mr. Rouse, right?
Have them stand like
You.
Oh, okay. And where did they need to go? Over that way? Okay, everybody this way. Whatever. Come on up, everybody.
Flexibility.
Good, good.
Are we ready?
Okay, we're ready. We're ready.
All right. You've done this enough times where I'm sure you probably memorized it,
Every time.
but I want you to repeat after me by saying your name.
Kashamba Miller Anderson.
I,
I,
your name,
Kashamba Miller Anderson,
being a citizen of the state of Florida
being a citizen of the state of Florida
and the United States of America,
and of the United States of America,
and being elected to represent
and being elected to represent
City Council District 2
City Council District 2
in the city of Riviera Beach,
in the city of Riviera Beach,
Palm Beach County,
Palm Beach County, Florida,
and a recipient of public funds
and a recipient of public funds
in this capacity,
in this capacity,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
or affirm under oath
or or affirm under oath
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the state of Florida,
and the state of Florida,
and conform to the statutes and general laws
and conform to the statutes and general
of the state of Florida,
of the state of Florida,
and do all in my power
and do all in my power
to uphold,
to uphold,
support, and enforce
support, and enforce
the charter
the charter
and ordinances
and ordinances
of the city of Riviera Beach, Florida,
of the city of Riviera Beach, Florida,
and perform the duties
and perform the duties
for the office of city council
for the office of city council
upon which I am
upon which I am
about to enter
about to enter
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
That is the oath. Congratulations,
Thank
Madam
you.
Commissioner.
All right, all right. You.
Thank you. No, wait 1 minute. Wait just 1 minute, everybody. Can everybody wait 1 minute? I hope my colleagues will allow me 10, maybe 15-minute recess right after this so I can take pictures with them. So don't go anywhere, everybody.
Okay, so I am presenting Mrs. Miller Anderson her election certificate. I, Deborah Hall McCullough, Supervisor Elections for the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, do hereby certify that Kashama Miller Anderson was duly elected to the office of Councilperson District 2 of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, on March 19, 2024, and certified by the Canvassing Board on April 1st, 2024. Congratulations, Mrs. Miller Anderson.
All right, well, if you would give me just a minute, I do want to say a few words. I don't know, maybe I want to sit down and do this. Well, I'll stand up. So I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure I didn't leave anything out. I want to first recognize my husband, Joe. Joe, as you know, is my rock and the one that pushes me the hardest, even when I don't want to be pushed. So I appreciate him so much, but I certainly want to thank my sons, my daughter, my dad, my aunt, uncle, sister, brother, cousins, best friends, longtime neighborhood friends of the family, diehard supporters, those who stood on the corner with signs and waved them, those of you that put signs in your yard, knocked on doors, made phone calls, handed out flyers. I truly, truly appreciate you. And of course, my leadership Palm Beach County classmates that are here. You all have no idea how much I truly appreciate you being here and showing up tonight. Some of you may notice that someone very near and dear to me is missing tonight. That would be my mother. My mother's not here, and some of my family members are going to kill me because this is their first time hearing it. My mom is in the hospital again. My mom, when I got elected back in 2015, she made sure she was at every single city council meeting. And I said I wasn't going to cry up here, and I'm trying not to because you can't be a council person and cry, right? Because you got to be tough up here. Otherwise, people will eat you alive. But I'm just being real. So tonight, I am going to be very transparent, but it'll be over with once I sit down. My mom made sure that she was at every city council meeting. And there were times that we would be at council meetings over at City Hall until about 2 o'clock in the morning. Those were the good old days when we had midnight madness city council meetings going on. This crew here, they got here and they said they weren't going to do all that. So they tried to get out much earlier, maybe 12 o'clock, so we don't do 2 o'clock anymore. But she has been there from the beginning in terms of making sure she never misses a meeting. But COVID hit. When COVID hit, she didn't come out. So she started just watching from home. But no matter what, she was always at the meetings. And then for those of you that didn't know, my mom was critically ill in the hospital for 2.5 months, followed by rehab, and then an additional 2 months recovering at home for the majority of the time that I was campaigning. Um, it was very difficult trying to be here for the city and my city council position and my assistant principal position that I have during the day, and then also trying to be at the hospital with her. And I don't know, is my brother here? I'm not Robert. William, are you here? Is William? Oh, okay, there he is. My brother William and I stayed at the hospital for round the clock. Around the clock for almost 3 months. And, thank God, the end of February, she got much better. She was able to go back to work. Those of you that bank at TD Bank, on Blue Heron in Congress, she's the lady that's always smiling, where everybody wants to wait their turn to go and see her. So she went back to work the end of February. Has been doing great. She was excited election day. She was out helping out. She was at the election party. So for her to not be here today, she truly, truly wishes she was here. She just went into the hospital yesterday, and so she was trying to get them to let her out in time to make it here today, but we told her we've been down that road before, we're not doing that again. So you stay right there, get better. And she is watching. So hi, we're here. We know you're there, but you need to stay where you are and get better. But I just wanted to get that out there because that was very much a lot that I was dealing with during the time I was running a campaign. I didn't run the campaign like I normally would. There's a lot of things that I know to do in order to make sure that the votes are there. Unfortunately, my mom came first, okay? And that doesn't mean I didn't care for my city council position. That doesn't mean I didn't care for my job. But at the end of the day, my family is what really matters to me. And I don't put anything above that. So I am here and I am very thankful for all of you that supported me during the time of my campaign. So, like I said, I just wanted to put that out there first before I get into the other things. Because just because you see people moving forward and going on with their life and look like they're working and doing, you never know, and this is for anybody, you never know what people are going through. So now that I've done that part, let me get to the other stuff. So I want to thank my former opponent for exercising his right to run for office. When we run for office and get elected, we have a responsibility to serve those that voted for us, as well as for those individuals that did not vote for us, that didn't vote at all, or could not vote. I welcome the electoral process each election cycle, and I have had conversations with each of my opponents over the years and shared with them that I would never, ever tell anyone to not run for office. So I'm always open to that and have no issues with it. We all have that right. So thank you so much to my opponent. Thank you. I want to highlight a few things and just say that we are not doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. We are doing different things and getting results that had not materialized in the decades prior to our current board. Obviously, Mr. Spirit has just joined us, but that included Dr. Botel for many of those years that we were moving forward on different policies and capital improvement projects. That was a result that brought us about new capital improvement projects, which includes taking action to get a new water treatment facility, much needed fire stations, police department, city hall, relocating our crumbling library, beautification projects like Australian Avenue and 13th Street, additional community gardens, a state-of-the-art medical facility, affordable housing options, and those are just naming a few of the things that this board has done. We have infrastructure that has outlived its useful life, and our board is trying to address the issues and not kick the can down the road. Again, this is progress that we have not seen in decades. And if you can't see that, then that's because you just don't want to see it. I would certainly agree with my colleague who has hammered in our heads that we have to tell our own story, stories of the progress this board and staff have made, and not allow misinformation or just plain old lies to be provided to our residents. In the same breath, I have to say, we also have areas that we can use some improvement on. And that includes accountability for all of us, including council persons and staff. It is important that we continue to strive for complete transparency when addressing our shortcomings. I am a woman who sees life in terms of missions, missions defined and missions completed. 9 years ago, I stood here and promised to break the past and return the city of Riviera Beach to her greatness, which is the best city to live, work, and play. 9 years later, we sit on the cusp of the highest level of much needed capital improvement projects and economic growth in our history. I will keep moving the city of Riviera Beach forward with professionalism and integrity for our seniors, children, and all residents to ensure a better quality of life. This is my mission, and I will complete the task. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. 10-minute recess, please. Thank you. Can everyone please take their seats? We'd like to start the meeting again. If you could all please take your seats, we'd like to restart the meeting.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good. How's life on the commission side? Yes.
Okay, please, everyone, please be quiet. We'd like to start the meeting. If you can't be quiet, please take it outside.
Okay, great. I would love that. I just wanted to give a quick update, like where do you think I
Madam Clerk?
fit on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, you can call the meeting back to order.
The meeting is called to order. Item is approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions from any members of the council?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
what are we doing? Because the 1A is what we just did. And
Right,
then,
now we're
is
gonna
this
do-
agenda correct?
Based on the clerk.
This one is
and-
not right.
And counselor, legal counsel, we did it in this order. We're going to approve the agenda, and then we're going to go to we're actually going to do something else, which will be added, and then we'll go to 1B. After we have the motion and the second for the agenda and the approval.
Okay, I guess the one we have on up here is not right then.
We're gonna delete 1B.
Any additions?
Mr. Chair, yes, just a couple of additions. I will ask that the city clerk reference those additions, but there is a deletion, item 1B, deleting that item off the agenda for this evening.
So, Mr. Chair, we are adding an item, which will actually be 1B. So we are replacing,
Substitution is the word.
yes. You had a question?
Right, you're going to substitute one
Yeah,
of the
we're going to
items?
substitute, and we are going to include a presentation by Congresswoman Sheila McCormick as item 1B as in boy.
Okay, is there another addition, Mr. Mayor?
Me?
No, the
one-
mayor.
Yes,
Mayor
I'd like to
Felder?
add, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to add something up on the consent. My lawyer is here that's doing an investigation, and we need to ask for some more funding to close out this investigation.
It would be item 1C.
Is that going to be in the consent agenda or in the regular agenda?
It would be after the Congresswoman.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
So we're still under the section that says oath of office. Is that what I guess this is what's throwing me off.
We're under agenda approval. It should have been higher up. All right, out of order.
Okay. All right, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'm sorry. I do need to add.
Okay,
Add my proclamation under presentations, a proclamation for Black Maternal Health Week, April 11th through 17, 2024.
Madam Clerk, you added that?
I did have that. That will be item 3B under, I'm sorry. And that will be item 7B under awards and presentations. And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Port Commissioner Dawes would like to address the board this evening, if that is the board's pleasure.
Any objection,
No.
Councilman?
Well, I mean, we've had a number, specifically, we asked for this to be a light agenda, Mr. Evans, and I don't think that we can continue to have add-ons outside of proclamations. Respectfully, if there's something that we can get in 3 minutes, I have no issues, but, I mean, we got quite a few things here, and I know there is some extensive discussions that are going to need to take place regarding this outstanding daycare ordinance that has been here since 2009. I certainly would love to see if we can have that either done within the 3 minutes that we can allow, but to have something, and I specifically asked, and we went through this before, and I want to make sure that we give deference to all of our fellow electeds, but we kind of need to know what the nature of these presentations are so we can know exactly how much time that needs to be devoted. And I think we endeavored to do that certainly with the Honorable Congresswoman that's going to be here on the agenda, but it would be my position to ask if we could hear it at another time, or perhaps it can be encompassed in an existing 3-minute comment that's allowed for. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I know
Councilman Miller Anderson.
traditionally, when we have our swearing ins, I do want to make sure we know that we typically do not do business. We don't. And yes, this is a heavy agenda, which, I appreciate you all giving me the 10 minutes, but that is why we usually don't do business after we do swearing in. So we do have a long agenda, and I'm prepared to be here. And I think Ms. Doss is probably just going to do her little spiel that she would do when she just does an update. I don't think it's a large presentation at all. So she's fine with the 3 minutes from the port. And then if we're going to have the Congresswoman do hers as well, then I'm fine with that. I mean, we're going to be here.
Any objection to the Port Commissioner giving us a briefing? Okay, City Clerk, we'll limit that to 3 minutes, that presentation from the Port Commissioner, please.
So will that be under awards and presentations?
I guess that should be
Okay,
after.
that will be item 7C.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Can we just do it after the
After the
Congresswoman?
Congresswoman, yeah, we'll do it after
To
the
the
Congresswoman.
Congresswoman? Okay. So that'll be 1C.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Manager?
if I may, to provide a little bit of additional comments with respect to the request of the mayor, the expenditure request is for not to exceed $15,000 to complete the investigation that has been already completed. So pursuant to what the purchasing authority is, the manager, this is asking for additional $15,000 to complete the inquiry that's being done at this particular moment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans.
We don't need it.
I think she already had it.
Are we going to hear
Yes,
it?
Ms. Lanier?
Are we going to hear what it was? I don't know what it's about. I heard investigation. I've heard it for a minute, but I have no idea what it's about, what it does, who's it involved. So if the mayor can just give me some indication of what it is, and or we can just go offline, Mr. Mayor, and we can meet and talk about.
We can do that, and the attorney
Okay.
is here also to answer any questions.
Okay.
She'll come up.
Okay.
Well, we
very
could do
good.
this during discussion when we hit 1D? Is that what it's going to be now?
Yes, that would be item 1D.
Right, so when we get there
item-
on the discussion, you'll be able to ask your questions. Mr. Lawson, you have a question?
Yeah, I believe you said we're adding that to consent?
No, on the regular agenda.
No, we said consent.
No,
So
first he asked for consent, and then the city manager and the clerk suggested we do this under the regular agenda.
Okay, so that would be item 1D as a dog for the mayor's item. So I'll go through and repeat the agenda and the.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, the mayor asked for the item to be placed on consent. I just provided some additional commentary to the mayor's comments. If the item is to be pulled off consent, then that can provide for an opportunity, but the item is placed on consent.
Okay, so it'll be on the consent item.
So that will be item 4C. Okay, so to review the changes, the additions and deletions, item 1B, as in boy, will be a presentation by Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. And then item 1D as in dog will be request for nominations for City Council Chairperson. Item 1E will be request for nominations for City Council Chairperson Pro Tem. Item 1F, as in Frank, will be request for nominations for Community Redevelopment Agency Chair and Chair Pro Tem. Under the consent agenda will be the request for funding by Mayor Felder for the investigation. That would be item 4. Item 4C is in cat.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
did I not hear the presentation from Port Commissioner?
I'm sorry. Let me go back. My apologies. Let me start over. My apologies. Item 1B as in boy will be the presentation by Congresswoman Sheila McCormick. Item 1C as in cat will be the presentation by Port Commissioner Dawes. Item 1D will be requests for nominations for City Council Chairperson. Item 1E will be requests for nominations for City Council Chairperson Pro Tem. Item 1F will be requests for nominations for the Community Redevelopment Agency Chair and Chair Pro Tem. Under the consent agenda, item 4C will be the request for funding for the mayor's investigation. And under awards and presentation, item 7B as in boy is proclamation of Black
Maternal Health.
Black Maternal Health Week. That's item 7B.
Okay, are there any disclosures from any members of the council, manager? Being none, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved. Second.
A motion moved and seconded. Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Spiritus,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
the agenda is approved unanimously. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Sheila Shalifis McCormick, the first Black woman to represent Florida's 20th Congressional District. Thank you for being here tonight, Councilwoman. And thank you for giving us a briefing tonight. We appreciate it.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here and see all of the great work that your commission has been doing. I want to say a very special thank you to our mayor, Mayor Rodney Felder, Commissioners Todrick McCoy, Kashamba Miller Anderson, congratulations, and Cheryl Lanier, Dr. Glenn Spiritus, and Doug Lawson. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I always tell everybody that this is a team effort, and I can't do this without your support and all the work that you do being on the front lines. So I know you guys received my agenda, but it seems like you have a tight meeting today. So I'm going to jump straight to the point, which I think is of concern to everyone. So part of the legislative briefing, I wanted to talk about what's been going on when it comes to appropriations. Our appropriations process has been pushed back 3 different times. We averted a shutdown 4 times. And so how does that impact our district? So right now we have a certain amount of community funding, which is our earmarks, that usually are processed by March. Now they're going to be pushed back. We're also having a lot of tension within the House. So what we want to make sure we do is that the community funding projects are applied for and that we make sure that we crossed every T and dotted every I. And so with that, we've already had 2 community funding appropriations workshops. One of them was in the town of Riviera. However, we did not have anybody who attended from Riviera. Now, I want to make it very clear that these earmarks are available for cities and nonprofits. So if you, in fact, are a nonprofit and would like to apply, we encourage you to apply. As of last year, we were able to fund more than $14.4 million in the district. $6.3 million went to Palm Beach County. we want to make sure that we have these high numbers and that Riviera is actually represented. Within that, we have a affordable housing project, which is 2.25 million, which is going to be in Palm Beach County, but it's not within the entirety of Riviera Beach. Something else I wanted to point out that concerns me is that in Palm Beach County, we have more than 135,000 families that use more than 50% of their income for housing. 60,000 of these families are making less than 30% of those families, and 20,000 are seniors. We recently had a clinic in which we talked about hunger, and we found that most of our seniors live in scarcity. And we've even seen rising numbers of seniors who are attempting suicide because they cannot pay their bills and they cannot eat. And so with that, I wanted to bring these numbers to make sure that the community projects that are coming out of Riviera can meet those needs. But if there are any other needs that you may have that you would want to communicate to us, your priorities, we are more than welcoming those priorities. Also, when it comes to homelessness, we've seen a huge rise in homelessness despite all of our efforts to combat it. It seems like homelessness is increasing faster than we can actually provide for it. And so with that in place, with those realities, like I said, the real goal of being here today is so we can come together and figure out what are these community projects. Now, back to the legislative update. When we talk about how many bills we've introduced, they've been 31 bills and resolutions. We've seen a lot going on the international front that does concern our community, especially since we do have ports here. There's been an increase in guns that go into the Caribbean nations from Miami, but we've also seen some coming out of the port here, not to that same magnitude, but we are taking affirmative steps, especially working with different departments so we can slow that down. I just want to make sure we bring that to the forefront as we're having different conversations. I know Riviera has a large Haitian population. I recently introduced a bill called the Catch Act, so we can catch all the weapons that are leaving from the state of Florida. 90% of the weapons being used in Haiti right now for destabilizing Haiti come from the United States, specifically for Florida. We've heard from our Caribbean partners that the guns that are coming out of Florida are going into their nations. So that has been a huge issue, making sure we can actually stop the proliferation of drugs into the Caribbean. Healthcare, on the healthcare parts, one of the things that we did, we're really trying to make sure that our children, especially our student athletes, have the same accessibility to life-saving care. One of the things that we notice is that our children are having cardiac arrest and do not have the same means. So we do have a bill which will be passing this month, which will provide the funding to every state and every county to apply for, in which they can get the funding for that program. So I'm not going to keep you too long because I did want to hear your questions. And as I mentioned, we really just want to make sure that we're dotting every I and crossing every T when it comes to funding. So if you have any priorities you'd like to communicate to our office, that would be wonderful. Also, I would like to say that our business development, Charisma Adams, she's here. She's always here. So if you ever need her, she would love to be here and talk more. And I just want to restate, nonprofits can apply for this funding. We were able to fund several minority-owned businesses, small businesses that are nonprofits in Palm Beach County, and we want to continue to do that. But I really want to make sure that Riviera Beach is taking advantage of the community funding. And also, if you have any other funding that you would like to apply for, our office will sponsor you and support you. Right now, we have 2 cities in our district who actually qualified for the RAISE grant, and they both have qualified and are receiving $1 million each. These are the things we want to bring into the city. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and really hear from you, if you have, your time. I know it's limited, how we can partner to make sure that's a reality.
Thank you, Con. Really appreciate it, and I'm sure that you're going to be hearing from our city manager. He'll bring his briefcase and you can fill it up with money.
I don't know about that.
But we do appreciate it, and we will start participating in all these programs, and we will try and make sure that we get everything that's in the Federal Register that we are entitled to get, and we're going to need your help and your assistance, and we appreciate you coming here tonight. Councilman McCoy?
I move to strike that comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any
Mr.
other
Chair?
council members have anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
And I just want to thank you. I am going to be reading the proclamation for Black Maternal Health Week, and I know that you were one of the co-sponsors of recognizing that. So thank you so much for that.
Well, thank you. And if that's a program you want us to fund, I would love to hear about it. We
I-
funded one in Belglade to help deal with Black maternal health, and we also did it in Broward County. So that would be a perfect, if you wanted to do that, I would love to do that.
Yes, I will definitely get in touch with you so we can do something because it is an issue. It's a major issue. So it's something that needs to be addressed.
And
Thank
if I-
you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
If I could-
Congresswoman,
Mhm.
of course, our number one priority right now is water
Yes.
and our water plant. So anything you can do to assist us in getting funding, whether it be through an appropriation or one other means in the House right now, we would certainly appreciate that.
Yes. So your city manager contacted us about the water project, so we're looking through that right now as we speak. And also, I did want to mention, some of our most successful programs that we saw throughout the district has been one of the first-time buyers housing. We just had one program in Tamarack, and with that program, we were able to get a 75-year-old woman her first home, and she went from Section 8 to buying her first home, and that deposit was for $60,000 that she received it.
Oh, that's great. Any other questions for our Congresswoman?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilman Lawson.
Congresswoman, thank you for being here today, and thank you for taking the time in Washington to meet with me, staff, and our legislative aid. Question, what can we do as a city to just help with some additional appropriations here? What initiatives can we take as legislators, staff? What can we do to kind of further assist with getting these appropriations here to Riviera Beach?
Well, we post on our website any funding that's available, but I think having that close relationship, once you see a grant you're interested in, I don't know how you guys are set up. I can tell you how other cities have like good practices. So they might have a grant writer who's on staff every single day, and that's all they're doing is writing for grants. Now, that grant writer is actually in a good position because once they're writing, they tell our office, hey, we're writing. We send over a letter immediately. The reason we got the REACH grants is because I actually met with the Secretary Buttigieg and said, hey, we need this money. I'll give you a synopsis of what's going on in DC right now. There was a lot of money that was allocated in the infrastructure bill for minority areas and rural areas. If you know the district, we have minority and rural areas. They have not been able to spend all of that money. So anytime you guys have a project, we will call them and be like, well, you can't hold on to the money. You have a responsibility to release it. And so you guys are in a really good position because this is a minority area. So we can try to get that funding for you.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and thank you again for coming tonight.
Thank you. And thank you so much for coming up to DC when I saw you there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Evans.
Yes, Mayor.
Do we have or do we need to get a full-time grant writer? I mean, where we at with the grant writers we
Yeah.
have?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
Right now, we don't have a full-time grant writer. We utilize contractual services to be able to do that. So a variety of different departments go after different types of grants. But if there's specific grants to whether it's water or parks and recreations, we utilize the services through contractual services. But it is something that we're going to be bringing up as part of the budget discussions, especially with some of the investments that are happening concerning infrastructure and with the bonds passing. What monies can we get from other funding sources to buy down the cost for the taxpayers and ratepayers?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Congresswoman, what's the benefit you've seen with other cities having a full-time grant writer?
Well, having a full-time grant writer is one benefit. And like I said, they are continuously looking out for grants, writing for grants. So it's kind of like a numbers game, right? So the more you apply for, the more possibilities you have of getting grants, right? Once you get the ease of it, you actually know what to apply for every single year to continue your project. Because it's not just a one-time grant. You might need grants to continue going forward. So I think that's one of the biggest ones is that you're constantly there. But you need to have someone who can constantly communicate with the departments also. Because you're communicating with our office and we're writing the letters of support, but that grant writer too is going to follow up with that agency to make sure the money's coming in. So we've seen substantial benefits compared to cities who don't have a grant writer, who come to us and they ask us, well, could we write the grants, which we can't. And so that's just a hurdle that's taken away from you. And really it's a process, right? When you start writing grants today for your city, you can't expect you're going to get all of them tomorrow. So the most successful cities have a grant writer who's been writing for years. And they also have other relationships that they understand the needs of the city. And I say that because some people have an idea what the city needs, but there are some people who really know what the city needs and what the people need. So you need to have someone who understands what the people need and they're going to apply for it and be able to do that.
Right, Congresswoman, thank you. with respect to the grants writer, but Mr. Manager, I would suggest that we look into a full-time grants writer, because what the grants writer does is coordinate with all of the department heads, and they will use that outside independent contractors that they need, depending upon what the particular grant is. But you do need someone in-house to coordinate all of those programs and applications. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. We really appreciate you being here tonight, and we appreciate everything you do for us, your support, and you'll be hearing from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for having me.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, at this time, we are on item 1C, a presentation from Port Commissioner Doss.
I would not call this a presentation. It is a brief update. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all and apprise you of issues going on at the Port of Palm Beach. My name is Commissioner Varissa Lal Das. That's Varissa, like Marissa with a V. First of all, I want to extend my deepest, my sincerest congratulations to Councilwoman Kashamba Miller Anderson in her successful reelection. Very well deserved. I just wanted to give some brief port updates. So right now the port is operating at a historic $3 million revenue gain. Now, what does this mean? This means that we don't have to levy taxes because we are completely self-sustaining. This has been a historic profit for the port. And as long as we are generating the revenue that we need to make sure that we can be self-operating, then that ensures that we don't ever have to levy taxes. All of our employees can get paid, and we are self-ensuring in our ability to maintain our premises without levying any tax dollars. So we are doing a phenomenal job of that at the port. And with some of that revenue surplus, we are now retaining full-time a Riviera Police Department officer, and we look forward to maximizing and restoring the relationship between the port and our Riviera Police Department, as well as maximizing the relationship between the port and the city of Riviera itself. We are here, and anything that we can do to facilitate that and improve that relationship, we want to continue doing so. Additionally, we are working throughout the county to continue ensuring that our rail stop times, meaning the time that you have to stop at a railroad crossing, continues to be under 5 minutes. And that's something that we are trying to implement countywide, not just in Riviera. Thank you so much for your time. I think that was about 2 minutes, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk?
We are now on item 1D, request for nominations for City Council Chairperson for 2024-2025.
Any nom? Chairperson?
Okay, so board members, at this time, the procedure for accepting requests for nominations of the City Council Chairperson for 2024-2025 should go as follows. There has to be a motion from a board member to remove the current chairperson from the board.
Right, so we should just give a little history. There were 2 council members that asked for removal, actually asked for rescinding their vote. At the last meeting, we decided that we were going to bring this up as a new item for a new chairperson. Based on a recommendation from the city clerk and her parliamentarian, we're calling for removal of the chairperson. So we need a motion for the removal of the existing chairperson. No motion?
I'll make a motion, yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Lanier. Are there
Okay,
any?
so the motion is to remove the current Chairperson, Mr. Glenn Spiritus.
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson.
Are we doing discussion? Is
Oh, we
there gonna
can
be
do discussion,
Discussion,
yes.
is there
Voting
public
on the motion
comment?
first.
Is there
Okay, you want
I don't have any,
Attorney
you
Nguyen?
want to have discussion? We can have discussion on this before we vote. Okay, Mr.
Attorney
Lawson?
Nguyen or Ms. Hall? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lawson, you want to be recognized?
Thank you. Attorney Nguyen, so with this motion passing, wouldn't we have to open up for public comment?
There are no public comment cards.
Well, the motion was just
Wait.
made, so I think we'd have to open it for public comment
we have
before
comment,
passing this.
we have the comment cards for, item 1D. We do have 2 comment cards on, not on the motion, but
Hmm?
on the,
So what
reports
item are
for
we on? I'm
nominations.
sorry. So what item are we on?
We are on 1D as in dog.
Mhm.
Sorry, I thought I heard you say you did not have any public comment cards. But if you do, then you can take them now.
Are there any?
Yes, we do have 2 public comment cards. The first public comment cards comes from Fane Lozman, followed by Cindy March.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lawson?
but before we go into this public comment, these public comment cards are for what?
The public comment cards are for the request for nomination for City Council Chairperson 2024-2025. They are for item 1D.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lawson?
Fane Lozman. At the last meeting, there was talk about, let's reconsider the vote for the chairperson. That is an improper method of reconsidering a chairperson. There is no such thing as reconsideration under Robert's Rules of Order. Once Chair Spiritus was put in his position, he can only be removed, a vote of removal. And for a vote of removal, he has to have cause, like he did something wrong, like he had drunk driving or he was engaged in some criminal act. I have not seen or heard anything in the media where he's done something wrong. So your city attorney should be, I don't know if reprimand's the appropriate word, but she should say, if you're going to come to this body, you have to be prepared not only for the laws of the state of Florida and the U.S. Constitution, but also Robert's Rules of Order. So this agenda item is not even prepared properly. There has to be one item to have a vote of removal. And now, if that is successful, which I don't think it can be because there's not cause to remove Mr. Spiritus, then you would have item 1C. But that's not my job to explain that to you. That's the job of your city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
Next is Cindy March.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Cindy March, and he's absolutely right. And this is the reason why Mr. Evans sued the city for the same reason what y'all doing to Glenn. You have to have a reason. You got to do it in order. And I just hate to keep calling out names, but I'm the type of person, I'm gonna call a spade, whether I support you or whether I don't support you. Am I always right? No. But can I be the better person and apologize when I'm wrong? Yes. But Doug Lawson, you and Lanier signed for him to be removed. But if I'm not forgetting or don't remember, you the third person you the person that gave us the third vote for him to be the chairperson. I mean, you can do what you want to do. You can support who you want to support. But I'm going to reiterate this to you, to all of you all. If you don't be honest to nobody else, be honest to yourself. And I know a lot of you all might get mad at me because I don't look like a lot of y'all in here, but we got to get away from the race card. We got to put away the personal vendettas. We got to work as a team. And if you want to move this city forward, the way what you all doing to him is not fair. But you all going to do what you want to do anyway because you got the 3-2 votes. But understand, you got an experienced man up here. Not that I support him and I knocked on doors just for him, but we worked with everybody who had their first chance. All I'm asking you to do y'all due diligence and work with him. Just work with him. He don't have to be the chair. He don't have to be this. But one thing I would like for him to do is work for everybody who goes out and votes and let their voice be heard, who gets into good trouble. Let's be equal, okay? Let's be fair. Because what you do to one person, it will come back to you. The vengeance is not mine.
Thank you, Ms. March.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? Any board members want to discuss this item before we vote?
Mr. Chair, I would like to
Mr.
know,
Mayor?
I would like to know what is the cause from board members, like,
Mr. Mayor, I didn't put this item on. It came on through the council. So are any members of the council want to respond to the mayor? Being none.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair?
Lawson?
Yeah, I'll respond. I guess the thought process is I supported Mr. Spiritus when he ran for office, and my perspective is that he's a new council person who was just served, and I jumped the gun with making Mr. Spiritus the chair on his first term within the first few minutes of him being elected. So that was the reason, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Any other discussion or comments from the council? Being none, Ms. Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Spiritus, my apologies.
No.
So the motion passes with Councilperson Spiritus and Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Okay, now, are there any nominations for chairperson of the city council?
Okay, so at this time, I will chair the meeting and call for the floor is now open for nominations for city council chairperson.
Madam Clerk,
Yeah,
procedurally, that's the very essence and the very natural function of the pro tem. Is in the absence of a
apologies.
chairperson, then the pro tem is acting as chairperson.
You are correct, Mr. McCoy. Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Well, are we going to have a motion to remove the chair pro tem?
If that is the pleasure of the board.
It's not,
Huh?
that's not, Madam Chair,
What?
that's not required.
I mean, we can. I don't,
It's on the agenda.
it's
Well,
on there.
well, I guess if you're making the, I guess, preliminary assumption that you maybe want to be eligible for chairperson, then that doesn't preclude you from,
Maybe I don't want to be either. I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. It maybe someone else wants to be chair pro tem.
okay.
Ms. Nguyen,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
is there any conflict with the pro tem presiding right now with any future votes?
There's no conflict. My recommendation would be that you follow your agenda as printed, which is the request for nomination of chair. And if you get to, and the next item is request for nomination of pro tem, so you would do a removal of the pro tem if you get to that point.
All right, so you want me to
Thank you.
take the nomination?
Yes.
All right. All right, so do we have any nominations for city council chairperson?
So is the floor open, Madam Chair?
Yes, it's open.
I nominate Glenn Spiritus.
All right. Any other nominations?
I nominate Shirley Lanier.
Okay. Any other nominations? All right, the floor, the nominations have been closed. Madam Clerk, for Mrs. Spiritus, take a vote for Mrs. Spiritus.
I believe we need a motion, correct, Ms. Nguyen? For them to vote on the nomination. So the first one would be for Mr. Spiritus. So we would need a motion and a second, and then I would call the vote for that, for Mr. Spiritus to be city council chairperson.
All right, so you want to make a motion?
So move.
You vote on the nomination as you have received it. So that's all they're doing is voting on the nomination. You don't need another.
We don't need another
No.
motion. Okay, so I will call in the order of district number. Councilperson McCoy. Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Lanier. Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson.
No.
So that item, that nomination fails, but Councilperson Miller Anderson, Lanier, and Lawson voting no.
All right, we have a motion to have Ms. Lanier as chairperson.
You don't need a motion.
We're good? We're just gonna go?
It's just call the vote on the nomination.
Okay.
Okay, we will vote in order by district. Councilperson McCoy.
No.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Councilperson Spiritus.
No.
Councilperson Lawson.
No.
So that item fails with Councilperson McCoy, Spiritus, and Lawson with a no vote.
All right, so we need to open up the floor again for nominations for chair.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I would move to nominate Councilperson Lawson.
All right,
Second that.
who else? Any other nominations? I'm gonna nominate myself. Any other nominations? All right. You need a motion?
No, we're
Okay,
going to take the vote.
all right.
In order by district number, Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
This is for
right?
Lawson.
Yes, this is for
Lawson.
Mr. Lawson. Councilperson Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
And that is approved with Councilperson Miller Anderson and Lanier with a nay vote. So, did you want to call the vote for yours as well, Ms. Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move on with Councilperson Miller Anderson. No. Oh, that is correct. Once we receive a passing vote for chairperson, we don't have to move further to call for votes for the other nominees.
Okay.
So at this time, Councilperson Douglas Lawson is now the chairperson for the Riviera Beach City Council Board.
Madam Clerk, are we taking nominations? Do we need a motion for the pro temp?
We would need a motion to remove Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson and then accept nominations for Chair Pro Tem.
I'd like to make a motion to remove Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Second.
All right. I will call the vote. Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Okay, that is approved with Councilpersons Miller Anderson and Lanier dissenting. So, Mr. Chair, at this time, you may open the floor for nominations for Chair Pro Tem.
Board, the floor is open for nominations for pro temp. I'd like to make a nomination for Troderick McCoy. Do we have any other nominations?
Shirley Lanier.
Any additional nominations? With that, Madam Clerk, nominations are now closed. Madam Clerk?
I will call in order by district number, and this is for Troderick McCoy to become the Chair Pro Tem. Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Item is approved with Councilperson Miller Anderson and Councilperson Lanier dissenting. So at this time, Councilperson Troderick McCoy is the Chairperson Pro Tem for the City Council Board.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
if I can be indulged just for a brief moment to respond to the action the board just took.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Members, I'm really grateful to just serve here as a council person, even more ecstatic and quite frankly, not really had the intention of even serving in a chair or pro tem role because I can't wait till tomorrow to see what the Palm Beach Post is going to say about this. So while certainly it doesn't make me anyway, thank you for, the support and confidence in Vice Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my apologies. We did overlook one comment card for item 1E, which is the request for Chairperson Pro Tem. Is it okay to call them at this time?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So that would be Ms. Cindy March.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Cindy March. When God is for you, can't nobody do you no harm. Y'all see the strategy Mr. Glenn Spirit has just put out there on that board? We need people like him to help run this city. We want to move this city forward. And I hope all of you all, even you, Doug, as much as I bash you on social media and call you, I want you, Mr. Troderick, as smart as you is, I don't care nothing about your temperament. You do your homework. Keep doing your homework. The two young ladies, you all had a chance for the seat. Why don't y'all work together? Even if you got to pray before you get up there every meeting. Do whatever it's going to take to get clean water, affordable housing, mental illness help, and everything else we need here in the city. I am so tired of looking at my social media page with the Palm Beach Post with negativity in a city where I lived and grew up in and was a cheerleader in a summer youth employment program. Let's bring this back. It's been a long time coming. Not on 5 years, not on 10 years ago. I've been advocating for over 30 years and we still stuck on personal vendettas. I am so happy. Whether I'm happy for Doug in the chair or not, it wasn't my calling. What's for you gonna be for you. But all I'm asking you to do is be honest to yourself in order for you to lead the people. We the one put you all in office, and we the same ones can get you out of office. And trust me, I'll soon be 61. Y'all thought I walked with this last election. I will walk even triple. You got to be genuine to your heart, because God knows your heart. So I congratulate both of you all young men.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March.
Mr. Chair, we did have one other comment card, Mr. Fane Lozman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Lozman?
Wayne Lozman. Mr. Chair, procedurally, I think it's important at the end of the meeting when you make your public comments to clarify the cards that used by the members of the audience. Because in the old days, you'd have one card for one item. On the new form, you can have more than one item on a card, I guess to save paper or make it easier. But I had a card in for 1D, and it didn't make it into the system. So we need to clarify to the audience, is it one card for one item, or can you put multiple items on the same card, just procedurally? Relative to 1E, that's what we're on now.
1D, pro temp.
I'm sorry?
Nominations for pro temp.
On 1D,
Yes, sir.
okay.
E.
I had a card in.
Is
for
it
1D.
E?
Yes, we're on
I'm sorry,
1E.
we did add, we
Yeah,
changed
So
the
you
agenda.
spoke on 1D,
It's
so now we're on 1E.
So this is pro temp for the city council. Right. I think in the interest of experience and given to what happened to Mr. Spirit is that he should be the pro temp. I think we need to go through what can somebody bring to the table as pro temp experience-wise. The other people on this dais who have been pro tem let things slip through the cracks. I mean, the water scandal started in 2016 when Miss Miller Anderson was in power, and here it is 8 years later, it's back again. We need a fresh set of eyes on some of the issues that are going down here, because I think when people up there multiple terms, they get jaded. I think it's important that, I don't like how this removal process happened, because it wasn't for cause per Robert's Rules of Order, but it's still quite a power play there, Mr. Lawson. Remind me not to play poker with you, sir. But I think Mr. Spiritus should at least be the chair pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lozman.
That's the end of public comment for item 1E, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk? 1F?
We are now on item 1F, request for nomination for the Community Redevelopment Agency Chair and Chair Pro Tem. Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is now closed.
Do we need a nomination to remove the CRA chair?
You would need a motion to remove the CRA chair and then open the floor for nominations.
Go ahead and we'll take the public comment card first.
Ms. Cindy March?
Good evening. I'm Cindy March for the third time. CRA Director, I hope y'all vote yes to removing. You can't do two jobs and be sufficient. You just can't. And with the CRA, I still haven't understood, and maybe somebody will explain it to me where I fully understand. The CRA money goes on this side of town, nothing on the west side of town. So it's not benefiting the west side of town. And this is one city of Revere Beach. So I'm hoping somehow you all can gather in y'all thoughts and y'all homework to get some of this money to the west side of town so we can get Black-owned businesses or people who want to start a businesses or affordable housing where they don't pick and choose who they want to live in that affordable housing. And people who come and make the big developers come and do these 2 hours presentations and forget about me and you. I'm sick of it. And you know why I'm sick of it? Because I'm still waiting on the answer for where I asked with the application. If I can't get it, I know I'm not supposed to be refunding my money, but I want my $85 back. I'm sorry. Because I don't save a lot of money to buy the house with. And it get confusing when you don't know, you just don't know. And I'm not signing my name to something I don't know. And you got to be careful who you give all your information to. You understand me? That's why I didn't give them my social security number. But they got my paycheck still, they got my old man award letter from the Social Security office, and I'm still homeless. But you know what? It's a God. He gonna bless me. Father, I thank you for reaching out to me. You were sincere. You had a genuine heart about it. You're not going around talking about what you did for me. And I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Just keep in mind, what goes up gonna come down. You have to be careful how you treat people. Don't do things for what's in it for me. Do it because your heart tells you to do the right thing. I'm looking for a new CRA director, and I hope we can put something on the floor for a new finance director.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh. Do we have a motion? Remove the CRA?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Hold on. Got more comment cards?
Do we have any more comment cards, Madam Clerk?
I received one comment card, 1F. Did you have one? We're in the CRA, item 1F.
Chair, let's,
Councilman, go ahead.
let's allow him to speak because apparently there's a mix-up with the lettering.
With the
and
agenda, right.
With the lettering is screwed up on my end because when she refers to 1E, that's really my 1F, so I'm not sure what.
Mr. Roseman.
Right, but if they've already put in a public comment card prior to us readjusting the lettering over here, just allow him to speak. I mean,
Great. Thank you, Council. Thank you. Mr. Lozman, you have your 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. We're on the CRA chair.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Lawson. For those in the audience that don't know, the sunshine law is supposed to be liberally construed. So if somebody in the back has the wrong number and they go off the agenda, it's appropriate to allow the public comment. Again, in many municipalities, there's a restriction on the chairperson for the city council also being the chairperson for the community redevelopment agency. Similar comments have been made. Is it appropriate for the city manager to also wear the hat of the community redevelopment head? And the argument is no. His primary job to be the city manager, not to also run a major entity in the city, the community redevelopment agency. Again, I think who is the most experienced developer up on that dais right now? Who has a $250 million project they're working on this very minute?
Mr. Lozman, CRA.
I understand that. Community redevelopment. I'm saying that the chair should be somebody who is a developer, who's sitting on there right now. Mr. Spiritus is developing a $250 million project. I think it's an affordable housing project. I think that the chair procedurally should be somebody different than the city council chair. Just like you shouldn't have the city manager run the CRA, you shouldn't have the chair for the city also be the chair for the community redevelopment agency. I think Mr. Spiritus should be it. He's the only person that had the development skill. And I think if you turn him loose, there'll be some real change in the CRA.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comments for item 1F.
Thank you.
So,
We have, motion was made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion was made and properly seconded. Comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So if we could just back up, just so we can make sure, can we recall what this motion that's being asked? Because I have lost track.
Yes, sir.
it is the motion to remove the Community Redevelopment Agency chairperson, which is Mr. Spiritus.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Motion was made and properly seconded. Additional discussion?
So what is this for?
Chair.
Chair?
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So I just wanted to get clarification. Is that what your understanding, Councilperson Spiritus, what this motion was?
Yes, that's my understanding what the motion was. But are you asking me whether I would oppose it or what?
Correct. So I mean, if that's where you're at, then we can forego the removal and you can just, decide here today that there's no need to vote and just we'll relinquish that so that we don't have to do a vote.
Historically, I think that we should not have the same person chairing the city council and the CRA. I think the CRA is a full-time job, either for their director or for their chairperson. So if it were the pleasure of the board, I would stay as chairperson of the CRA.
Well, you just seconded my motion to have you removed.
Yes, as I said, if it was the pleasure of the board, I would go. I didn't vote, but I would stay as chair.
Okay, well, if that's your desire, and, you know, we got to really fine tune. I know there was a lot of movement with agenda item lettering and numbering, and then we had to interrupt that process with going back to public comment. So, you know, certainly I want to make sure that, you know, everybody's kind of consistent on that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair, because I was literally taken back as to what we were actually making a motion on.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
so what are we saying? We're not, we just ask him if he want to stay and we're not going to do it, or what are we doing?
Well, there was a motion and a second. I guess there was clarity during discussion to see if Councilman Spiritus would like to step down from the position versus being voted. And he then responded with he would prefer to stay. So I'm assuming with there being a motion and a second that we would need to vote, unless Councilman McCoy would like to withdraw the motion.
I was going to vote no.
I know.
Okay, well, I'll move to withdraw. I withdraw it.
Thank you. Do we have a motion
For what?
to remove the CRA chair position?
Yes, I make a motion.
Motion been made. Do we have a second? Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
No.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
so that passes with Councilperson McCoy and Councilperson Spiritus dissenting. So the floor is now open for nominations for chairperson of the Community Redevelopment Agency.
Madam, well, Mr. Chair,
Sorry.
Councilman, go ahead.
I nominate Douglas Lawson.
Do we have any other nominations for CRA chair? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
No.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
So that item passes. So Councilperson Lawson, you are the chairperson of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Chair Pro Tem,
Mr.
Miss
Mr.
Councilman.
Mr. Chairperson, so just
Okay.
as a correction, the CRA refers to it as vice chair and not chair pro tem. So I think that should be noted.
Correct. That should be updated on here. Vice Chair. Vice Chair
Okay.
Miller Anderson, do you want to remain in the position?
Sure.
Do we have any nominations to remove the Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair, I actually make a motion to remove.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion?
Do we have public comments?
We don't have any comment cards on this one.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson. Councilperson Lanier.
No.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
And Chair Lawson.
Yes.
And that item passes with Councilpersons Miller Anderson and Lanier dissenting. And so now the floor is open to accept nominations for the Vice Chair of the Community Redevelopment Agency Board.
I'll nominate Councilman McCoy. I'm sorry, Commissioner McCoy.
So we would take a vote for
Do we have any
Council.
other nominations?
We did the last one. I mean, didn't we just vote for the other person when we only have one?
We did.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
No.
Councilperson Lanier. Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
And that passes with Councilpersons Miller Anderson and Lanier dissenting. Charlie McCoy is the Vice Chair of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency Board.
Madam Clerk, consent. Consent agenda is routine in nature. Consent is approved by a single majority vote, and items may be removed with open discussion at the request of the mayor or any city council. Does anyone want to remove an item from consent?
Yes,
Pro Tem?
Chair.
Go ahead. Ms. Lanier.
Yeah, I want to pull the item regarding the mayor's request and also this cultural programming. I was supposed to get some information in regards to what was happening last year versus this year, but I never received it. So I just need to get some information about that item.
Thank you. So you want to pull the mayor's item and then the cultural program. Cultural programming is 4B. What item is the mayor's? What number?
4C,
4C?
item 4C.
4B and 4C will be pulled from consent agenda. Do we have any public
So-
comments for Councilman?
So effectively, then we have nothing on consent, right? Or
Because
just the
we're
MOU?
removing, we're also pulling
Okay,
the,
Just got the MOU.
No, there's a 5324 is on
there's,
consent.
Yeah, that's it.
that's it.
Someone would need to pull item 3A to discuss the city council board appointments.
Yes. Yes. So we have to pull that as well.
It's for discussion.
So we have no consent.
Well, just one item.
Which one?
Item
Item
4A.
4A. It's not for you.
The MOU, correct. Additional, Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, before staff got into the presentation, it is 7:38. I didn't know if the board wanted to move forward with public comments before presentations occurred.
Yes, we will. Who's that? Miss Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
We approved the agenda before we pulled consent items?
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
With regards to the procedural elements associated with this meeting, in caucus with the city attorney's office and the city clerk's office, the reason that we facilitated approving the agenda was to allow for the movement of some of the agenda items to be able to address some of the items that the board wanted to see added to the agenda or removed to the agenda. So that was done in order to facilitate some movement on the agenda. So the agenda was approved, and that's why we're, going through those particular items in the sequence in which we are. Because if we did not, in fact, do that at the beginning, then it would have been a situation where your agenda would have already been approved with no modifications made to it after the agenda had already been adopted.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Any additional discussion? We're going into so I guess we're going to go into the public comments.
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
so what happens to the consent agenda?
Consent, we are going to, well, we only have one item on consent, so we're going to vote on that one item, and we're going to go into public comments. We're going to take public comment for consent. Do we have any consent public comments?
I have one public comment card on item 3A.
Let's take
Whatever.
so let's take the public comment card for consent. Let's vote on consent, and then we'll go straight
Well-
to public comments.
Did you want to take it out, or did you want to wait? It was pulled for discussion, so
Let's pull for discussion.
yes. so
3A?
It should have been. This is the board appointments. Are we pulling it?
Okay. Yeah, so we're pulling, so 3A was pulled. We have to, because that's the appointments, yes. So
Well,
yeah,
here's one. Can I offer this? Can we just table that one to the next meeting? Because we do have physical copies of these board appointments. Obviously, we have to change them now because, I know Dr. Botel is not here, so allow, Mr. Chair and members, let's take this back and try to figure out what schedule fits with us because these meetings change and as does our personal commitment. So let's, if I can, ask my board members let's take this up at the next regular city council meeting.
I would be in agreement with that.
However, if there is any suggestion from administration that we need to have representation at one of them, I would ask them to speak now. Or,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Stebbins, go ahead.
What we'll do is we'll ensure that for the boards that have meetings before the next regular meeting, we'll send staff as a representative in the place of those particular meetings unless there's a situation whereby it needs to be an elected official represented. And at that point, we'll reach out to the chair or the vice chair to serve in that stead until the board makes the affirmative appointments.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, so I move
What's
to
up,
give Mr. Evans that authority to do that because then effectively he would send his staff person in lieu and then, I guess the chairperson or vice chair would go. So I would make that motion that gives him that ability to execute on the board appointments.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. We are on consent item. We have no public comments for consent because the one item was pulled. Do we have a motion to approve consent with the items that have been pulled?
So moved as amended.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. We're going to go into public comments, and then we will go back to the items that were pulled from consent. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the city council, in which event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then the comments from the public shall begin immediately after. Please be aware that we have adopted the rules of decorum. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do have 15 public comment cards. The acceptance of public comment cards at this time is now closed.
Madam Clerk, did you say 15?
Yes, 15.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. The first speaker will be Lloyd Brown, followed by Margaret Shepherd, and then Dr. Philip Dukes.
How you doing, Council? You know who I am, so I ain't gonna even say that. But Council people, let me tell you something. You don't have to live with the economic consequences of the decisions you're making for us. We do. No jobs, no businesses. I mean, I go through my neighborhood. See, that's me. I look at everything. I go through my neighborhood and I see all these new people. Most of them aren't Black Americans. They living in these new houses. And everybody in the house has a job. The next door neighbor, his kids don't. They hang on the corners because you won't try to bring people in here. You want to build, but when you bring people in here, I don't care if you build a building and we don't like it, Just build it with some of the people that live here. And maybe they'll be some of those people you see in these new houses, like the lady was up here talking about, she trying to get a house. I mean, I can't understand what this thing about low income houses when you done filled up all the lots around the city with houses. And they're the ones I used to take out air conditioners out of these places they call we don't have no property line or whatever. And that's what's going on in Riviera. I know a friend of mine who owned property in Riviera Beach. He couldn't build. He could not build. I don't know what changed it, but I'm gonna tell you like this too. Let me get off of that subject. You know, Portland Trailblazers aren't winning anything because they got the worst coaches in the world. So the city of Riviera Beach, we ain't making no, because we got the worst council people. You know, y'all like coaches, and we supposed to be y'all team, and we ain't winning. So we want you to leave. I don't know. I mean, Miller, you know, I ain't got nothing against you, but I think most of the people that came up here, they either go to church with you or they family members. They're not looking at you as what you can do. That's none of y'all. All y'all up here and here because church members put you here. Some of your friends put you here. But I mean, we the ones got to live under these consequences that you're making. Like you talking about building a police department over there, that's money. Look at Rock Callaway Amphitheater, that's money. Who got to pay it? Us. That's like the police department. When the police get in trouble, he don't have to pay those lawsuits. But see, we the ones suffering, and y'all don't even see it. You really don't. I mean, I'll be 70 the 27th of this month. And you know, since I've been from 30 years ago, I've seen this city fall flat on their ass. Bye.
Thank you for comments, Mr. Brown.
Margaret Shepherd, followed by Dr. Philip Dukes, and then Michael Jordan.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Congratulations, Ms. Miller Anderson. Well deserved. I think you're the rock of the board, the more focused one, but you've been doing it a little while. And being a principal, that takes structure, and I could tell structure. It was a very good race, and I enjoyed the hunt. It was very good. People asked to bring young people to the city, and I think Leroy Kelson was one that set the stage. And I thank you for being so kind to him. I watched you doing the whole thing, how you all communicate, and it made me feel good that you were that type of person that reached out to you work with young people, so you know how to do that. And to all of you that ran, Mrs. Spiritus, new kid on the block, but it's okay. Okay, your turn coming. You just set the stage for who you are. I want to go back to last week. They were talking about Mr. Evans' contract, and I was kind of off the chain because I was getting calls and calls. And the one thing they want me to relate to the city, allow Mr. Evans to go ahead and do his job. I wouldn't bother him. I wouldn't bother him if you paid. In fact, I wouldn't bother any of you all. Allow one another to do the job. And to our own Miss Dawn Wynn, because she don't smile and crack jokes, you know, you want to try to overlook her, but I like her, how she stand her ground. It makes me feel good that a Black woman has that type of credibility in a position that she's in. Then I'll go to the clerk. As she was reading, I had to take my glasses off because I got very dizzy. I don't know how she did it, but she's coming online. Well, she's been in the system for quite a while, so I'm sure she knows how to do it. But it's quite confusing. You all been there all this time, and you are confused, made the audience confused. You're making the people looking at YouTube confused. And I think now this is a new board. You got a new member. I hope that you understand one thing. I'm very disillusioned because protocol was Ms. Lanier was the vice chair. Protocols as she moved into the chair. But I know Mr. Lawson, that one time you were protein, and they overlooked you. So you kind of know how she feels. But I want to thank you, Ms. Lanier, continuously to do what you're doing. Be who you are. And know one thing, as my little grandbaby say, she said, Nana, you got it. And I'm trying to say, God, what? She said, whatever it is, you got it. So I want to relate to you what Summer tells me. You got it. Thank you all.
Thank you for comments.
Michael Jordan. I'm sorry, Mr. Philip Dukes, followed by Michael Jordan.
Good evening, council persons, mayor. I want to congratulate Mr. Spiritus and Kashamba on your election as we move forward in the city. There's a lot of things that are being said about you, how the city's run, but sometimes people don't understand the patterns and the things, how it's been set up, and it's been like this for a while. So you guys have a serious job. So we're praying for you. 85% of the people on the west side believe some form of Christianity. And as I walk on Singer Island, I find the same numbers. So I'm going to be speaking to you from a Judeo-Christian ideology. If I pool this room right now, 80% of the people in here will say they belong to some form of Christianity. So we're going to be talking about those principles. Now, I had started talking to you about history before. I was telling you about Friedrich Hegel and Samuel Bacon. And they taught this, that Black people had no part or no place in the making of civilization, and Africa is no important historical place of the world. This was taught in American schools up until the 1970s. So I think we need to start teaching Black history. One of the problems is when we teach Black history, the ideology is that Black people are trying to take other people's culture. You know, I'm a student of archaeology, anthropology, and DNA science. And when I make the statement, I'm gonna make a statement that some of you need to just think about. Black people were in America 500 to 1,000 years before Columbus. But most of us, that's not taught. There were no ignorant people in Africa. The Nshinka bone where they had trigonometry was found. So we need to teach these things in our atmosphere in America. I've always believed this, and you've heard me say this from 2002, that Revere Beach should be leading in these culture issues. Bigotry and all forms of what we call racism is growing. We did a video called, and it's on YouTube, it's called, if you type in Operation Restore, We're All Americans, and the video will come up. So I'm asking people to support us. But our city, we should lead in these things of culture and bringing healing. We should do that. But we can't do that when we have our own personal agendas and moving things forward. And we can't do that biting and tearing one another down. So I want you to think about that as I come up and I speak to you. Not to pull anybody down, not to make anybody shame. All of us got issues. All of us, somebody has said something bad about us or lied on us. And all of us got a past. Now, some of y'all got a checkered past, but I got a psychedelic past. And somebody always want to write something in. So I want y'all to stay focused as we move forward in the city. Amen.
Your comment, sir.
Michael Jordan, Cindy March, Scott Lewis.
Welcome, Mr. Jordan.
First, I would like to say hello. I also would like to congratulate Ms. Kashamba for being, elected back in. Not only that, I thought that was showed a lot of class of you to commend Mr. Kelson. Okay, that shows a lot of class and shows that you have a lot of, good sportsmanship. I also would like to congratulate McCoy. Okay, Councilman McCoy, if that's appropriate. Okay. So I also would like to say, I would really like to see acting be removed from Ms. Deborah's name also. She has done an excellent job, her and her staff. I know what it feels like to be in a position like that, and then it has not actually been given to you. I want you to keep up the good work, you and your staff, first of all, because you're to be commended. Because what I do know and do believe that we are in a season of exposure that comes from a whole different realm, and what's for you is for you. So whatever anybody else have to say or have to do, that can't stop the hand of the good Lord. He gonna do whatever he has to do. So anybody that's double dipping, not dealing right, you will be exposed, okay? And I'm not saying that anybody's doing that, but if the shoe fit, you could just put it on and wear it. You understand what I'm saying? So like I said, Mr. Spirit is to you. You showed good sportsmanship as well. I mean, you just did what you had to do. They voted. They did exactly what they had to do by voting. You continue to keep up the good work. If you stand on anything else, stand on business and stand on truth. Because truth gonna win every time. And truth don't need no defense. It defends itself. So in order for us to move the city forward, we have to become more organized, especially with this agenda. Everybody confused. I think you all were even confused. Okay, and I'm not doing it as being a joke, but I know because I work in business, whatever is in black and white is what it is, and that's normally the final copy. So what I'm saying, if it's the city manager's job to oversee that before it get to you, then you all need to put the file up under him and make sure whatever he's supposed to do is done correctly when it gets to you. Even if he's not in the position, whoever's in that position need to do what they need to do so that we all can stop being confused. I don't see how we can move forward when we confused, because I know a house that's divided cannot stand. So I'm gonna leave that right there, let it marinate, and think about it.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Next is Cindy March, Scott Lewis, and Shafali Lemire.
Very well said, Cindy March. And I was the one that kind of was confused because I'm talking about getting rid of Evans for the CRA director. This agenda is so miscombobulated. And I hope that they do oversee this, and that way you don't come up here, let's table this, let's add this on, let's put this out. And you know, I don't have no personal vanilla with Kashama, but y'all they want this man to play the trumpet for his Miss what's her name, Miss Williams, for 3 minutes that she had the other week. But y'all was so ready to let her do what she wanted to do for 3 minutes. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. When you set a rule, y'all got to learn to set it for everybody. It's just being fair. If you don't be fair and honest with nobody, I can't say it enough. Be fair and honest to yourself, because even though the people not out here in this audience, they see you on TV. When I knock on those, you know what they say? They're going to do what they want to do anyway. All they're going to do is put a thank you on our billboard that we voted for them. Thank you for your support. We got to do better than that as a whole, as the city of Riviera Beach. I'm so sick of us being in the news with negativeness. Every once in a while, we'll see a ribbon cutting for a $20,000 building or $20 million building or up. Let's do something that's going to make all of us proud. Not just the people we vote in office, but the people out here as well. Enough is enough. It's been more, like someone said, it's been more than 15, 20 years. And I've been coming to the city hall meetings way before Reverend Masters. I can tell you the people that was the city managers over there. God bless her soul, Emma Bates, I took up under her. And you know, I'm going to stand on for what's right. And I know y'all might feel some kind of way, not just you all, people out here, people who watching it on TV, people watching on their cell phone. Well, how's she going to cut this person down? I'm going to tell you something. I hold anybody accountable. And I want y'all to do me the same way, whether I'm in office or not. I am who I am. And I'm going to speak the truth. And if I can't speak the truth, I'm not going to hurt you nor hinder you. What I will do is give you 100 feet.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. March.
Scott Lewis.
Evening, Scott Lewis, Wilma Circle. I'm going to talk for a couple minutes on the bonds and trust and transparency, because I've listened to a number of you talk about water being the primary issue. But when I was here at the last meeting, I heard a former council member say, finally, we got our administrative building. It's going to come on board. That was the day after the bond issue passed. I did not vote. I didn't see on the bond issues anything about money going to a bureaucrat's building sitting on prime real estate here on Broadway. I didn't see that on something that the whole public, the 100 people here, are going to have to pay for 30 years to put bureaucrats who said in a meeting a couple years ago that they wanted that lot over here where Miami Subs was for the view. The staff works for us, the citizens. You all represent us. My plea for you is to consider telling the staff with those 3 bonds that the only thing they can do is come back to the public and the board with conceptual designs of what they're talking about spending $115 million on. All we have to do is wait 5 months, and we're supposed to hear what the $200 million plus water bond is going to have to be. Otherwise, you're going to slam dunk hundreds of people who cannot, you just listen to a congressman saying they're struggling making their monthly payments. I know Mr. Sherman stood up here and said, well, it's only $35 a month we increase the water bill. Only. For him, that might be something, but that can't be for the people out west that are here at the meeting. Okay, you need to slow your staff down so that we can have trust that you are leading us and you are running them. They are not running you. Nothing personal against any of them, but I've sat through maybe 5, 6 meetings now, 3 emergency meetings, 2 hours, I think, of meetings to figure out who the chair. Has anybody over here been disciplined one single day for that cover-up last June of having crap in our water? Nobody, to my knowledge. Now, I think there's a topic here about spending some money on the investigation. They damn well know who touched those emails that said that water had crap in it, that we're drinking. Right? Someone needs to pay for that. Right? And it's time you represent us and not the staff. You run them. Tell them to hold up, bring back. Why do we need the most expensive fire stations out of all 39 municipalities, including the town of Palm Beach, here in this city that can't afford it? We don't need that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Shafali Lemire, Fane Lozman, followed by Chandra Stringer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shafali. I'm a resident of Lone Pine Estates. I just wanted to continue urging you to please continue to protect the Lone Pine Golf Course from being redeveloped. It is the only green space we have on the west side, and the last thing military needs is more traffic, and the last thing that area that's prone to flooding needs is more houses being built. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Next is Fane Lozman, Chandra Stringer, and Valika Brown.
Fane Lozman. In the last 21 years, I've attended probably over 800-900 meetings, many of them in North Bay Village. There's the procedure called a voice vote. They use it at the county, they use it in North Bay Village, they use it every place I've been, but in this city. A voice vote is something that's not procedurally very important. Let's adopt the agenda. And the chair says, all in favor, say aye. All against, say nay. And then he makes an estimate if it passes. Then you don't have to have the clerk do a roll call vote on procedural or ministerial items. They're the only city probably in the state of Florida that does that. So look up voice vote, look it up in Wikipedia and adopt it. Go sit in the county commission, they voice vote 90% of their items, they just do a voice vote. So let's try to do that and save the wear and tear on this clerk, who should be the full-time clerk. I don't like many people, but I think she's doing a good job in the city. For the people on the west side, a gentleman named, I think his name was Rivera, he filed a lawsuit regarding how ill he became drinking the E. coli infested water. I called up and talked to his attorney. 100 residents have signed up to be part of that class action for health impacts from drinking the E. coli water. There's probably a lot more people out there who were affected, and you should do some research. And also the city themselves should do some research as to, do you have the proper insurance to cover if you get a runaway verdict on these people who suffered illnesses? I know back in 2016, Willis Williams told me he had 5 or 6 houses around town, and he said a number of people died from drinking contaminated water. And that was a cover-up that happened under your watch, Ms. Anderson. A federal judge ordered me to remove my floating home from my own private property. In the last 5 years, there's only been 2 cases under the Rivers and Harbors Act for all of Florida, the Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico regarding the Rivers and Harbors Act. You can say, well, why did they target you when there's floating homes all throughout the state of Florida? They targeted me because of that city manager right there. And I have a question for the chair, and I'd like somebody up there to get me an answer. Who directed the chair to go lobby the colonel in Jacksonville who was in charge of the Army Corps of Engineers, the guy named Colonel Kelly? So people come up here to address their grievances. I have a grievance. I want to know who directed the city manager to go talk to Colonel Kelly, to have them create an enforcement action and remove my floating home. Now the judge who entered that order, he historically never tries a case. You have to do an appeal. You win an appeal, then you get a trial. But I'm confident that the city's bulkhead line would supplant the federal understanding of what is the harbor line. If anything, they're similar. It's a very complicated matter, but I think I'm in the right. And one day there will be floating homes back in that area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Shannon Stringer, Malika Brown, Rochelle Baker Hughes.
Good evening, Chandra Stringer. Happy Wednesday to everyone, to the Honorable Mayor, to everyone on the desk. Congratulations, Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson. And I just want to be as brief as possible, but definitely maximize my time. First of all, I want to know, I talked about this probably a month or so ago in regards to all of the capital improvements around the city. Where could a common resident like myself get information on what's current that we're doing as it relates to capital improvement, and what is the status on those projects? That's the first question. And then the next one is, Mayor Felder, you mentioned that you was requesting more money. I guess they pulled it from the agenda, but we as citizens, when can we expect that report to be done? And will that report coincide with the public report that was being released since September of last year? Or council, are we still waiting on more reports? And then one more thing, and I think this will conclude my public comments for this evening. A lot of times, we'll come and we may talk about the problems that the city is having, but I'm just of the opinion that we don't want to just talk about the problems, but we want to also be solution focused. And with that being said, how could a citizen get engaged or involved in regards to volunteering for anything or any project that's going on to make sure that our voices are being heard other than meetings? I worked all day today doing outreach, and I was very tired, but I made sure I was here. And so I sort of kind of felt like how most citizens feel after working all day. Some people, it's sort of kind of hard to get to meetings and things like that. So if that's to be made public so people will know. And then in regards to the solid waste services, some people watch Facebook and some people do not. And so while most people like myself got the notification that our services were changing, it was only on Facebook that I seen that it wasn't changing. So I just think we should do a better formatting of communication because everybody is not on social media. Once again, thank you for your time, and hopefully those questions will be approached with some responses. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Stringer.
Rochelle Baker Hughes and Joseph Brenner.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Hello, Council. Valika Brown, representing the Riviera Beach Urban Farm. When I first started this project, EroMap partnered with the city back in about 2020, and we had an amazing vision to grow food with the residents, for the residents, and we've delivered on that. But as we know, the contract is never steady. I got a call, an email today, that today is the last day at the farm. We had residents at the farm last week harvesting what we have growing: beets, squash, mixed salad, romaine, bok choy, okra, onions, tomatoes, radishes, carrots, eggplant. We have 420 heads of lettuce. Each head can produce 7 to 10 salads. So on the low side, 2,900 residents can get a free salad. The cost savings for the city just from the salad alone is about $17,000. We have 160 beets planted. We're propagating watermelon, cucumbers, peppers, so on and so forth. I'm expecting a delivery of $11,000 of in-kind materials to Riviera Beach next week, but I'm always put in a position to answer why there are issues with the contract. And I am over it. I'm just exhausted. And to all the residents who are watching this online who have my cell phone, because I sent them a flyer this morning and they already posted it on social media. Please, I don't know why it's not going on. Let's talk to the administration. So I am here to say, based off of what the other residents said, the council, something is happening with the staff. You're given direction, the staff is given direction, but it's falling by the wayside. Now, maybe food isn't important to other people, but food is important to me. And I think food is important to the residents, especially when we're growing non-GMO organic produce, especially when the residents come out and they say, I'm dealing with cancer. And I say, go over there and get some leaves from that soursop tree and it's producing fruit. And that has some of the best anti-cancer properties in it, especially when they harvest the food and they say, this brings back memories from when my grandmother had this. So they come by and someone's here in the audience now and they steal all the beets, and or somebody else who's in the audience and they eat up all the cherries, you know, or someone says, I can't come by, and I bring a bag to their home because they're on a conference call. So if hunger and food is important to the city, let's make it important. And I haven't gotten paid last month, so I do want to get paid. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rochelle Baker Hughes, Joseph Brenner, Erwin Sinius.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rochelle Baker Hughes. I live in Lone Pine Estates. In the past day or two, we've seen a little bit of activity on the property formerly known as Lone Pine Golf Course, with new ribbons put around the trees, meaning the developer's probably counting trees. Again, I would like to implore the council. We went through this. We got the vote to not have that land developed for or rezoned for residential. I implore the board again, we in Lone Pine Estates do not want residential backed up to us. It's not a big enough space. If you haven't been on that golf course, I welcome you to come to my house and I can show you. We can do a drone, but I will ask, because I've heard that it's supposed to come up on the agenda again. And we in Lone Pine ask the council to vote no against rezoning that property. And all of us in Lone Pine and surrounding communities would, you know, maybe we could come up with something else that can be done on that property that the entire city can enjoy. But again, with this, we have a big traffic issue going on now, and it's all year round. So it can take, if you're coming from Blue Heron Boulevard to get into Lone Pine, it can sometimes take 30 minutes because of traffic. And doesn't let up during the summer. And if there's an accident like there was yesterday, a bad accident outside of the Rapids, it backed up traffic. I sat and watched out my window for probably over 45 minutes. The traffic was back. It was at a standstill. So again, when this agenda item comes up, I ask all of you on the dais to please remember how we fought hard, and we did, and we will fight again, but we ask that you vote no to rezone that property. Thank you.
Next is Joseph Brenner, Erwin Sinius, and Dolores Williams.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council men and women. My name is Joseph Brenner. I don't typically come in front of the city council too often. When I do, it's typically once the city and the unions have, you know, basically hashed it out in our bargaining and have either reached some sort of agreement or impasse. Today, I don't come to, you know, give you any intel on either one of those scenarios. I do, however, want to give you a little context of where we currently sit with the union for rank and file general employees and the city of Riviera Beach. Some of whom are here today, about a dozen or so, who obviously after the ending of their shift were so, you know, able to come over here and, you know, sit through this council meeting and, you know, lend support, obviously in recognition of the hard work that they do, you know, during the day, and some are still doing now and will do into the wee hours. So like I said, we're in contract bargaining with the city of Riviera Beach. We started in December We have had, I believe, 7 or 8 sessions. We have one tomorrow afternoon. I know that obviously the city administration does give the council updates on where bargaining is, and I wanted to give, sort of the, counterbalance of the union's position on where bargaining is. I will say we are very much heartened we enjoy right now that we have a more collaborative tone with the current HR regime than in previous iterations and with the finance director as well. Now, however, being more collegial, more professional, keeping meetings when they're set and being, up to speed on things doesn't always mean that deal is going to be reached. And obviously, we know that the city is engaged in bargaining with the fire union and the police union, and it took 18, 19 months for the managers and supervisors union to reach a deal. We are hopeful that that does not happen. It doesn't need to take that long. However, thus far, while we've engaged on a number of items, I will say from our members' point of view, we do believe that, a lot more discussions are going to be necessary, and it's going to be necessary for the city while making these huge commitments, obviously, for the future of the city, in instilling these bonds and in facing that trajectory upwards. We have to take into consideration that it's going to take the staff here who work here every day, some on weekends, some on nights, who come in and do this work. We're going to have to make a reciprocal commitment from the city to these workers, right? Right now, the city has put forth a proposal of about 12.5% over 3 years. Our members obviously have faced a severe amount of inflation, as have any and all workers across this county. That really eclipses that. If you look at the cost of basic goods and rents and buying a home, many of our residents, many of our employees are residents here at the city. And I'm out of time, but I'm going to close up with this. I can talk all night. That's the problem with me. But I will say this:
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments.
All right. Well, look forward to talking to you.
Erin Senias, Dolores Williams, followed by Erica Davis.
Right. Good evening, council and city staff. My name is Erwin Sines. I'm the part of the support staff for Florida Public Service Union for our members here in Riviera Beach. We have about 160 bargaining members. In the community, our members, which are your employees, obviously their mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, aunts, and uncles. But after that, they put on their capes, and these are your record keepers, the folks who are executing daily functions, paperworks, engineers, electricians. These are the folks maintaining your parks so the children can have a clean and safe place to play. These are the folks that are putting their lives on the line dealing with hazardous materials, chemicals as they manage wastewater, sewer spillage. These are the folks fixing your sidewalks, operating heavy machinery, dangerous stuff there to get the city work done. These are the voices you hear when someone answers the phone during an emergency. These are the folks tending to crime scenes. These are the ones, again, maintaining the parks for our children. So this is the unit that Florida Public Service Union has the honor to support. And as the city moves forward with major development, new fire stations, parks, water plants, we ask that y'all prioritize the folks who will maintain and fix all of that and maintain all of that. We ask that you invest in the talent, you invest in the expertise, you invest in the years of service that's here in front of you. A lot of the problems that are here, the answers are actually in the minds and hearts of your employees because they got those skills. Strides were made the last contract in wages, but also a lot was lost by way of benefits. The saying was that Riviera Beach was wage poor and benefits rich. And I'm asking, why can't our employees, your employees, have both, right? Why does it have to be one or the other? And so as we look forward to working with the city to reach an agreement that reflects the priority that these employees are a priority for you guys, and as you continue to reimagine Riviera Beach, don't forget about the ones who are going to be the heart and soul, making sure that everything runs. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Dolores Williams, followed by Erica Davis.
The council's
and the citizen of Riviera Beach. I just want to say this here. This is Mr. Rowell. I'm not campaigning for him, but he has on his agenda where he's going to help as the city commissioner our water. So we want to really tack with him now, okay? Really keep up with him. I just want to say to Mr. Spirit, you know, you sit in here and you see all them peanut galleries and they laughing about him or whatever because he didn't accept it and do that. But your day coming, you're going to reap what you sow. You, to me, the way they treating you like you've been put in a lion den. You've been put in a rattlesnake pit. The way these people treating you. I know you hear them out there because I hear them. And we want the clerk, Mr. Evans. I don't know who's going to do it, you or the council. When we come back next time, she better have that. You understand what I'm saying? That title. And you know, a while back, y'all had all these people up here say they're going to write all these grants. We never heard anything what y'all say about all those grants y'all wrote to get all this money here in the city. But yet the water's not fixed. So we need to find out what all this stuff y'all was doing and this high water bill. That got to stop. People can't use it for consumption and stuff, and y'all want to keep charging us $500, $600, $1,000. Mr. Sherman and Mr. Evans, you know I like you. So I want you to really find out what's going on about this water, okay? We need to get this stuff straightened out. And please follow up on what y'all say y'all do, all this grant. What happened to all this grant? How much money did y'all get for the city? How much money did all y'all, when y'all was sworn in and gonna get all? Congratulations, Miss Anderson. You know, we talked a lot out there when we was campaigning, but I thank God for you. But we just want to see what you're gonna do for us as the city. And Mr. Spirit, you being a good clergy, charge it, be encouraged, Mr. Lawson. Y'all can move in the middle. Whatever you want to do, you can do it, no matter what. You know, when they talk about you so much, you're doing something good, right? When you give up, it be so many be glad when you give up. Do not give up, but do what is right. Because I'm telling you, all of us got to stand for a judgment seat. All that little sneaking and that writing and laughing, picking at people, your day coming. I know that for a sure fact.
Erica Davis, followed by Doretta Polk, and the last one would be Mary Brown.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Congratulations, Councilwoman Kashamba Miller Anderson. You have been the one that has always kept a steady head and stayed out of trouble. You kept your head down, stayed out of trouble. Congratulations, Mr. McCoy. I want you to handle that seat very well in that position, very well. Maybe you will lower your temper now that you're in a position. Now let me get down to the real business at hand here. I want to let all the residents know I'm getting ready to ask Mr. Spiritus a question. He never did explain himself about what happened to him in Hampstead, New York, about the residents that were displaced. And the reason why I'm bringing it up, because Mr. Lozman brought it up about your $300 million project. So let me bring this up, Mr. Spiritus. I see the rendering of your $300 million project, which will be developed on the corner of 10th Street and Park Avenue. And it's a pretty large building. And what's on the corner of that building are small businesses and residential area where Haitians, Jamaicans, and Black people live. Now, the story was Hampstead, New York. You displaced a lot of Hispanics, Blacks, and they were walking the streets. Now, it looks like the same kind of scenario over here, because this building looked entirely too large to be on the corner of 10th Street and Park Avenue. So what is going to happen to those people when you build this big complex on that corner? That's my concern here. See, everybody else can buy what you're selling, but I'm not, because I do my homework. So you're going to have to explain, like I asked you before, what happened in New York and where are these residents that probably don't even have an idea that this is going on, because it was delayed and shot down by the Planning and Zoning Board several times. See, I'm not the one here to be played with, because I'm going to do my due diligence. So since all your fans out here and your supporters talking about low-income housing, this does not look like low-income housing to me. And for the price of $300 million, I don't think it is. So to me, you need to explain to our residents what your plans are for Riviera Beach. And what I've seen tonight, I have my eyes wide open with selections, how the games are played. We've been here before. So I'm going to keep my people informed, because there is election season coming up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Doretta Paul and Mary Graham.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to let everybody know there was history in the making. Our Councilwoman Kashamba Miller, she has been on the board. It will be a total of 12 years. I don't know any council man or woman who has served that long. That is because of her integrity, her compassion, and her kindness to people of Riviera Beach. And I commend you and I thank you for your service. Another thing I want to talk about is that also, Mr. Kelsey, you ran a very, very good campaign. You were true to what you believe in and what you stand for, and it was very genuine. And I want to commend you too. You seem like a fine young man. And the most important thing I want to talk about also is I want to clarify a statement that Mr. Spiritus said at the end of closing when every council person speaks. He says, clearly, there was a misunderstanding in the past between himself and Ms. Park, which is I. But hopefully, we can work together going forward. You know very well, Mr. Spiritus, that was not a misunderstanding. You told me to be quiet and shut up. I think it's totally wrong. Instead of having the chance to apologize, you go ahead and tell the mistruth, which is personally a lie. You said that, and you don't want to even take ownership about that. And Mr. Mayor Felder and Mr. Lawson, no need of me talking to Mr. Troderick, but if something like that would have happened to you, your wife or your mother, you would not be pleased with it. And neither one of you said anything to this man when he said that to me. Neither one of you men. So I just want to go on the record that he said that to me, and he knows he said that to me, and everybody in here, including Ms. Williams, who has so much to say, but does not have anything to say about something like this. And if he would have said that to you, you'd have been up in arms.
Thank you for your comments, Ms.
And I
Park.
thank you.
Mary Brown.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor Brown, Riviera Beach. Let me just make a correction here,
because it may be a little bit of misunderstanding. We would not take away anything from anyone. Congratulations to Kashama Miller Anderson. I spoke about that wisdom and that longevity, but she is not the longevity representative council in this city. It would deprive Liz Wade and everybody that knew this. Liz Wade served 17 years, plus counting. This is what we have to do. So when something is out of order, it is not no offense to anyone else, but maybe they just didn't know. So, but we have to give honor where honor is due. And I'm going to say something else. See, Ms. Brown here has these Robert Rules of Order. I made mention about these last week, as well as the charter. So you all, this is from 1893. This is what Ms. Brown does in order to try to navigate not just who she deals with, because Ms. Brown do stuff that's underground as well, too. And tonight, I'm going to say something, because I would not have the acting city clerk. That's a disservice to this city here. If you don't want her, be woman and man enough to say you don't want her. But do not do this here. It does not make us look good, regardless of whether somebody do not like her, because it's the same thing that's played out on that board there, too. Oh, you all listen to this. This is wrong. This is very wrong. And I'm going to say congratulations to the chair and the vice chair, McCoy. It is nothing wrong with neither one of them. It is nothing wrong with any of you all up there. But you all have served. You've been chair, vice chair. I made mention about you play race cards amongst your own selves, not just on the opposite sex. And I'm not going to let you throw Miss Hall underneath the bus. She does not do the agendas. Residents, no clerk has ever done that. Dorothy Mitchell worked in this city here. She did the agendas accurately. I'm tired of that going out about these agendas. And whether she likes it or whether you like it up there, Miss Deidre Drake was doing the agendas. And perhaps she's passed it on to someone else. But these are facts. The record speaks for themselves. So we have to stop this, city manager. We have to do things orderly. If you do not want her, do not put acting there. She does not do these agendas. Whoever does these agendas, Dorothy Mitchell, Deidre Draken, they always got the department heads. This is what happened. Now you can come back up there and try to come at Ms. Brown here. And Ms. Brown don't got other stuff to set the record straight. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans, do you want to address any of the public comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, with respect to our capital projects, we have been and we will be posting a memorandum that goes out and gives an update, and that's on our website on the Reimagine Riviera Beach tab, and that goes through some of the projects that we are in fact working on. With respect to the solid waste services, I think the board received correspondence from myself, and I've had conversations extensively with the Public Works Director concerning the information that was put out by our solid waste provider. They are working to resolve that particular issue, and they are going to move forward with correcting that issue, and then ultimately providing notice via mail, as well as canvassing those neighborhoods that the information was put out for the purposes of making sure the residents know what the correct pickup date. And then in the future, there will be substantive conversations with the board concerning what their request may be for a modification to the route. But that was something that was shared with staff and was not approved before that did occur. So we are looking to address that issue with our solid waste provider, and we're having a sit-down conversation with them concerning that matter later on next week. You do know that we have received correspondence from representatives from Lone Pine with their desire to come before this board, and it's most likely queued up for your meeting in May, your second meeting in May. So they have asked and have sent correspondence to staff requesting to be heard. And so we're looking to put that item on the agenda for May. And I believe that, and with respect to SEIU, staff has had some internal conversations with staff, with the SEIU members, and we're still going through some of the information that they have provided, but things are going well, and staff is keeping me attuned of what some of the conversations. So now we're getting into the monetary economic elements, and so there probably will be subsequent conversations that come to the board with respect to the monies that we have budgeted and what some of those offers that both sides are volleying back and forth. And with respect to the grants, we did communicate earlier that we certainly are probably at a point where you need some type of position that is a grant administrator. We do contract out for grant services, but since 2019, I think in totality with grants and appropriation, we've received, I think, probably over $33 to $35 million. And that's information that we do have accessible and available for public consumption. And that concludes my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, if you can, Mr. Chair.
Please.
I just want to make sure that you can explain, because it seems that there's a petition that's being directed to the city council about the status of the city clerk. And I want, if you don't mind explaining, that's not, as we stand, currently a function of the city council, and that's solely delegated within the hiring process through HR and city administration. Can you please, because it seems like I've heard this now maybe 4 meetings in a row.
Yeah.
And as much as I think she's certainly served her time, I don't want people to believe that it's us that have that role in making that selection.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may. With respect to the appointments of department heads, that serves under the purview of the manager. That is administration, the manager's responsibility as it relates to the appointment of individuals. And so that's not a function of the city council. The city council does have, in essence, 2 employees, or has 2 employees, the city manager as well as the city attorney, and then your legislative aides are assigned to you. But that is really where the employment responsibilities from the city council starts and stops. So that particular decision resides in administration.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Pro Tem McCoy. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we are on item 4B, 2024 Riviera Beach Cultural Programming. We do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, this item was pulled by the City Council, and I would ask for assistant to the City Manager, Ms. Grimsley, and Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Casey Young, to come up and address any questions the board may have with respect to this particular item. But this grant is for approximately $98,000. This is not a matching grant. These monies are remitted to the city, and staff can speak on the programmatic aspects and what has been utilized in the past, what programs have been funded in the past as a result of this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Welcome, Mr. Young. Welcome, Ms. Valerie Grimsley.
Good evening. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Casey Young, Parks and Recreation Director. Again, as Mr. Evans mentioned, the Parks and Recreation Department has received a $96,000 grant towards cultural art programs that the department will administer. Again, the grant is not a matching grant. So again, those funds can be used. This item has been brought before the board to develop a monetary streamline so that we can be reimbursed for those programs. At this time, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. We did have one public comment. I know Pro Tem Lanier, Councilwoman Lanier, you pulled this. Public comment first.
Mary Bram.
Apparently, I need some clarification. I don't know whether you said a 98,000 or 96,000. and was these matching grants here that apparently we could be reimbursed with some of this. But let me just say this, and I'm sure to my understanding that it would be clarification that would be done with that as well. Culturalism is very important. Your artwork, your children's streamline, and not just that, all the upkeepings of this city, all the MLK Carter there, with those beautiful murals in there. Culturalism. We like culturalism. We like Miss Graham, like going to the arts. She does all of that stuff. And I'm not saying that nobody else does it, but it engages us. So whatever the parks director will put forth in a positive programs to elevate us, to enlighten us, and bring that culturalism into the city here. I always say that we have to do some thinking out of the box here now. We are not where we were then. We are going where we need to go. And we will continue to do that with the in hindsight of some open minds of how we look at our city. And what do we see our city as? What do we see the marina as? What do we see our neighborhoods as? What do we see our police department, our fire department? Everything that we're trying to build up in this city here, it encompasses and it speaks to who we are. Are we rising? Or we just want to be mediocre? And I'm sure that we don't want to do that. So with the new director here, let us all get in gear. And if even with him as a director, it is residents all over this city here that I know that they've been all in my ears of different things because they see what the city manager has done in his stance here to make us rise and to proceed us to where we need to go at. So I appreciate this. So I thank you. So if it is a matching grant, just let me hear it again. If it's not,
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment.
Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
I think there were two questions that I asked. I think when in the agenda review, I asked, well, what was it spent on last year and what is going to be spent on this year? But another question is why we waited so late to the deadline to submit it. But first, give me information about what it was actually spent on last year and then what you perceive it to be spent on this year.
And then just for clarification, it is a $96,000 grant and it is not a matching fund. So we just have reimbursement for the programs that we administer. So in 22-23, the grant funding was used for KOP mentoring program. The Take One community play was administered last year. The National Poetry Summit was an open event.
You said a community play?
The community play. It was a theater play that was hosted at Inlet Grove Auditorium last year. Juneteenth programming was the funding was used for. African drumming, along with again the National Poetry Summit that was hosted last year with the city.
So where are you looking for it to come, Chair?
What?
Where are you looking for the funding to go this year?
So this year we have planned the second annual National Poetry Summit that will be here at Bicentennial Park in the month of April. We also had the KOP Mentoring Cultural Arts Spring Break Camp that the city co-sponsored that program in March. Also, the Community Theater Play is coming back again this year. It will be hosted at Wells Recreation Center. Also, we've been administering cultural arts program within our after-school program throughout the year. And again, even though this is coming to before you now, we have been doing programs that we will be reimbursed for since the grant was awarded back in August.
Okay, and then why we waited so late to get this in?
That's a question I can't answer.
I know you just got here.
I'm just gonna.
I just don't, I mean, it's money that we don't have to match, and to be so close to the deadline to come here, it's something that we really need to look at and to make sure that this doesn't happen again, because this happened about 5 years ago. The city got almost $1 million for the library, and they did not submit the information that they needed to actually get it done. So I don't want money to go back because we're late providing information to actually get it. So yeah, make sure that.
So again, we ensure that we will use the funding. We have a jam-packed list of programs that will take place between now and the sunset of the grant in June. June 30th is the sunset of the grant, but we do have a list of programs that we are bringing before to be able to use those fundings for.
Okay, thank you. And then you can send that to me in writing so I can know, tell my constituents what exactly is happening with that money.
Yes, we can provide that information.
Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? Well, I did want to welcome Mr. Casey to the team. This is actually your first time in front of us, so thank you. And everybody, welcome our homegrown Casey Young. This is our newest Parks and Recs director, so thank you so much and welcome to the team.
Oh, it didn't take long, so I'm up here already.
There we go. Additional comments? Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you, Ms. Grimsley. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we need a motion and second for this item, please.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. 4C, I believe we added.
We are on item 4C, request for funding for the mayor's investigation. Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, this item was pulled by the board. The mayor or the attorney can address any concerns or questions that may be present.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the mayor or our city attorney?
Yes.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I pulled this item because I heard about the investigation in the newspaper. I heard about the investigation in regards to from employees, but I have not been privy to what the information or what the investigation was about, what the purpose of it was, what it was the goal of the investigation. And I think that at least the council should be briefed, and especially the public should be briefed to know what is happening and what the investigation entails. So if the attorney is here, we can get some information in terms of what was actually happening here.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Nguyen, go ahead.
yes, just by way of background for everyone's edification, as Ms. Lanier stated, you all approved a certain dollar amount at the mayor's request for a workplace investigation. That investigation is ongoing. Attorney Shauna Bridgman is here to answer your questions as much as she possibly can without because the investigation is not complete. I don't know how much she can share, but I'll let her handle that. And there is a request for additional funding to finalize the investigation.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen.
Chair?
Go ahead.
I think you
Councilwoman
can
Nguyen.
start with the purpose of the investigation and then give me the goal and what is to be accomplished with this investigation.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Bridgman. I am the independent attorney investigator that is assisting the mayor in this investigation. When I was retained, it was my understanding that, and I also looked at the meeting minutes from the commission meeting, that the mayor had come to the commission and indicated that several employees had expressed concerns about the terms and conditions of their work environment. And so he, under his authority and with your permission, was authorized to conduct an investigation. The mayor decided that he wanted an attorney to assist him in facilitating the investigation to make sure that it was thorough and comprehensive. And so that's what I have been doing. I've been working alongside him, meeting with various employees to get information about how they feel and what their work experience is like here at the city. the nature of investigations is that you never know how, once you pull a thread, you never know how far it's going to go. So there was an initial amount of money that was approved. There are, we've been conducting an investigation for quite a few weeks now. And so the additional funding that's being sought is so that we can conclude the investigation.
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
So what is the money being used for?
To compensate me for assisting the mayor in the investigation.
So the additional funding is for you?
Yes, in order to complete the investigation.
Okay, so what are you hoping to accomplish with this?
Ma'am, I don't have any goals as far as what I would accomplish. The intent of the investigation is for me to assist the mayor to provide and write an investigation summary, which will be then presented to the council so that the council can choose to take action based on the information that's contained in the investigation summary. So the goal is to provide you with a thorough and comprehensive report, which you can use as a tool to decide how you want to direct the administration to move forward with whatever initiatives you think may be appropriate for your employees, for the city's employees.
Right. Chair.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So the mayor, you can give me some information about the purpose and goal for this investigation, sir?
What the purpose is, I've talked to Mr. Evans over a year ago about some of the complaints of the employees, some of their concerns. I think I spoke to him once or twice about it, and I don't know what happened, but they continue to come. And from those conversations, I found out that there was just some not conducive work spaces or, a hostile work environment. And so as I looked at the charter, part of my duties as a mayor is to investigate those concerns. One of the things I found out that our employees just felt like they had nobody to, as we're up here on this board, so some of our jobs are to make sure we're making policies, they had nobody to speak up for them. So I became their voice. And so me sorting out a labor attorney was to help me with this investigation. Now, as we started, we probably had 10 people. We're turning people down right now. And so it's giving our employees a voice. What do we look to get out of this is the voice of the employees, that we'll have a better understanding because we're not here every day working in these environments. Most of us are just here Wednesday night and some, hour or two during the weekdays. So I wanted to ensure them that their voice are being heard. And, when the attorney writes a summary, we'll get to see it, as we compile the evidence, we'll bring it to the board and you'll see what they see.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
One last question. I wanted to ask you, does that include the 19 employees that were complaining about the vice chair or for harassment or for bullying? Because that's almost 20 employees, and I'm hoping that that is included in your investigation of employees.
Well, as I stated before, the charter states I don't investigate elected officials. I can investigate employees. I can go into records. That's what it allows me to do. I think we have something as elected officials that you could take action on any elected official. So no, we have not investigated in the 19 employees. I'll tell you what did come up is some of the employees have come to me and say they don't know how their name got on that list and how their name got on the news. And so that was opening up a whole nother concern of mine, is how these 19 people that have come to me and say they don't know how their name got on the list because they didn't actually go and make a complaint, and then their name was in the news. So that's a whole nother area that I did not cover, but this is strictly from the employees that came and said they wanted to address the concerns of the work environment.
And one last thing, Chair.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask because I don't think that you can investigate elected officials, but you can investigate employees who are complaining about workplace harassment and bullying that came from Mr. McCoy. Now, there were 19 or 20 names on that list, including myself. But I'm thinking that you would talk to those people as well because they have the same complaint.
Well, Mr. Chair, we,
Mayor, go ahead.
we have not talked to any employee that has not reached out to my office. So those employees, and nobody's reached out to my office with that complaint. And we have not reached out to any employees about, they contact my office and we set up a meet with the attorney. So out of those 19 you're talking about, no one has reached out to my office about that complaint about Mr. McCoy.
Chair,
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
I would have to disagree, sir. There's somebody sitting in the audience who complained about Mr. McCoy, and they said that they reached out to your office. So I'm just trying to figure out how this is working. And I understand that you are trying to make sure that the employees have a safe working environment, that they're not in a hostile situation, that they're not bullied, that they're not harassed. And I applaud that. But I want to make sure that every employee who has complained, whether with Mr. McCoy or whomever, is taken seriously because the charges are serious.
Mr. Chair,
Hey, go ahead.
as I stated before, nobody has contacted my office about that. Now, you say you know somebody, I mean, send them to me.
Okay.
I'm stating nobody has contacted my office about a complaint about Mr. McCoy. Again, even if they did, I would sit and listen to, I listen to a lot of employees every day. All right. So it don't cost me nothing to listen. But what I'm telling you is this investigation isn't about any elected official. It's about the work environments that's here, their working environments in their departments. That's what this investigation is about. Now, I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman, but that has not come to my office about they wanted to. I'm telling you what has come is reaching out to us saying their name should not be on that list, or they don't know how their name got on that list, or they don't know how their name got on the news. That has come.
Okay, Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that the 7 people that contacted me, who contacted your office, who was not called back, if I send them to you, that you will have a conversation with them.
Mr. Chair,
Hey, go
I
ahead.
definitely will, but it won't be a part of this investigation.
It's employees.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is this investigation is not about an elected official. The charter states I cannot investigate an elected official. Read the charter. So I'm not being funny. I mean, you're trying to make me do something that the charter does not allow me to do. Where I sit down and listen to an employee, yes, your job and this board's job is to hold each other accountable.
Yes.
That's the charter. My charter, the charter allows me to investigate and do things in the city that you can't do. And so, I don't think you're trying to make me take these employees. That's not going to be in this investigation. It's about hostile work environments with whether it's directors, other employees, whatsoever. That's what this is about.
Okay, you keep saying that, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
You keep saying that I'm asking you to investigate a elected official. I'm not asking that. I'm asking that you reach out to, or they can reach out to you. I can give you their information, or I can send them to you. These employees have the same complaint. I'm not asking you to do anything to an elected official. I just figured that under the auspices of bullying, harassment, toxic work environments, that those same employees will be included in this investigation because they are employees of the city of Riviera Beach or former, and they have a complaint. So that is where I was going with that, and certainly would not asking you to investigate an elected official. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Additional comments from the board? Pro Tem McCoy, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, do we have, excuse me, do we have our audio visual personnel? Because I think my assistive device is not working. And I may have missed the portion, but it appears to sound like I'm seemingly hearing that Councilperson Lanier is asking for an investigation into me, which seemingly has already, there has been deliberative action to take place to more or less reprimand me into asked the governor for a suspension of me. So I guess it would seem that the investigation would seemingly occur first before that would have happened. But did I hear that? Or should we call audio video folks to fix this assistive device? Because this is United States of America. And one of the fundamental frameworks is due process. So apparently there was deliberative action to vote for 4 of these members of the city council to vote to send one of the colleagues to the Commission on Ethics and to the office of the governor. But now you're asking for an investigation? Seems like to me that was very much premature and completely a violation of my due process. And thank you to whoever the HR person was that sent us both the employment agreements for the city manager and the city clerk. But it appears that you've just proven the very point that I stated. And even in the resolution, it said I was affordable, a reasonable opportunity to be heard, which that didn't occur. And I think now what we are proving that there was no investigation done. And many of these were, in fact, and I probably would agree with the mayor. I heard from probably quite a few employees said that they had no understanding of why they was even included. And there is nothing that you can, in my opinion, sit here and deliberatively take action on something that's oral and not written, certainly not under oath. So maybe I need to get this assistive device looked at, but it seems like to me, somebody made a fundamental error that's defamatory, and the courts are open under the Constitution of the state of Florida that gives every person in the state a right for redress. So I will be certainly addressing that at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem McCoy. Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Just one more thing. You keep saying that I'm trying to investigate Mr. McCoy. I am not. I am saying that there are 19 employees, and you say that it wasn't all 19, but there are employees who had complaints against Mr. McCoy, and those members or those employees are employees of the city, and they had the same complaint. So I don't know what this misdirection is, but and I'm not calling for a separate investigation. I'm just saying that I'm hoping that those employees who made that complaint were included or of course had some conversation with in terms of their complaints against Mr. McCoy. So thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from the board? I do have a comment or a question for either the attorney or the mayor. The total allocated or budgeted funds for the investigation was originally how much?
$25,000.
Okay, so it was at the manager spending authority, and now we're asking for additional 15,000. My question or concern is that if we have no preliminary findings or detail, I was not completely clear. I remember the mayor asking for and us giving authority for the employee. There's some residents that were also confused about what the investigation was, because there was also a question about the water investigation. So I think there's some confusion with residents as well. And I want to just get clarity. Mayor, are you also doing an investigation into the water situation?
Yes, the OIG is doing the water investigation.
OIG.
So it's 2 different investigations. The OIG is doing the water. I did talk. They reached out to me today. Again, they're doing a thorough investigation. They're going to make sure if it's something there, they get it. They're pulling tons of emails. They're going to start meeting with those persons soon. So those are 2 different investigations.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for clarity for residents, that's been the questions that's been flying around. I've had conversations, but I just want to make sure that was clear. Is there a cost allocated or assigned to the OIG investigation, Mayor?
OIG is doing it for free.
Thank you. So, and Mr. Evans, if we will go ahead and table to the end your comments about the water investigation as well, because I believe I spoke with you, but if you can address that at the end during your comments. But with this investigation that the mayor is currently doing, which we're asking for is the 15,000, we're focused on the employee investigation, and there's no preliminary findings, but is this going to be the cap on what we're looking to spend for this investigation?
Well, based on the amount of time that Ms. Bridgman has, sat here tonight, I don't know when she comes back to publicly provide her report, how long, what will be on our agenda, how long that will take. At that time, maybe you may be required to ask for more. We did put a little bit of padding in this, just not to take it to the, strict dollar amount. Hopefully $15,000 will be sufficient, but it's very difficult because I can't judge what will be happening, on the night that she comes.
And to that point, the mayor did say that it grew to something more, so that's why it did exceed the budget. So what?
It's almost tripled from what we originally thought when we started, the
Okay.
amount of people that we've spoken to.
But I guess because we as the board didn't see the preliminary scope of work, I'm not sure what was in what was going to be the expectation. So we approved the original allocated amount under the manager's spending authority, but as of now, it's growing, which can grow even more. So before we allocate these additional funds, I kind of want to get an idea of what the scope of work looks like, what is going to be the additional time you're putting into this process, because I don't want to restrict any employees from coming to you or keep them hesitant to be addressed with their concerns just because we've capped a budget.
Right.
Because I want to make sure that we've addressed every concern of every employee to make sure the mayor's investigation is properly supported.
Understood.
So
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the interviews are over. This is just a matter of you reviewing the interviews, reviewing personnel records and whatever documents you have, and writing your investigative summary.
Yes.
Now, I don't know, based on this discussion that you're having now, if that will drive more employees to come forward and what you all or the mayor would want to do about that. Because then that would, again, increase the costs if there are going to be more interviews.
Well, I would like an original scope of work as well, just to see what was the assigned job, and then what you're going to be doing for the remaining amount. Because with the allocated 15,000, what is your hourly? What is going to be the time that you plan on putting in? If there's no more interviews and potentially additional employees want to be interviewed or brought to the table, then I want to make sure that we're clear with what's the direction and what we're approving tonight.
Right. So
Go ahead.
the information that I provide to the city attorney is summarizing the interview, the 25 interviews that we've done.
And what was the original amount of interviews you projected?
It was like 6 or 10 people. So reviewing various city records, which I am in the process of assembling a list of records that I need to request. Writing the report itself is all very time consuming. So the estimate that I provided to the city attorney is for that. That estimate did not anticipate or include any additional interviews. So if additional employees come forward that would like to be interviewed, then that cost would go beyond the estimate that I provided to the city attorney.
And to keep the integrity of the investigation going, I want to limit some of the conversation, but I do want to get some clear direction before we allocate an additional 15,000. So,
Chairman?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Spears. Councilperson.
I'd like to ask the counselor here, is this the same hourly wage and the same contract that you originally submitted, except that it's just an amendment on the amount of money?
It's not even an amendment on the amount of money. It's the same contract. The original amount, it was just capped at the amount that the city manager has authority to spend. And then the contract indicated that if the need to go beyond the city manager's authority arose, then we would come here to get the council's approval.
So then the hourly fees and the scope of work are basically the same thing as in the original contract that was discussed and approved by this council?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe that we should move forward tonight. I think that waiting and postponing this important investigation will have an impact on the lives of many of our employees, and I think it's very important that the mayor has the ability to proceed immediately with completing his investigation.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I certainly, support the employees and them letting their voices be heard, but this investigation initially started where we were not aware of what was going on to begin with, and it just seems like it's continuing that way. Now we're being asked to give additional $15,000 when we don't even know what the 25 covered. We have not seen this stuff. We have not seen the scope. We have not seen, we don't know anything other than what we hear here at the meeting, which has not been very much. In the past, we've had an idea as to what was being done, how it was being handled, why is it costing this amount of money. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just saying, as a council person, we're kind of just sitting back and being told that we've spent the 25, now we need another 15. It may be more than 15. I don't know how long we're going to continue to be in the dark, and then now we just got to give additional monies, but don't know really why we're getting asked for additional monies. So I can't support that unless I see something in writing, what we're doing, or how we got here. None of that has been said. So I'm not in favor of it at this time until I have more information.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. And I can understand your concerns, but was it not this same board just over 2 years ago that approved a $80,000 investigation after the fact? So I could appreciate that the staff has made some progress in making sure that we found out beforehand. But, you know, if I can recall correctly, it was just with former Chief Nate Osgood, an investigation that was pretty, it wasn't very specific, but it was more or less to determine if there was any wrongdoing. But I think, you know, the attorney and the mayor has put forth the natural scope, but without compromising the investigation. I'm not sure how much more we would need. I would hope that we can get it done. And what I can say is I have heard specifically, and I shared this with Mr. Evans and his team on the CRA side at the last agenda review, that I've heard from employees of the CRA that have similar concerns. So I would support it. And I would literally ask that we double that amount so that we're thorough, to not just limit this to the Riviera Beach, the city of Riviera Beach, but to the employees that have raised concerns over in the Community Redevelopment Agency as well. Because I know certainly I get them by emails and even personally stop by my office to say things about, you know, the treatment and, you know, the sudden changing of schedules without notice, the various different complaints that they've tried to address internally that have went nowhere. So I would certainly support this.
And I would be in agreement. I'm sorry, Councilwoman, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have any problem with the investigation in regards to employees who say that they have been bullied, or that they work in a toxic environment, or that they have been harassed. I have no problem with that, but I have not seen anything. This is $40,000. I have not seen anything, not a scope, not a, nothing in writing that tells me, okay, just tell me what's going to happen, what you're going to do, who you're going to, something. I haven't even seen the contract. So I think that the contract itself, I mean, at least we should have seen that. But this is a lot of money to have not seen anything.
And I guess I would be in agreement that I am supportive of this, because this is for the employees of the city. And if there is a preliminary finding that our mayor is supporting. Mr. Evans, the investigation, or Attorney Nguyen, the investigation that was done into our former chief, what was the total cost of that investigation?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think it was 85,000.
Okay. So this is for all the employees across the city, with 25 employees currently. My goal is to make sure, my line of questioning was just so that the board could be abreast with the decision making what happened. I'm absolutely supportive of the investigation to get to the bottom, to concern with the concerns of our employees and our staff, so that we can better the quality of our environment and of our work environment, so that the board can know what we're dealing with. So if we paid that amount to investigate one individual at that total amount, and we're looking across the entire organization, I would be in support of actually providing this funding. My line of questioning was to find out what is going to be the dollar amount we're going to expect, because I don't want this coming before the board without preliminary findings or actual final discussion. So if we're going to have additional dollars that have to be allocated, we're sitting here having a discussion where we could be talking about the entire report after you've completed it. So that's why I want to make sure that this is going to be sufficient, this 15,000, so that we can proceed with this investigation and move on, so that Mr. Evans, staff, and this board can know how do we need to proceed with the condition of the work environment for our employees.
Mr. Chair,
Mayor, go ahead.
I have a question. That investigation that cost $85,000, Mr. Evans, did it come back to the board for approval?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
After the 25,000 was.
It came back at the conclusion of the report, once the report was concluded.
Right. Was there any information given to the board as that investigation was going on? What my colleagues are asking for now?
Mr. Chair, with regards to that, No, there was not any information. And then to provide a little bit of context with respect to that, any type of an investigation should be done in a situation that preserves the integrity of the investigation. And so the thought process behind staff not bringing that item to the board was we did not want to have an incomplete investigation. We wanted to make sure that the investigation, which is protected for under state law, was done so in an abundance of caution to make sure that persons' due process rights or persons that are involved in that situation don't find it to where it's incomplete or it's shared for public consumption. So that was the thought process behind waiting to the conclusion of the report when it was shared with the board. But the total cost was $85,000.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor, go ahead.
And employees are up under the same state law as they're given information, correct?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, any type of investigation, especially when it talks about workplace environments and conditions and the like, and if there's any perceived issues, it is protected until the conclusion of the investigation, especially if persons are named or there's targets that are provided for. You have to furnish them the opportunity for due process. And I think the impetus behind the item being placed on consent was a situation where we did not want to get into a robust conversation about an ongoing investigation that, none of us have had the opportunity to see the material facts and the information contained in that. So.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor, go ahead.
Last question. So technically, we shouldn't have brought this back to the board. We should have just kept the investigation going to the end.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
If I may, I would not encourage that, but because this board has made it abundantly clear, but all things considered, in most situations that I've been involved in my past experience, it wouldn't be a situation whereby it would come to the board until it was concluded, especially with regards to personnel matters. And a matter of fact, I think this board knows that I've been a staunch, supporter with regards to not talking about personnel matters in a public forum for multiple reasons, and this being one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
No, I was just going to say that all of this is not even the issue here. Even if you don't bring it back to the public, at least as council members, we should at least see a contract. And, let's be clear, when you talk about the investigation of the police chief, that was the unarrest of our chair. So let's just put it out there. So when we have these type of situations, of course, they need to be something that is confidential. But at least with the members that's sitting on this board should at least have a contract. I have no idea what's happening. And, if we got a contract with this and they would say, this is the contract, it's very vague, fine. But this is what we need for additional investigations. So that's fine. But to have nothing to make a decision about is something that I just cannot, in good conscience or good faith, agree with.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Additional comments? Do we have a motion to support this?
In fact, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask that I would offer an amendment to double the original amount. Not to not exceed the original amount, double to not exceed. So another
Additional 25?
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, is that an amendment?
I believe it would be a motion. We didn't have a motion on the floor.
I'll offer it as amendment.
Amendment?
So
Amendment to the 15?
Yes, to 25, please.
Thank you.
Not to exceed 25.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Do we have any public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this
I'm
item.
sorry, I'm sorry, Ms. Hall.
We do not have any public comment cards on this item.
Ms. Hall, do we have any public comment cards to this item?
We do not have any public comment cards on this
If we have
item.
anyone like to submit a public comment card, they can at this moment before we proceed with voting. Additional comments from the board?
Chair.
Chair, I have one thing. Ms. Wayne, could you,
Mayor, then Councilwoman Lanier.
could you provide the board with the contract, Ms. Wayne?
Yes. Yes, we'll do that first thing tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
That was actually my only, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
I just wanted to say that my reservation is because I have no information about this investigation. Now, the investigation, of course, is through the mayor. That's fine. But to not have any clue as to what the dollar amount was initially, a contract. I mean, we're spending money from the people in this audience, and to at least have your representatives with a contract to say, this is what's happening, that's not even anything to ask.
Public comments?
We have 2 public comment cards. Well, 3 public comment cards. First being Fane Losman.
Thank you for the courtesy of allowing public comment on a very serious matter. We went through this a year ago where Ms. Lanier, I think you were the chair at the time, pushed through $85,000 of our money to investigate her colleague because he didn't like his politics. $85,000. She pushed it through as the chair. What did the investigation come up? Mr. Lawson was innocent. But 85 grand of our money was wasted on her little witch hunt. Now she wants to do the same to another man up there, Mr. McCoy. I have sources in the city from having been here since 2006. A lot of people's homes I saved, or their grandparents' homes. So I get a lot of information filters back to me. The hostile work environment is not from Mr. McCoy, it's from that man right there, the city manager. If you went and took a random survey of everybody in the city and said, hey, is the city manager creating a hostile work environment? I think you'd be shocked what you find out, because that's what I've been told. I've never had anybody tell me McCoy's been a problem. I've had a ton of people who've been terrorized by the city manager, including the former clerk, over the whole Spiritus thing. So I've never seen a city, especially one elected official, keeps pushing through these investigations in a one-year period. If he's done something wrong, take it to the police department. Take it to the sheriff's office. But stop wasting our money and my taxpayers' dollars on this nonsense. You did it to Lawson, now you did it to McCoy. Who's the next guy going to do it? Do it to Spiritus? Why don't you take your money and do it for somebody you have the authority over, which is the city manager? Go around and talk to the employees. Go talk to the planners. Go talk to what he has done to this city. That's who you should be talking to.
Thank you for comments.
Next is Mary Bram, followed by Dolores Williams.
Here, Bram Riviera Beach. Apparently, the question was asked, did anybody else look into this investigation? The sheriff department looked into it. Other entities looked into it. And no disrespect because I'm going to call them the men of today as well as tomorrow. We have to get beyond this in order to sit up there and govern this city in the direction that it needs to be. We keep spending money and money and money and money and money. And I'm going to say this too. Last year, with that garden thing, it was no money there. And you pushed and you pushed and you pushed and pushed until you got money for that. See, you got to stop. You got to stop this nonsense here. I was in here last year with that garden thing the same way. You sat up there and you got with the Miss Evans do this, Miss Evans do that. Find some money here, find some money there. You have to stop this here. If you all can expect to be good leaders and govern this city here in the manner in which that we will not be fruitless in our spending. See, I believe in when you play in that sandbox and when you get that sand in your eye, you become a little bit blind by that sand. But wash your eyes out and say, how can we become good playmates? Because the sheriff said neither one of them wanted to press any charges. So what are we saying here? Okay, the mayor is saying that it's with the employees. Why are we just keep on putting the cart before the horse? because you should have did an investigation first. That's your proper procedures. And then you go on to your next procedure in your next procedure. But what about the investigation? Mayor, please answer me that question. Did any of this board here call for a first investigation before you proceeded with the governor? And I've shared some of this information with the residents. See, you have to know. You have to know in order to move things and get things done in the right direction. Now we're going back. Talking about an investigation, getting with the employees. And some of the employees did not have the names printed. I read that too. All of those employees that names was on there, because some of them told me, Ms. Graham, I didn't make any complaint. I'm not in there. You all can take it up with how you want to take it up. But we have to do things orderly in order to get the governor, get any of our investigations that need to be done. So stop this here. Let's end this.
Comments, Ms. Brown?
Dolores Williams, followed by Margaret Shepherd.
Ms. Williams? She must have stepped out. Ms. Shepherd?
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. To the Honorable Mayor, I thank you for stepping out with dignity. I think this should never have come to this council until you finished. You read the charter, you understand the charter, and with due diligence, I think you should have shared in that rather than start this discussion. To sit here and spend at least 45 minutes over something that the attorney said she could not share with us right now. And it's very important when you get an attorney, everything cease and dismiss until it gets through. That's when you get paid. When you get through, you jump in the gun and you're making all these accusations. And it was you that said so eloquently, I want to start an investigation. I've talked with many of the employees, and yes, they got a lot of complaints. And I sit there, and sometimes I come to this podium and I start talking about how they feel and how they think. And I think it should be addressed. It should be addressed in a manner that everybody understands who did what and why did they do it. As Mr. LaCoy said, you got to be careful when you make accusations on people. You better have proof. You better make sure what you're talking about, because people take you for defamation of character. So therefore, I think before I say anything, I listen to that person, I know their character, I know who they are, and I might come to this podium and really start talking about it. And the one thing I'm disturbed is the ambassadors that have Ms. Jenkins over these men. These are men, these not little boys. And they continuously, for only $15 an hour, that's $20 have to take taxes out. And I don't think they eat chicken every day. I think they eat steak looking at them. That the ambassador should have been the first thing out there in that hot sun that this city should have taken care of. And yet they lax. Now that is some of the things they talk to me about. Out there in the hot sun, cutting the grass. I'm talking about the employees, public works, I guess, cutting the grass. They got a lot of complaints. They're out there in that hot sun and they're getting minimum wage. That's what you talk about. This squabble that you have, that's a squabble. Take it in the room and try to work it out. All of you all are grown. Get it out your system. Come back with what the mayor has, I think is legitimate, that we put this whatever happened in that clerk's office, it was an abomination to sin that that girl walked off her job. Been here years. She was here when I got here. Protect these employees. These people, they're in the office that they should have a seal that says no one can enter this office. These are some of the things we should protect, as well as I call them servants, because they open the door for us, make sure that we're comfortable. I'm talking about the ambassadors. That's what we should investigate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, Dolores Williams has returned.
Thank you. Ms. Williams? Do we have any additional comments, Ms. Hall?
She will be the last
Thank
public
you.
speaker.
Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Okay. If the mayor, I highly respect him, if he felt like it should be an investigation for people, citizen of this city coming into here with different things. What is the value of a person's life? Just like the water. You finna have a big old class action lawsuit, people getting sick from the water. What's the difference if she trying to bring Mr. McCoy into, so when the mayor mentioned this 4 or 5 months ago that you didn't mention, but people were saying, and you told her, do not bring your case in with my case. Do your own filing. So I like them all up there. I like everybody up there. But if you say something wrong, I think you're hurting the people's heart. I think you should be understanding, be a real man and a real woman to say, forgive me, and ask for forgiveness, because you're going to have it one day. Well, I think whatever it takes for, if you say 19, she should get, how many of her 19 went to the mayor? How many of her 19 went to Mr. McCoy and say, what my name doing in the paper? I didn't say nothing like that. That's where you should be trying to go and find out who left out of the 19 that's complaining that she say so terrible about and what these people do. You're doing this and you're doing that. You're going forward, you're going back, and you go triple backward. Do the right thing about people. They say employees. I used to be a manager at the company, the Farmore. Well, if I wanted something done and I train the people, I never was hostile to them. I try to make sure it's as pleasant as can be. I try to learn that job that I can provide for them. And if the mayor, I don't think he would have just did that if the people weren't coming to him. How many have y'all checked that? You want to know about this late investigation? How much a penny is it worth for the continued investigation? Don't put no cap on you. You don't put nobody cap on you. When some of you first got in there talking, I think we need a raise. We the council up here. Did y'all get that raise? You hadn't even been up here a good year and a half. You talking about, I do so much work, I need a raise. But yet, these people, you ain't think about no employees then. How was it when you was employed for the city? Some of y'all work for the city. So how'd you feel? Please try to come together. Let the mayor, the investigation you want to see. Why did you go to the, tell me how many of you didn't know it was the investigation by the mayor? How many of you didn't know up there that the mayor was bringing an investigation for the employees? How many? You got this employee right here, don't want to get her title. And she been there since Ms. Ward and all these other clerks here. But yet she's active. You ain't no active girl. You the real thing.
Thank you for comments. Additional comments from the board? We have an amendment and a second. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier?
Point of order, sir. Are we voting on the item or the amendment?
The amendment.
Okay.
Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Lanier and Miller Anderson dissenting.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we are now on awards and presentations. Item 7A, National Reentry, Reentry Month Proclamation. We do have one public, we have a public comment card on here, but I don't believe we received comment cards for presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll ask our director, Mr. Ori Buller, to make this presentation, and he's got his team here as well.
Good evening.
You guys can come up.
Yeah, if I can have the team come up, what's left of our team, if you come on up. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ori Buller, director of the Reentry Center, and we have our team out here tonight. I just want to say thank you to them for supporting us throughout all of these years that they've been on. And we went from a small team of 2 people to now we have 10 full-time employees. So that is a great thing. And that's really thanks to you all for supporting our program over the years. The council and the manager has been resolute in supporting our efforts to positively impact the lives of those who are criminal justice involved. And so Councilwoman Lanier, if you have the proclamation, if you want to.
Yes, sir. There is a proclamation for the National Reentry Month. Whereas the City of Riviera Beach recognizes the importance of providing individuals with opportunities for successful reentry into our community after involvement with the criminal justice system. Whereas more than 600,000 men and women leave American prisons every year, more than 11 million people annually cycle through our nation's jails. National recidivism rates top 50%, meaning they keep going back to jail. And the thousands of adults and juveniles return from incarceration to Palm Beach County each year. The City of Riviera Beach acknowledges individuals in their reintegration efforts, promotes safer communities, reduces recidivism, and fosters positive social and economic outcomes for all residents. The work that has been done by the county's Reentry Task Force and the Riviera Beach Reentry Program plays an integral role in the country's collaborative efforts that has made Palm Beach County a national leader in reentry services. The City of Riviera Beach is committed to breaking down barriers to reentry and promoting second chances for individuals who have paid their debt to society, including access to employment, education, and housing. The citizens returning to Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County have benefited from the important work of community partners who have cut recidivism rates in half and providing returning citizens unprecedented access to job training, healthcare, housing, case management, and have put thousands of individuals on a path to productive, successful lives. April has been designated as Reentry Month, a time to raise awareness about the challenges faced by criminal justice involved persons and to celebrate the potential of all individuals to contribute to their community. During Reentry Month, the City of Riviera Beach reaffirms its dedication to creating a supportive and inclusive environment where all individuals are given the opportunity to rebuild their lives and realize their full potential. Be it finally resolved, the City of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County, by the power vested in the mayor of the residents by Riviera Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Reentry Month. This program is a program that the city has taken from 1 or 2 employees or 1 or 2 people coming out of prison to a plethora of people who get out of jail and have a job when they get out. The biggest issue and stumbling block for people getting out of jail or prison is that when they get out, they don't have any ID, don't have a driver's license, they have nothing to be able to get themselves a job. And this program has helped numerous men and women to get jobs once they're out of prison and out of jails in Palm Beach County. So thank you, Ori. Thank your team, Kiera. Thank you all for everything that you do for the residents, returning citizens that come to Riviera Beach and set up shop and do the work that has to be done in our community and rebuilding this community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And just really quickly, I want to shout out 2 people that are here from the Public Safety Department of the county. Miss Arlene and Jessica are back here. And so they're one of our funders, and they've funded us for the last 17 years. So we're appreciative of the work that they do to continue this work here in our neck of the woods. And we appreciate you all for all the support. Throughout the month of April, there's a myriad of activities that will be going on. It should be on the Facebook, all the activities that are going on in April. So we're going to welcome you all to join any of those activities. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we are now on item 7B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Proclamation for Black Maternal Health Week.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may pass this particular presentation over to Councilperson Miller Anderson for the proclamation.
Great, we're just
Councilwoman
playing
Miller,
hot
thank you.
potato here.
Councilwoman Miller, thank you.
Yes, obviously, the mayor is typically the one that does the proclamations, and so I want to make sure that I give recognition to that, but I will go ahead and read it. Regarding Black Maternal Health Week, the reason why I wanted to bring this before us, I don't know if people have really heard a lot in the news about how there have been a high number of Black women dying during childbirth or immediately after childbirth or before childbirth. Most recently, there was a former Kansas City cheerleader who died, I think, like last week. In matter of fact, we had another young lady that died here just recently, a couple of weeks ago. And the thing is, it happens more often than people realize. And so this is something that some organizations have been trying to get at the forefront of bringing their attention to people around the country, because many times, a lot of Black women are not listened to by the doctors or the hospitals, and they kind of take it for granted when they're sharing that they are experiencing some sort of pain. And so with this particular issue here, as I mentioned earlier, I know that Congresswoman Sherfless McCormick is an advocate for this particular issue here. And so I was glad to hear that there is some opportunity for us to be able to do something as a city. So I just wanted to make sure that during the weeks of April 11 through 17, everyone just kind of learn a little bit more about Black maternal health. You'll be surprised of the statistics that are out there, and it's not just in one particular area, one particular state. This is happening nationwide. And it's unfortunate because we're supposed to be such a rich country, but yet we're losing more Black women during childbirth than any underdeveloped country. And that just shouldn't be. And I guess for me, it's a little personal for me because I did almost die during childbirth with my son. And so I have a very keen sense when it comes to situations like this. And I thought that, it would be perfect for us to try to be able to get at the forefront of this because it is happening more often than a lot of us know. So I'll go ahead and read it. Black Maternal Health Week, whereas nationwide, Black women are 3 times more likely than white women to die during childbirth. And whereas this is on top of the fact that women in America are dying at a higher rate from pregnancy-related causes than in any other developed nation. Whereas maternal health care is a fundamental right and all mothers should receive high-quality, affordable care and services. And whereas studies show that Black women are often dismissed or ignored in hospitals and other healthcare settings, even as they suffer from severe injuries and pregnancy complications and ask for help. And whereas the week of April 11th through April 17th is recognized as Black Maternal Health Week, founded and led by the Black Mamas Matter Alliance. And whereas Healthy Mothers, Healthy Babies of Palm Beach County is taking action with their Stronger Together program, which is designed to improve maternal health in Palm Beach County through a focused project dedicated to reducing maternal morbidity and mortality for Black women. And whereas the Stronger Together program provides a doula certification to a cohort of Black women in Palm Beach County, and whereas a doula assists with birth planning, provides support during labor and delivery and remain engaged with their clients for 3 months postpartum. And whereas Black Maternal Health Week aims to amplify community-driven policy, research, and care solutions, elevate the voices of Black mothers, women, families, and stakeholders, provide a national platform for efforts to address maternal health, birth and reproductive justice, and enhance community organizing on Black maternal health. Now, therefore, I, Kashamba Miller Anderson, as well as Mayor Ronnie Felder, do hereby proclaim April 11 through 17, 2024 as Black Maternal Health Week, and witness whereof we have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of the city of Riviera Beach to be affixed this 3rd day of April 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hall?
Mr. Chair, we are now on item 10A, ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 4258, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances 31-544, childcare, daycare, and other preschool facilities in order to update regulations for child care home and large family child care home, and amending Chapter 31, zoning, Article 3, site plan review, Section 31-61, review procedures for special exceptions in order to update fees, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Motion?
Motion to approve ordinance 4258.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Ms. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Ms. Sermons, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. The item before you.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, we're a quarter till, so let's not get into this. Can we go ahead and extend the meeting? Because these folks have been waiting for some time, so let's not interrupt his presentation. I would ask if you would indulge a motion to extend the meeting so that we can finish the agenda.
You want to make it time sensitive, Councilman?
To completion. I think we just have this and one other item, if I'm not mistaken.
Motion's on the table to completion of the agenda from Pro Temp McCoy. Do we have a second? Second. Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
passes with Councilperson Miller Anderson out.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Sermons.
Thank you. The item before you this evening came about through concerns from a certain community of Riviera Beach involved with childcare. So what I will do is give a concise presentation of the area of the code that entails this proposed ordinance and the proposed changes to it. I will say that in preparation of this item in the text amendment, staff has met multiple times with members of the child care community of Riviera Beach, as well as different council persons who are interested in seeing some changes to this section of the code. So first, I will provide an overview. Section 31-544 of the Land Development Code regulates family daycare homes and large family daycare homes. So with the family daycare homes portion, this section of the code provides for a by right use for family daycare homes within the allowed zoning districts, as long as they are licensed by the local authority and of course having their business tax receipt for the city of Riviera Beach. The second use involved in this section of the code is large family child care homes. They are regulated in the following areas primarily: maximum child capacities, minimum floor areas and minimum outdoor areas, parking and loading requirements, allowable zoning districts, and separation requirements. The first two items are regulated by the licensing authority, which in our case is the Palm Beach County. So the proposed updates. First, for family daycare homes, the proposed update is to update the maximum child capacities to reflect language in the county health department's regulations for this use. The second proposed update for family daycare homes is to clarify the regulating body and in the instance of conflicts. So there are state statutes regulating these uses, and then we have the county health department that also regulates these uses, and then there are city regulations that apply as well. So language was added to clarify what areas applied and to whom. With the large family child care homes, the first proposed update is related to the application fees. In the documents that were passed out to you, you can see a copy of the development services fee schedule. With the current applicable fees, they total $4,500, which includes the site plan application fee, the special exception application fee, and the advertisement deposit. Those combine to $4,500. The recommendation is to reduce those by 50% or $2,250. That
Mr.
is
Chair.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
So I want to know, how do we want to take questions? Are you preferring that we do this right now while we're going through the individual proposed sections, or do we wait to the end?
Pleasure of the board. I personally would prefer to take them during, but it's the pleasure of the board.
If you will.
Please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Sermons, thank you for that. And actually, thank you for the email earlier today giving me that fee schedule. And then I think we just got a physical copy here. And I actually came up with exactly 4,500, but then according to the fee schedule, I seen the additional fees of sign notification, which I would believe applies for $25, and then also another additional fee of site plan digitizing. I believe I seen it in here for $100. Would those not be applicable in the situation?
No, the digitizing is not required. The department is now reviewing these applications electronically, so that fee would not be applicable to this type. And then the sign as well, it would, sorry, you said, what was the second fee?
Notification sign for $25. It's
that is not related to this type of application. It would not apply.
okay, so $4,500. And thank you for this fee schedule, but I thought you shared with me, and I may be wrong, but I thought I heard yesterday that you said that the fees were maintained and done by way of a resolution. And this shows that this was adopted by an ordinance. So is there another version, or was this never corrected?
No, if I'm apparently misspoke yesterday, this is adopted by ordinance. And I think what I intended to say is that it is, the fee schedule is adopted by reference, and it is not included in Muni code, but it is adopted by ordinance.
So if I go back to the 3062, it sets forth all of these fees.
I'm sorry?
If I go back to ordinance number 3062, it sets forth all of these fees?
It should, yes.
Okay. Alrighty. And the reason I'm saying that, because I know certainly you have made this recommendation of cutting that fee in half, but if the members have the same fee schedule that I'm looking at here, a minor is less than 1 acre, a major is $2,500, and a minor is $1,500. I mean, most of these single family homes are not even 1/10 of an acre. So I guess for site plan review, why, in your opinion, would it not be suitable to add a home-based business site plan review to this section as opposed to a recommendation of cutting it in half?
Staff is open to that recommendation.
I think so, because I mean, and the reason I guess I'm just trying to bring some parity. If I can have your attention to Ms. Wynn, if you look at this, these site plan reviews are based on the actual acreage. There's no way that I've seen any single home in Riviera Beach that, is the size of an acre. So it would seem, if that's the case, then we should have a separate carve out for just the site plan review by itself for a home-based business. And that would be my recommendation, that we parse it out and add specifically instead of cutting it in half. Because let's just say we have a huge boom and we decide to increase the fee schedule. If the fee schedule for less than an acre increases up to $5,000, are we going to essentially ask home-based businesses to turn around and pay what would have been $7,500? They would now be paying $2,500 just for the site plan application. So I would hope that we can parse it out separately and create a separate item for us to put in for a home-based business for a site plan review?
Not having previously reviewed that recommendation before this, I would just say that I'm not aware of another home-based business that requires a site plan. I believe large family daycares are unique in that sense, but again, we would need to look through our code to verify. But if it only applies to this particular use, it may not require that type of carve out. And we went the approach of making an edit to the text of the code as opposed to the fee table. But again, if we look through it more to see if there's more that fall into that category, we could look into it. Otherwise, it could potentially be large family daycare specifically included into the fee schedule. It's just not the current format for the fees to be listed based on the use.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sermons, ALFs are listed to require a site plan. Assisted living facilities do require a site plan because they require a special exception.
Right, but they're not considered a home-based business.
If it's in the home, then why wouldn't it be?
So those are a unique category. The ones that require a site plan have a intense number of beds. So the lower intensity ones would not require a site plan, whereas one that has, and I don't remember the delineation, but if you're talking double digit number of beds, then that category does require a site plan. So there's a distinction between the ones that do and don't require a site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Mr. Spears, go ahead.
Mr. Sermons or Mr. McCoy, Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy first, are you suggesting that we lower the fee for the home-based business from the 1,500 to a lower number?
Absolutely, that's what I was suggesting, but I wanted a specific carve out on the fee schedule for a home-based business. Because what happens is if we approve the ordinance as presented, what happens if there's a spike in fees? Now, what would have been a $750 fee for a site plan review for a home-based business, if it goes up to $5,000, now that is going to require a home-based business to pay half of what the site plan fee is for less than an acre, which is $2,500. So I think they're deserving of a category by itself.
Yes, so if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Spears, go ahead.
So, Mr. McCoy, Councilman McCoy, the question is this: should we be saying for home-based daycare, come up with a number of children in that facility and putting that in a separate category where it will not require site plan review?
Absolutely, because if you look at, if I can call the members' attention to what we have here, I mean, the very first one I come to is Green Acres, $500. They charge for a site plan review. I don't know what happened in Palm Beach Gardens, $1,650. And that may be the explanation of why they don't have very many in Palm Beach Gardens. West Palm Beach only charges $300. But here we are in Riviera Beach charging, gosh, that's $1,500. That's what, 5 times that amount. So Palm Beach County doesn't even charge.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Sermons, go ahead.
The site plan fee varies based on the type of application. The fee that we listed here is the one that applies to this type of minor site plan for a large family daycare. In some of these cities, including Palm Beach County and West Palm Beach, if you're doing a site plan of larger impact, the fee is a lot more. So you would see numbers similar to 1,500 or the like, such as Riviera and Palm Beach Gardens. So just wanted to clarify the numbers that are here only apply to large family daycares, but they have higher site plan fees.
Mr. Chairman?
Spears, go ahead.
So this will be the
Councilman.
first reading tonight, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Sermons, right, so if we want to do an amendment, this would be the time to do an amendment during the first reading?
Correct.
And it can always be changed later on, right? If the staff comes up with some recommendations in the second reading, can we make an amendment then?
Any recommendations we receive tonight, we would make those between first and second reading. During second reading, I believe there are some changes that could still be made, but we would be locked into what is advertised at that point. And I'm not sure if there's anything else legal would want to add as far as that process, but for the most part, the majority of the changes could be made between now and second reading.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
With regards to any changes that would be proffered, anything that is substantive should be discussed in this particular. Anything that is minor can be made a tweak at second reading. So if there are things that the board has some, would like for staff to make some modifications, certainly this would be the venue to effectively do that, to provide us the direction necessary so we can make sure it is appropriate when it does come back in second and final reading.
And also, Mr. Chair, if I can jump in, Dr. Spiritus, as long as the change, especially after second reading when it's been advertised, doesn't affect the title and the advertisement, you can make those changes. But if it affects the title significantly, then, so for instance, if you were to add in something like penalties or something like that that's not covered in this title, then we would have to re-advertise.
Continue, Mr. Evans.
Yes. So the first proposed change for large family childcare homes are related to the fees, and what staff and the Planning and Zoning Board have recommended was to reduce it by 50%. And we hope to have direction as to whether we want to do a different amount from that before we bring this back for second reading. 2 is to clarify regulating bodies and conflicts. Same with the regular family daycares, just to clarify that there are state, county, and city regulations involved. And ultimately, when it comes to conflicts between the state and the county, the more stringent applies. So we clarified that in language. And then finally, the parking requirements. Currently, the ordinance requires 3 parking spaces plus a drop-off area. In many cases, that results in 4 spaces. What we are, proposing now is, with our new recommendation, is 3 spaces, including the drop-off area. So the minimum parking spaces of 2 would be there, and then a 3rd area for clients of the daycare to safely pull in, drop off their child, and then pull out and go on about their business. So this would effectively reduce the required spaces by 1, but also keeping the requirement for a effective drop-off area. So that summarizes the changes that are proposed here. And again, I am available for any questions or any direction in terms of additional edits that the council would like to see to these proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
the fee that you cut in half, how did you arrive to the 50% decrease?
Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
So the code already has a built-in payment plan that is afforded to certain uses. I believe it's just churches, large family daycares, and certain types of assisted living facilities. This payment plan allows them to pay 50% upfront and then the remaining 50% before it comes to city council. So following that same logic, the initial markup was 50% upfront and the second half be waived. With the conversation tonight, we could certainly explore a set or flat fee for this type of use and make amendments accordingly to the document.
All right, thank you.
Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I had this conversation with Mr. Simmons and the agenda review team. You know, one of the areas that we have not encompassed that I guess is no longer up on the screen, there's a guy who looks familiar, but can we get the other portion back up on the screen? The presentation from Mr. Simmons was the parking, and particularly the
number 3 on the screen?
Yes, number 3. So you're recommending reducing the parking requirements, current 3 spaces plus drop off, and the recommendation that you're coming with is the recommendation, including drop-off areas, but that's specifically not called out in here, Mr. Simmons. What section is that?
That is section 31-577.
Well, so I guess but that's not the section that we have in front of us. Correct, right? What we have in front of us is the daycare section. There's no 31-577 that's being deliberated on.
That section is included in this conversation by reference. In the parking section of 31-544, the parking requirements are referenced in that language. If we would like to make changes to the parking section, we can absolutely add that for second reading as well.
Yes, I would love to do that, but the document that's uploaded, just so for the explanation and so the other members can follow along, the ordinance that we have on the agenda doesn't include 31-577, and I definitely would like to open that up so that way on second reading we can do just what we mentioned in addressing the parking. But I share with you my other concern regarding parking. We currently have it at 3 spaces, and you're going to recommend 3 spaces, including a drop-off area. I guess I would have loved to see what that language looks like, but when we bring that back on second reading, we'll have the actual strike through an underlying language of the new 31-577 parking section.
Well, let me bring forth. Okay, so on line 136 is a component of section F of this part of the code that addresses parking and loading. And what we've done is add language starting at line 136, stating that one of the required parking spaces may serve as the pickup and drop-off area if it is located as indicated above. So we place that there to indicate that one of those 3 spaces can be the drop-off area as opposed to in addition to those 3 spaces. But as you have mentioned, parking is also mentioned in 577, so we can make edits to that section and make that update for second reading.
Yes, I would like that. In fact, because one of the required parking spaces may serve as the pickup. So what you're proposing is that every large family daycare that's going to have 10 to 12 children in it needs to have 3 parking spaces. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct, a minimum of 3, but one of those can be the drop-off area.
And Mrs. Sermons, I need to know for certain, because we only get one, and for lack of better words, one bullet to fire at this. When you're going to go back, you're going to bring us back a section of 31-577 to also simultaneously record this in the parking section of the code?
Yes, my understanding of what's being requested right now is to alter the language in 577, but to clarify what is expected though. Right now it says for daycares, 1 space per employee, minimum of 3 spaces plus adequate provision for drop-off of children. The edit to that would, please clarify the desire to the edit here. Is it to remove the 1 space per employee?
Correct.
And just, okay.
Correct. And that's why I want to open up 31-577, because I shared with Mr. Sermon's members yesterday that daycares and what that looked like in child care centers have changed, certainly since I was there 10 years ago when I was in daycare. But certainly there weren't large family daycares or family daycares 30 years ago. But what this is basically requesting is that in addition to what we have here, they're asking for 1 space per employee. If a person lives in that house and they're an employee and they have their spouse that's also working in the center, then you're going to have 2 spaces just for the folks that live in the house. And if they have an employee that may travel to the house, and then there's going to need to be a space for them. So if you have one space per employee, God forbid, if you have another employee that comes by Uber or ride sharing, then in theory, you would need to have 4 spaces. So I would hope that we can remove the minimum, or we can remove the 1 space per employee portion that is in 31-577, because this certainly isn't the same as in 2010 when ride sharing didn't really exist. And I would like to offer that when the time is appropriate, Mr. Chair, as an amendment, that we remove the 1 space per employee provision that's in 31-577 that deals solely with daycares.
Thank you, Pro Tem McCoy. Councilwoman Lanier, you had questions?
No, I think it got answered when Mr. Sermons talked about, yeah, I got it.
Any additional comments from the board? Pro Tem McCoy, you want to add those amendments to the ordinance?
Well, I certainly will, but I want to make sure that everybody understands what we were suggesting with the fee reduction. Now, looking at this comparison chart that we just received, currently what's being proposed by Mr. Sermons, he's offering to split the site plan review, which would be currently for current application under this current proposal, it would go from 1,500 down to 750. Is that right, Mr. Sermons?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then the special exception application, your proposal here before us would now take that fee from 2,000 down to 1,000.
That's correct.
And just clarify for me, what is the advertising deposit? I'm not certain I understand what that means.
That is to cover the expenses related to advertising the item, be it mailers or newspaper ads for the Palm Beach Post. That is to cover a portion of the expenses that are entailed in that.
And this is very interesting because I certainly, I don't want the city to pay for the advertisement for a large family daycare to notify their neighbors. At a very minimum, they should be able to pay for that. If they have the obligation and our code requires a notification of the 300 affected property owners, they certainly should still continue to bear that cost. However, have we seen a situation where you require $1,000 in actual advertisement fees?
Yes.
For a home-based business?
For a home-based business,
never.
It is possible, yes.
But Mr. Sermons, where was there ever a home-based business that came before us at a public hearing at a large family daycare? I've served on the Planning and Zoning Board since 2012, and I think 2012 is the last time a home-based business was ever approved in this city. So I've never seen it.
My response is it's possible. Not in my tenure here has one come forth, but it is possible for the expenses to reach $1,000.
And that's my case, right? And the reason why it's never occurred is because once Councilman Cedric Thomas put forth this initiative to expand large family daycares, these very expensive and unreasonable fees have made it a complete barrier for any new family business to come in here. Now, what I totaled here was $4,500, and that was the same amount that you came up with. Now, this is just the fees that these applicants presumably would pay to the city. This is not the fee that they're going to have to pay to an architect to actually lay out a site plan. This is not the fees that they're going to have to pay to actually expand the driveway. And what I don't want to do, members, if we can, consider the fact that these are home-based businesses. I don't want an applicant to be out of pocket $7,000 on just an application, and that doesn't even give them any assurances or certainty of approval. So what I would offer to the members is that I would go way beyond the $1,500 and $2,000 in terms of, that's $3,500 in just staff time and review, that we would take that down to the very minimum to match what that looks like in the city of West Palm Beach, $300 at best. And that's what I would offer for that. And that is just the review of the site plan, because in any event, right? If you go down to a retail establishment and you wanted to open up a variety store that sold widgets, you would go into development services and pay $120 and get a business tax receipt, and every department actually sits there and reviews that application. This is kind of no different. So I think this is what created this barrier, that we have not had a large family daycare to come through this city in the last 12 years, because nobody wants to spend $7,000 to $9,000 on an application that doesn't give them any assurances. And certainly we know that childcare has certainly changed, certainly since COVID, but definitely since 30 years ago when I was in childcare. There was a childcare at every church. You'd be hard pressed to find a church. And if you do, it's very minimal that they have a large census of children attending. So I would offer up inclusive $300 total for the site plan and special exception application for home-based businesses. And in addition, to cut the advertising deposit down to $500.
The special exception fee?
So the special exception fee and the site plan fee, I wanted to do similar to what Palm Beach County has. They include both of their fees into one and make ours both inclusive into one and make that $300.
Palm Beach County is listed at $5,900 for special exception included in the site plan?
Correct. And great point that you're looking at that. Look at the population. They have a population of almost 1.5 million people in Palm Beach County. We have 38,000 individuals. And here's what's the kicker about this, members. Large family daycares won't be able to walk in off of the street and open up. In order to be a large family daycare, you have to already be existing as a family daycare. So it's not going to be a huge deviation to what is already there. All we're simply doing is giving these operators the ability to expand an additional 6 children. So it's not a significant deviation. And certainly they go through the regular and routine fire inspections that any daycare facility would, just as the normal course. So I don't want to make this a situation where we're going to block out everyone. And I think what was suggested earlier when the mayor said that the IG's office is actually doing the investigation of the water treatment facility for water treatment matter for free is just, I think can be clarified more, that we actually pay county taxes as well. So that's how that's covered. And I would think that here in Riviera Beach, we've made provisions for extending the additional homestead tax exemption. I would certainly love to do that because these are very much local children. And let me tell you, members, I don't know if many of you know, but I had the very unfortunate, but thankfully, I was in that place to be traveling up President Barack Obama Highway, and I seen a 6-year-old kid who certainly has ventured off and veered off and started walking southbound up President Barack Obama Highway, assuming he was going towards the direction of Bethune Elementary. And he was completely going into an industrial area. I think it's important that when we have family-based and home-based businesses in our community, that we support them and that we make sure that that is where it's a safe place. I mean, in the unlikely event that a kid walks out of it, I mean, you don't have these kind of facilities in industrial community. These are why these are important, because they're in the neighborhood and I want to treat them as such. And that's why I would like to offer up those amendments. So I welcome feedback from the members. But again, my offer up for an amendment was $300 for both the site plan and special exception, because these are already existing businesses. And then an advertisement deposit that cuts it in half for $500.
Is that an amendment?
So moved.
Second.
Amendment made and a second on the table. Discussion?
So prior to us doing that, we want to take public comments?
Well, any additional discussion, then we can go into public comments, and then we'll go move this motion. Additional discussion, because I have a few questions about that amendment.
Mr. Chair.
To ask about how does that relate to the Department of Health that licenses these daycares in terms of the size and, I mean, how does that work?
So, Mr. Chair, if I may respond, they provide the license to the operator, so they verify the space and the facility, and they ultimately determine how many kids they are allowed to have under their license. Nothing in this amendment does change that, nor could it, as they are the licensing authority.
Thank you. And one quick question before we go into public comment, unless my colleagues do have additional one. What number of businesses do we currently have that would qualify for this amendment?
There's a certain number of established large family daycares in the city. I don't have that number right offhand, but is your question how many regular family daycares we have that could potentially upgrade to large family?
Correct.
That number I don't have at the moment, but I can get with our BTR office to pull it for.
And to qualify for
further
this, they
follow-up.
would have to be an established family daycare currently.
According to the county, they can be established at any address, so they wouldn't necessarily have to be in Riviera Beach, from my understanding. I don't want to speak for the regulators over at the county, though, but they can upsize at a new property they may acquire in Riviera Beach, as long as they have already been operating somewhere for at least 2 years.
Somewhere within the county?
I won't speak for the county and how they measure that, but it does say at least 2 years.
So this ordinance allows, if they've been operating within the last 2 years in the county, they can actually upsize, and this would qualify for them anywhere in the county.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And that was my understanding, because when I had the conversation, businesses outside of the city would be able to benefit from having the lowest site plan and advertisement fee, and possible businesses could take advantage that are not currently in Riviera Beach of this. Green Acres has 2,700, Gardens is 4,300, West Palm Beach is 4,916 for the special exception, site plan, and advertisement fee. What I would take into consideration and look at possibly considering businesses that are going to upsize that are currently located in Riviera Beach would be able to qualify for this reduced fee, because I do like that we want to look at a fee to really help with our current businesses here. The problem is that all of these businesses out of Riviera Beach are now going to come take advantage of opening up their home large family daycare here in Riviera Beach. If I'm in Lake Park, West Palm, I'm not going to go to West Palm and pay $4,900 when I could come a couple blocks over and pay $800. So now that is my concern with, if you're currently active or if you're currently in Riviera Beach and have the ability to go up to a large family daycare, I would take this consideration for this reduction and the substantial reduction, because I want to benefit a lot of the businesses and homeowners and residents of Riviera Beach. But if you're currently outside of the city, I don't want to reduce it to a quarter of what every other city is charging around. So that's something that I really want us to really identify before we just kind of carte blanche give the fee. We knock the fee all the way down to $800. Councilman McCoy, I'm sorry, Pro Temp McCoy.
As long as I'm known as a servant of God, it'll be all right with me. So that's a perfect point that you brought up, and I had not considered that. But what I will tell you is, one of the persons that I've met with was in a very unique dilemma. She operated in a family daycare. She didn't own the home. Then the owner decided that they were going to now sell the home. Now, what about the situation that you're proposing if someone was actually outside of the city limits already operating in a large family daycare, and this situation comes up where the only possible location that they can come to is in Riviera Beach, and now we're going to ask them to pay the same amount that they just paid over in neighboring town of Lake Park, or in the town of Mangonia Park, to come back and now pay another $7,000, well, actually $4,500, and then now retrofit that house, do a new site plan, add another parking space. So I think the intent for me, I do understand, I don't want to now have a influx of all of these large family daycares coming here, but I think what you're looking to accomplish is already called out in our code with the current buffer requirements, which is, Mr. Sermon, do you know what that is? The buffer requirements for large family daycares?
If you can give me a moment, I'll see if I can find it.
But currently, I think it's 500 feet or something like that. So you can't exactly put two of them on one street, at least not on one block. And I'm being,
I don't know if it's the buffer versus, individuals that are currently outside of our city taking advantage of this minuscule fee compared to every other city surrounding us. Because if I'm outside and I'm looking to do a large family daycare, I'm going to come to Riviera Beach now and open up a shop. And I'm only going to spend $800 versus me going over to Gardens and spending $4,300 or West Palm $4,900. So that's my concern with reducing the fee and not giving precedence to our current established BTR businesses in Riviera Beach.
I think I seen 250 or 500 actually. It's 250.
Yes, sir.
It's
So
250.
250 feet. So, and that's what I'm saying. So now every couple blocks, somebody can come in and set up shop if we don't have a precedent set for a special exception for Riviera Beach businesses, established residents. And that's part of my concern with just lowering the fee and not having a restriction on who's going to actually qualify for this reduction in fee. Because right now, $2,200, that's still a steal compared to every other area. But if we lower it even more, I know businesses are going to be sitting watching and say, "Oh, I'm going to Riviera Beach to open up my home daycare, large family daycare, and I'm only spending $800 versus anywhere else."
Chair,
Commissioner Spears.
Mr. Sermons or Ms. Nguyen, can we include in here that you have a certain time period to apply for this within 6 months, or that all the businesses that are here now are the only ones that will be included in this fee schedule?
Practically, Mr. Sermons, is that something you'd want to do?
It would be, I'm trying to think through how we could write that and then administer it to ensure, essentially you're saying that only those who currently operate family daycares here are eligible for the reduced fees to upsize to a large family daycare.
Correct.
I suppose we could put language stating that operating childcare daycares as of April 2024 are subject to the new fee. Any others after that date would pay the 50% or regular fee or whatever the schedule says at that time. I believe we could create similar language and of course run it through a legal sufficiency to make sure it operates as intended, but I believe that's possible, yes. And we would more than likely operate off of the businesses that are registered with our BTR office as of this date to kind of reference that, but I believe we could make that happen.
That's good in theory, Mr. Spears, and that's a great point, but what if these large family daycares have to now do modifications to the home in order to just be able to apply to that? They're not going to be able to do that in 6 months. I mean, if you ever seen somebody to get a permit for something simple like a driveway, that's going to take you 6 months.
So why don't we add in there that if you file for a permit within the next 6 months, you're included?
Yeah, but I think that's still limiting. I mean, we're assuming that they have the monies to do the work, to do whatever it is. I mean, because it's not just about the driveway. You also have to meet the space requirements. So what if that requires them adding on additional or expanding or remodeling or adding on additional square footage to meet the county requirements? So I think that's well intended, but there's going to be some unintended consequences because I know a lot of these are single family homes. In order to go large, you have to increase your actual square footage to accommodate the additional 6 kids maximum. So in some cases, they may not even be large enough in space to do that in the matter of 6 months, of budget constrained to do it in a year for that matter.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Spears, just go ahead.
So, Councilman McCoy, Pro Tem McCoy, so what if we said that if you already are licensed in the city of Riviera Beach, you're included in the lower fees? And if you're not, by a certain time, April, as the director stated, then you're not included. Then you go to the 50% or whatever.
I think that's fair. I don't want to dominate, but I think that's fair. But I would even take the 50 down to 20%. And Mr. Chair, if you want to give us some feedback, I mean, what's your what do you think is appropriate in terms of the fee, since you believe 800 was not enough?
I'm trying to incentivize a business, so 800 is fine for me for businesses and within the city and residents within the city. I actually am okay with that. I don't mind reducing the fee to that dollar amount. I just don't want outside businesses to come take advantage of what we've reduced it to. So I'm okay with 800.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Sermons, go ahead.
I will say that one of the requirements that the city has mirrored in this language, and the health department requires as well, is that the operator has to be a resident. So it's not as easy as just buying a property and opening the large family daycare as it would be with other types of businesses, because the operator has to demonstrate that they reside there. So they would have to at least be able to demonstrate that they're a resident of the city. So it's not as easy as other types of businesses to just move just to take advantage of the fee schedule. So that wouldn't completely alleviate your concern, but it is a little more complicated for them to come here and take advantage of this fee schedule.
You know, you could have just led with that. That would have helped. Thank you, Mr. Sermons. That actually alleviates some of my concerns, because, like I said, I want to incentivize our residents and our current BTR business owners. So if it's going to require it with the business that they are a resident, I mean, that assists, that helps. But like I said, I want to make sure that I'm okay with that fee, the dollar amount. That's fine. It's making sure that they're a resident within the community and making sure that we're incentivizing the current owners and residents of our community. Councilman
Members,
McCoy, go ahead.
last appeal to you. Members, this is very important. I mean, everyone has someone that has a toddler or some pre-kindergarten child, or know someone in the community that would benefit from this. We have sitting here and negotiated, conveyed land to multi-million-dollar nonprofit organizations, to housing authorities. We're asking the very people that pay, and that's a great point, right? The housing authority, they don't pay ad valorem taxes. Found Care, we don't expect to get any ad valorem taxes with a very small corner of the retail portion. But these are people that pay ad valorem taxes to the city of Riviera Beach. And I would certainly hope that we're going to be open to making sure that there's fair and equitable. I was the only member, and I love to say this, that I can't say this enough, that philosophically, I just like to limit government's interference. And I was the only member to not support a business tax increase for the city, because I mean, sometimes it's just not there. And I would hope that we can extend to these communities that serve our children the same deference that we do for large multi-million-dollar housing authorities and Found Cares that certainly do their portion in the community for serving our residents. So I don't think that this is any different, and I would love that we give them that same opportunity to make them a part of this community. And I will lastly say, I must remind you, since 2012 or 13, there has not been one application that has come before City Council, and largely because the barriers that have been put in place in the city. So I support the comprehensive plan to have site plan review and special exception review to be a total of $300, and then the requirement of the advertisement of $500. And that's all I have in terms of the fee applications.
I believe I already seconded it, Mr. Chair.
All right, can we call the question?
I just want to ask, what does that mean now? Is that it's still $22.50? What is the price now?
If that is indeed the pleasure of the board for $800 fee or total fee for this use, staff would go and alter this fee schedule to reflect that. We'll have to play with what makes the most sense. It may, the cleanest way may be to just write a new fee schedule for large family daycares that for $800 that indicates that that is inclusive of all fees. The site plan, special exception, and advertisement are all included in that $800 So that may be the cleanest way, but we'll look at the schedule to make sure when we bring it back, it reflects what the board is asking of us.
Okay, so it could possibly go from 2250 to 800? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think my understanding so far is that it would be just 800 for large family daycares, and that we would not try to implement the 2250, the 50% anymore. But if I have misunderstood, please let me know.
No, I'm just asking a question. I wanted to know if it's current 4,500, the recommendation was 2,250. Now, what does that mean now? Is it 800 now for that total amount?
Instead of 2250,
Yeah.
that we would create a fee of $800 that includes all three payments.
So we're going from 2,250 to 800.
That's my understanding, but again, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what the board is.
We're actually going from what we currently have, which is 4,500, because your recommendation is 2,250. So we're going from 4,500 to 800.
Correct.
Yeah, so the recommendation is what we were going to be voting on based on what was brought here. But what we currently have in place is 4,500. My colleague Pro Temp McCoy said that we have not had any applications in over 12 years. So that's where the recommendation of trying to address these concerns and the recommendation that Councilman McCoy has, that Pro Temp McCoy has presented is $800, all inclusive. Pro Temp McCoy, go ahead.
So if I could clarify, what I was suggesting, and just so everyone follows, site plan and special exception total $300. And then the application deposit of $1,000 that's being, I guess that's currently here, being cut in half to $500. What I say? Yeah, I'm sorry, advertisement fee.
Yes.
Is being cut in half. And let me tell you why that's important, members. You know, the biggest shocking thing, and I know certainly I did see that a few of the members attended Amazon's facility. Do you realize what we're asking these individuals to pay is the same site plan and special exception application fee that Amazon paid on the corner of 13th Street and President Barack Obama Highway? And I just don't know that I understand or even agree that there's parity there. And these people aren't even operating on a 10th of an acre.
Thank you, Pro Temp McCoy. Additional comments from the board? Pro Temp McCoy, do you want to restate the amendments, just so the board's clear on what they're voting on?
So I'm offering up an amendment on the fee schedule.
Yes,
I do
sir.
have one on the parking as well.
Yes, sir. So $800 all-encompassing fee of the site plan, special exception, and advertisement fee of $800. Staff, Mr. Sermons, if you could come back with identifying where that would be best fit. I believe that was the only amendment that you currently have on the floor. Thank you.
Let me just, if I can.
Please.
Mr. Chair, I want to restate that I would make the motion to reduce the special exception fee and the site plan fee to total $300, and then the application deposit,
Advertisement fee.
advertisement deposit.
Advertisement fee.
Advertisement fee.
It's listed on the fee schedule as a deposit.
Well, it's on here.
So I think you would probably understand what I mean, right, Mr. Simmons? It's listed on here as advertisement deposit on the fee schedule, but advertisement deposit or advertising fee of $500.
Yes, I follow.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Second stands. Dr. Switters?
I second that.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
On the amendment, we're on the amendment.
Just on the amendment. Councilman, Pro Temp, you also wanted to add an amendment to the parking?
So can we vote on this amendment first?
We'll go ahead and dispose of this one. Board, we will be doing another amendment as well. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Second amendment, Pro Temp McCoy?
Well, Mr. Simmons, help me out. So in terms of parking, do we really need to address the issue of parking? You're going to bring that back on the second time, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't need to address that now, I don't think.
I believe I have direction on how that would be amended, yes. And we would also include section 31-577.
Right, and that's not before us, so it wouldn't be proper for me to bring that up to remove the one per employee, because that's not the ordinance that's in front of us. you're gonna have direction to bring that back to us, though.
Based on this conversation, I would alter the ordinance to include that to make those desired changes.
Thank you. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ordinance?
Mr. Chair, we still have public comment on this item.
Thank you. We just passed the amendment. We still have to pass the ordinance. Public comment, Madam Clerk?
Margaret Shepherd.
How many public comment cards do we have, Madam Clerk?
We have 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Welcome. Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Sitting on planning and zoning, I never really talk about the agenda items that we go through. But this particular item took our heart. And I'm so glad that you all rearranged the fees because these ladies worked so hard. When they got through with their presentation, I realized that I was indeed grateful to them because I moved to the state of Florida. I had just had a baby. I was like 32 years old, which back in the day we thought that was old, but I had no control over this last kid, so I wanted to work. And I asked my husband if I could work and put her in daycare. And that was one of the best things I ever did, was allow her to get outside the home and be around people that what I think meant to her a little bit more than me because I had no patience. So I'm indeed grateful to these ladies, and these ladies worked so hard. And when they got through, I said, well, what about your health care? You know, and healthcare right now, I know my daughter worked for the Palm Beach County School Board for 35 years. Her healthcare is $500 a month. I think plus she has her baby on that policy till she's 20, I think she said 26, 21, 26. But anyway, the healthcare to me is more important than anything else. And the dedication, and these ladies, they've been here many times, and I've been just looking at them. And I do wish them well, and I wish this board on your second reading pass it so they can go on and live a decent life. When I asked what the salary was of the year, they gave it to me, and really that's no money. It's no money when you're from 6:30 in the morning to I think 6 in the evening. I think those are the hours. And they have to have a lot of patience getting the food. Some of them you have to change your clothes, you know. It's just a cycle that I think they ought to be commended about. And so I wouldn't hesitate to do whatever is comfortable. What you're saying, the monies that you're asking from them, I think is appropriate. Planning and zoning had went to the $2,250, but I'm grateful that you all took it down a little bit more, and it was to help them, I think, to be comfortable and allow parents to have to work to feel comfortable rather than put them in a big daycare. I think a home daycare is one because they take a lot of time and patience with the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Karen Robinson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I always nervous when I come, but I don't know why, because I consider y'all family now, because I've talked to so many of you. So again, my name is Karen Robinson. I am the director and owner of Robinson Tiny Tots Family Child Care Home. It will be my 20th year this year in the city of Riviera Beach, servicing the children in my community and my families. We give back. It starts with us. Those babies come to us when parents are not comfortable with putting them in centers. They prefer a family environment. We have to have the credentials that centers have to have. We have to have that. I'm accredited. A lot of my colleagues are accredited. A lot of us, when parents don't have the money to pay, we scholarship. I even offer after-school care because children need to have something to do before their parents get home. So we help with homework. We give back so much to our community that it shocks me that my community, my city that I live in, doesn't even acknowledge me as a business owner. They're now starting to look at us like we are professional business owners. We provide a service to our community and the children that we serve. And I just am so kind of happy now that you guys are looking at us and it's not such a barrier because I've talked to you guys. I've let you know this is a barrier for us. So I'm looking at you now like they're looking at us. They're getting it. We provide an essential care to these children. We start with infants to 12 years of age. And some of my kids now are in college, coming back. Miss Karen, I'm playing football. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. A lot of these providers, colleagues, know exactly what I'm talking about. We put in the work, and we would like our city to support us and not be a barrier to us. So I think that's, did I cover it? Okay. So thank you again for your time. And again, for looking at us. We are a small business owners. We matter. And when you're having these workshops, include us. We want to be informed too. So just treat us like you are now looking at us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Mary Graham.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
I'm going to be very, very brief because I think she said it straight to the point. But they are to be commended because when we look at our community, the 38,000 residents that we have a lot of children that are having children that are raising children. And they have to go to some kind of daycare facility. But most of all, when we look at these daycare facilities, we have to also realize that they are incorporated with our most precious commodity and those children. I do agree on the in-house lowering it, but I also agree with having outsiders. You can keep that fee there for the outsiders, as far as I'm concerned, $2,250. But for the insiders that have been here, that are serving our community, I can see that. Because what we may get into here too is some biases here. We may get in some type of litigation to say that, you know, that we went against this one or that. So tonight it is on the first reading. So it is very important that we get it right tonight in order when it comes back on that second reading, because they're trying to make ends meet too. But they are also meeting the critical needs of our precious commodity. See, I'm a stickler for children myself. I do not know them, but I have to admire them for stepping up to the plate and wanting to do this and wanted to have it within our community. Yes, I was over there on Blue Heron. Cedric Thomas brought this to the board. I'm sure Ms. Commissioner Miller Anderson remember this as well. And we had those high site plans, all that filing fee. And I think it did range from $7,000. We was talking about it then. So, but here we are now in some critical moments of time where it's every need, whether it's great or small, it serves as a contribution toward our community and enhancing our community with the love and care of daycare centers. So I like that thing that we put those safeguards in place, because if we do not, they will come back to bite us. So I'm for lowering it, but I'm also looking at for the others that will come in and utilize our services as well, because we need to make something too. So I thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment on this item.
Thank you, sir. Additional comments from the board? Motion for the
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Chair.
vote, yeah.
Mr. Simmons, we're gonna have 31-577 back in addition to the daycare section on second reading, correct?
Correct.
Because if we don't, then we won't be able to, I guess we won't be able to get the intended purpose accomplished because I just want to ensure that the advertisement is correct when we bring this back.
Understood. It's staff's desire to make sure we bring back a product that reflects everything discussed tonight and perfectly execute or required advertisements for it. So we are excited to have clear direction from the board on this item, and we do want to ensure we make the impact that you all have directed us to do when it comes to this use. So understood.
Pro Tem. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 13A.
Item 13A, discussion on RFP number 1118-24-1, broker of record for employee group insurance plans. Mr. Chair, we do have comment cards in this item. The acceptance of public comment cards in this item is now closed.
Mr. Chair.
I'm quick.
I wanted to make a motion that we direct staff or the city manager to rescind the cancellation of the RFP for agent group health insurance and to proceed forth with the prescribed bid protest procedures laid out in our city's code of ordinances with regard to this item.
Second.
Motion been made, properly second, discussion.
I would like to hear the presentation so that I have full understanding of what occurred or what this item was all about to begin with.
Councilman Lanier, you get the same?
Yeah, I wanted to know what's happening here. I got a motion in a second before I can hear the presentation.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'd ask for the Assistant City Manager, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, to make this presentation to the board concerning the item that's before you this evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mayor Felder, Chair Lawson, other council persons in your respective places, City Attorney Nguyen. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. As you may recall, at the last special council meeting, we were asked to bring this item back before you. It concerns solicitation number 1118-24-1. It's for the agent of record for health insurance benefits on behalf of the city. A bit of history, the item was, the solicitation was put out in December of last year. It came back in January of, I think it was January 23rd of 2024. On February 20th, there was a review and evaluation committee. I believe it consisted of 5 employees who participated in the evaluation process. Subsequent to the evaluation process, concerns were brought to the staff, and many discussions were had wherein it was basically decided that because of the seriousness of those particular concerns that we would reject all proposals and have the solicitation to go back out. There were a total of 3 solicitations that were actually received from various vendors. I believe it was on March the 20th, we formally put out a notice to reject all of the solicitations received. There was 1 bid protest that we received. I think it was on, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. The protest was on the 21st. The 20th, when did we receive the bid? The reject was on the 21st, excuse me. Thank you, Glendora. So we received the bid protest on the 20th, and we advertised the notice to reject all bids on the 21st of March. Subsequent to then, the meeting that was held on the 22nd, we were asked by the board to hold off on not to pursue any additional activities. And we were also asked to not at that particular time to share any information with you because you had not had sufficient time to indulge in the materials that were shared with you by staff or otherwise. So we're back before you this evening to ask that you provide us with direction and guidance on with regards to how you desire for us to proceed. Along with me here this evening is Glendora Williams. She's a senior procurement specialist. She was responsible for managing the particular solicitation. And Mr. Joe Goldstein, he's an attorney that assists the city on a regular basis when it comes to procurement matters. We're willing to entertain any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
I have comments in regards to the motion that was made and seconded. We had a conversation at our last meeting in regards to how we would proceed with this. Now, it is my understanding that the bids came in for this particular service, that it was provided, I should say awarded to an individual company. The person who came in second protested, and then then the attorneys told us to just cancel everything and go back out again. But we're back here now saying, don't do that, because number one, that would mean that if I want to bid and somebody protested, then that means that I give it to them. Because this is what it seems to be, where it seems to be going here. It seems to be going in this direction where we have, and this is a procurement issue, we have bids that go out, they come back, they are evaluated, they are ranked. If a person protests that bid, that does not mean the bid goes to that person. I don't understand what's happening here. Now, my understanding is that because there was a protest and because of the issues, I'm assuming with the RFP, I'm assuming with the evaluation criteria, there was some issue about the number of pages, and it was not considered fatal criteria, which means that they were not all rejected because they had more than 30 pages, I'm assuming. So what I want to understand is that how do we get from revisiting this subject about rankings and about protest to not canceling anything, and then do what? And my assumption is to go to the next person or the next entity that is on that list. And that is just not fair. That is not fair in the sense that that means that anybody in any procurement situation can come and say, well, you know what? I'm protesting this because A, B, C, and D, and you automatically give it to that person or that entity that protests. This is the way that this seems to be happening, that I see it happening. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems as if this is a procurement issue and it has to be something where it's done fairly. When I say fairly, I mean everybody who bid it needs to be afforded the same opportunity. And if that's not the case, then it needs to go back out. But my sentiment is that we don't want to mess with this procurement process in a sense. We are trying and struggling to present to our community and to this county that we are fair. That if you come to the city of Riviera Beach and you bid on a project, it's going to be a fair process. And that has not always happened. And I thought that this board was going to be in a position that has fairness in it. That we have an attorney who is telling us that we need to go back out. We have protesters in the bid, and they're protesting for specific reasons, and that's understandable. It really is. And there's no shade to that second bidder, but if we start on this path where you go ahead and you give it to the second bidder, then anybody who does procurement or anybody who bids on anything in this city can just protest, and then it goes to them. So help me understand what's happening here, because maybe I got it wrong, but it doesn't seem that way. But I want to hear from the attorney in terms of how did we get here?
Chair, before you speak, Mr. Goldstein, I just wanted to clear up some of the comments that were made. There was never an award that was presented to any of the agencies that submitted the solicitations. Also, the bid protest, it was made prior to an award, and it was based on the 30-page limit. The reason why the staff decided, along with direction of the attorney, to reject all of the bids and to go back out was because we did recognize that there were issues with regards to how the document was written. And we wanted to, in an abundance of caution, to be in a position to be able to defend to defend the process as well as the document itself. So the purpose was to go back out was generally a result of just trying to establish a process that would be, for a lack of a better word, a better and more controlled document.
So the attorney?
Yes, good evening. My name is Joe Goldstein. I'm with the law firm of Schutz and Bowen, and serving as your outside special counsel to assist you with this issue. I was first asked to help after your special meeting, so I wasn't involved during the course of the procurement, but after it happened, and then when it came to you before at that special meeting. And I was asked to review, was the solution of recommending that all proposals be rejected, whether that was legally appropriate, and what were the options for the city. And after looking through the facts and reading through the proposals, based strongly in part on the 30-page limit, I legally believe that the decision of the staff to reject all proposals in this situation was legally appropriate. I can explain further. I just don't know how much detail you all would like to hear.
Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to hear a little bit more because Ms. Jacobs has said that it was never awarded. So that's one thing I was corrected on. But I want to get to a point where we understand this process and we understand that it's a fair process, but also why are we here with this now?
So I think this is an example of a fair process because there was a deficiency in the solicitation document itself. And what happened here is what happens often. The protest was just early, which happens all the time. In most of my practice, I represent contractors in federal, state, and local procurements. And sometimes you do these things like early because you want to give your purchasing departments a chance to fix things before they go to the next step. So you're better to be early than late. So all that happened here is your second-ranked bidder fired what I would call a premature bid protest. Purchasing reviewed it, consulted with the city attorney, and they determined that the solicitation had some defects in it that made the process unfair. And what happened in this situation was your solicitation had 8 evaluation criteria, and then it had 9 or 10 required forms that had to be included. And the solicitation document instructed vendors that their responses in total were to be limited to 30 pages. The vendors who submitted the awarded or the purported awardee, the highest ranked vendor, their proposal was 146 pages. 34 of those were narrative, and then the rest were attachments. So if you take away the required forms, they were 4 pages over. The second evaluated vendor, their proposal in total was 50 pages. Now, 29 of those 50 were their narrative, and the other 21 were required forms. And then the third vendor was 70 pages, a similar situation. And so you had a situation here where if you interpreted it that it had to be 30, even including required forms, all of your vendors exceeded the limits in the solicitation. It's my understanding that the city's past practices that the required forms don't count against the page limit. That's not stated in the solicitation. But even if you did that, 2 of the other 3 would have been excluded. So based on those factors, that perhaps maybe the number 2 ranked vendor who only had 29 pages of narrative, maybe if they had more pages of narrative, maybe they would be ranked number 1. So rather than throw out number 1 and throw out number 3 and say that number 2 is okay, even though there were 50 pages, but it was 29 of narrative and forms, the reasonable decision was made by your purchasing department to say, let's step back, admit the solicitation could have been clearer, and give everyone a fair chance next time with some clearer instructions and to go back and to be evaluated fairly. So it's a shame it happens. Unfortunately, this solicitation came out that people interpreted it differently, and to correct that and make sure that all vendors are being treated fairly, I think the decision of your purchasing staff is the correct decision here.
Sure.
Councilwoman Lanier, go ahead.
I just wanted to say to the procurement staff that there needs to be, especially in evaluation criteria, there needs to be some fatal criteria in this solicitation. There are things that if you do not have or if you exceed, then we don't even look at your proposal. So I think that that makes it clear in terms of what the expectations are. Because what has happened is that the interpretation of how many pages has been interpreted different by the different vendors. And I can understand that as well. I just don't want to be in a position where people look at the city and say, well, you know what, I put a bid in and I protest, so now I'm gonna get it. And I don't think that that's how that worked. I don't think that that's really the intent. I really don't think that's the intent. I think that the intent here is to make sure that the process is fair and that people on the outside looking in know that it's fair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Pro Temp McCoy.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, you mentioned premature. How do you arrive at that? If I'm looking at our code section, is this something that you know from general practice, or are you saying premature in terms of the timeline set forth for protest inside of our code of ordinances?
In your code of ordinances, let's not say, tell me what you're referring to when you said premature. Is this based off of your general knowledge or off our protests? Off of your code, sir, yes.
Okay, well, can I read the sentence that I'm looking at? 16.5-241 is entitled bid protest. Are you at that section?
Yes, yes.
Subsection A, the last sentence says the protest shall be submitted within 5 calendar days after such aggrieved person knows or could have reasonably been expected to know of the facts giving rise thereto.
Yes, Councilman, I could see why you would come to that conclusion, but you have to start at the first sentence. And in the first sentence, it talks, you're only would have standing if you're aggrieved in connection with the solicitation, which would mean the terms of the solicitation or award of a contract. So I interpret your code based on my experience in other jurisdictions to mean that until someone publishes a notice of a recommended award, that's when they would be a protest. But again, like I said, I would have done the same thing. I'm not implying in any way that the second-ranked vendor, by sending it in early, did anything inappropriate. If anything, they're doing it, I do it all the time, because what you want to do in those situations is say, hey, I think you might have a mistake here, and I think it's entirely appropriate. But I think the triggering event under your code is posting the solicitation or the recommended award. But again, I would have done the same thing if I was counsel for your second-ranked vendor in this
Thank you.
situation.
Excuse me, Pro Tem McCoy or Mr. Goldstein, what was the number for that code where you started reading?
16.5.
16.5.
Dash 241.
Mr. Chair, I mean, this is probably pointless at this point, but did we make a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I was out.
You said
Okay.
that. So
you need to go,
Mr. Chair.
I would have voted no.
Council, Dr. Spears, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Pro Tem.
And I'm just going to, I'm just trying to make sure I understand Mr. Goldstein. And Mr. Goldstein, if we just take a step back, you said if you were counsel for the number 2, you would have done the same thing. Did you just say that?
If I represent a client and I believe there's been a deficiency in a procurement, I don't wait. I immediately would reach out to purchasing in writing to explain why I think the decision was wrong. That's why I called in a premature or early protest, because I think the goal of the process is to alert if I think there's a deficiency. So I wouldn't necessarily wait. Also, I think for the same reason where you say that last sentence, 5 days when you knew or should have known, to be cautious, I want to be early rather than being late. So that's why I say I don't blame anyone for ever filing something early in the procurement context because of the quick timelines.
Okay, a couple other things. So the next section beyond that speaks of a stay during protest. In the event of a timely protest under subsection A of this section, the directed person shall not proceed further with the solicitation or award of the contract until all administrative remedies have been exhausted, until the city manager makes a written determination that the award of contract without delay is necessary to protect business interests of the city. So here's where I was not sure I understand what staff was doing. And I subscribe to Demand Star, so the moment that this goes out, I get alerted by email. I seen that the rejection came out, and that's when I found out that staff rejected it. However, does anybody here have a copy of the rejection? Because for whatever reason, I can't even open it up on Demand Star, and it seems like it may have gotten removed.
My understanding is it did get removed after special meeting, or because I in my memo, I think that I did yesterday, I thought it had been posted because I've seen it.
See, this is the problem. Oh my gosh. Mr. Goldstein, Ms. Jacobs, Ms. Williams, if you rejected a solicitation, it becomes a permanent record. And it should stay on there because somebody is doing this switcheroo. And this is where it becomes a problem. Once those bids or proposals were rejected, when I initially seen it, it was just bland. It just says RFP number, whatever it is rejected and canceled, essentially. But our code provides that you have to provide out the reasons for cancellation. So I just find it very strange. So after we get a protest, staff decides to cancel it, but don't even provide the reasons in the cancellation. Now, all of a sudden, that document has been removed because it didn't contain the required code ordinance reasons for cancellation. So that's a problem with me, and that doesn't seem to pass the smell test. Now, if I can go back to your initial response to Councilperson Lanier, and I believe I got a letter from you guys this afternoon by way of the Assistant City Manager that actually spoke to the very specific, I guess this was from you. Do you have your letter there?
Are you referring to the April 2nd memo?
I believe so.
Yes. I prepared that while we were during the agenda review sessions with the council yesterday. So it was prepared during those meetings. It was requested by me to put something in writing to help you. So it was put together pretty quickly during those meetings.
Thank you. And what you said just a moment ago, that it is legally sufficient to cancel all bids. Is that about right?
Yes.
But then in your memo, you also say that you can still proceed forward with hearing the bid protest in your memo.
Well, what I was doing in there, because it was my understanding.
Is that correct? Is that a yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no, because but I can give you a little bit more detailed answer. I've explained to you why I put that there.
Okay, so I guess you were giving us our legal options.
Yes, sir. That's what I was asked to do. And from sitting through some of your agenda review meetings, I got the sense that there might be some appetite to not reject all, and maybe here the bigger issue was a rejection of all appropriate. So I gave that alternative way that you could proceed that I think would be acceptable.
Okay, so, and I'm gonna defer here in just a moment, just a couple of the questions. So Mr. Goldstein, specifically, in reviewing this, did you have the cancellation notice? Or you were
I
just...
received the during the agenda reviews yesterday, I asked your staff, after they asked me to prepare the memo, may I have a copy of the rejection notice? Because I had not seen it on Demand Star either.
See, but that's an issue, because if we didn't really meet the criteria, how am I, who's now, I actually sat in that February 20th meeting. And again, I initiated the call for a special meeting because I just find it very odd that our code provides a right for a person who feels aggrieved to be able to bring that issue by way of a protest if they believe that there is something in error. And also, here's another interesting thing. Prior to that, there is an opportunity for questions once these solicitations first hit the street. So I guess, I mean, you can say tomato, I can say tomato, but I've seen inside the solicitation documents about being concise on several different pages, and the respondent should seek to avoid unnecessary information, and their response should be succinct. So I'm not sure that I would agree that there was confusion, because I asked staff, as you know, on the call yesterday, specifically what is the confusion that necessitated a cancellation. And it's not until here today that I'm hearing it, and you yourself said it was not on Demand Star. So I don't want to be put in a situation where somebody comes in and says specifically there was problems with the solicitation, which I in fact noticed and brought it to their attention on February 20th, Mr. Goldstein. If you listen to the video, I was the only person, I guess, quasi acting in my capacity as a member of the public that sat in there, and I literally was asking Ms. Deirdre Jacobs this very same questions that I guess are being asked here today. And it wasn't just that was in the bid protest law. There was other items that were addressed. But even more importantly, when you look at this, I don't understand how, if there is a bid protest, how we can just forego that if our code of ordinances says there is a stay.
If I may.
Because there's no right to protest. That's the very first line under bid protest. Subsection A starts off by saying right to protest. So if you're telling me that staff can still turn around and cancel it, then there's really no right. And here's where the trap door comes up. And I said that yesterday. Every single time, if we as a city or administration or procurement decides that they're not particularly interested inside or interested in this person being the respondent or the person that they're going to recommend the award to, they can go back and cancel the solicitation and use an escape hatch to avoid bringing that to the board or avoid awarding that. And that actually diminishes the very reasoning of right to protest, Mr. Goldstein. And it makes it even more of a conspiracy that even you couldn't even find the cancellation notice, because I wanted to see the cancellation notice to see if it met the city's code of ordinance requirements. And it didn't.
I'm sorry.
And I'm done.
Again, I
Please
was
respond.
hired after the fact to review what occurred and what I thought would be legally appropriate. And so I was advised, I went through the assumption that it was canceled. Under your all's code, there is not a requirement to post the rejection of all, because it just isn't there. Now,
it is. Can I read it to you? 16.5-67 is cancellations of invitations for bid or request for proposal. It starts off: an invitation for bid or a request for proposal or other solicitation may be canceled, or all bids or proposals may be rejected in whole or in parts, as may be specified in the solicitation when it's for good cause and in the best interest of the city, period. The reasons, therefore, shall be made a part of the contract file. And that's where I seem to believe that there's a real conspiracy here, because when I go to the file, I don't see the reasons listed. And I find that this is very discriminatory and prejudicial to the person that once they file a bid protest, nobody can produce the reasons a part of the contract file.
Well, I would agree with you that if you were asking me to rewrite your procurement code, I would change your right to protest to include a right to challenge a rejection of all. That absolutely. Most procurement codes from federal government, from state government, from county governments include that, which is why I'm offering you that option, even though I don't find it in your code, which is why in my executive summary, I offer that second option there, even though it's not technically in your code, because that would be the right thing to do. And under your protest process, you have like a 3-step protest process. You protest to the council, but before you protest to the council, you're encouraged to go through purchasing and then the city manager. And so my alternative in my memo to you all was, if you want to treat that premature protest as a challenge to the rejection of all, or then you could direct staff to say, wait a second, the protest comes to us eventually anyway, let's have a protest hearing in front of the city council, which you've done before. I've done it from a protester. I've done it from an intervener behind you. But I think one thing you're missing when you read it doesn't talk about posting the recommended or the rejection of all. It says it has to be in the contract file, because interestingly, in your city, it's under 16.5-244. The purchasing director, after consultation with the city attorney, they can cancel the solicitation without coming to you. I'll give you an example in Broward County. Broward County used to have that same exact language. You all probably borrowed it from them. Years ago, they changed that because commissioners were very concerned. They'd have these large procurements, and the purchasing director would have the authority. And they changed their code that if it's above the purchasing director's authority to award, then it should also be above the purchasing authority's ability to cancel without coming back to the city council.
Lieutenant McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Chair.
Commissioner, Dr. Spears, go ahead. Councilman.
Okay, my concern, Ms. Jacobs, is that if we put this out to bid again, all 3 bidders and maybe others already know what the proposals were. So I know that my colleague at the end here said she wants to make sure that the process is fair. I don't know how that's fair when everyone sees what everyone else's proposal is, and then you throw them out and you put it out to bid again. I don't see how that's fair. I don't see how, I mean, I don't know what the reason was or how this could have possibly come up to limit the response to 30 pages, but the RFP said it's limited to 30 pages. Clearly, it was not responsive. I mean, the city's history, our past practice, is not to count the charts and the forms, and clearly there were some bidders were not responsive, and if you're not responsive, you should not be included in the review process. I mean, that was pretty clear if you count the pages. I mean, our new counselor here, Mr. Goldstein, Councilor Goldstein, was able to count these very quickly and come up with his numbers, and he shows that only one person really met the bidding requirements, being responsive to the RFP. My problem also is that other people are going to see this. Other bidders who come in for, it could be small projects, large projects, are going to say, boy, if you go into the city of Riviera Beach, and if they don't like you, they're just going to throw the proposals out and redo it again. So why spend the time and the money in putting in a proposal? My issue is not between the companies. My issue is the process and what precedent we're setting and what we've done in the past. I know that this has happened before in the past. It should not happen now, and it should not happen in the future, because we'll just have a bad reputation and we'll get very, very high bids. We will not get fair bids in the future. Mr. Goldstein, my question to you is, do we have the authority, the legal authority, to ask staff to withdraw the cancellation?
That was my initial thought, but under your code, since it seems to reside with the purchasing director, that's why in my written document, I suggested that alternative approach. Since you clearly have the authority to consider a protest, and you received this protest, albeit it challenging the number 2 vendor, probably, I believe, under your code, the cleaner way to address this, you certainly can ask them, would they reconsider after hearing the comments of that? But let's say they don't want to do that. They stand up here and, and say, no, I've reviewed it and I still think that rejecting all is best. I think that alternative approach of you all saying, well, we're going to treat that protest as a challenge to a reject all because the number 2 vendor says that they are the only responsive vendor. That probably is the cleaner way under your ordinance, but yes, Councilman, I think you can get there the other way too.
Okay, so then we can change the verbiage from the amendment or the motion. So instead of saying direct the staff, we can request that the staff
to reconsider their, I certainly think that's in your purview to do that. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lanier, go ahead.
So what does that mean? So what should have happened was, before it was canceled, the bid should have been heard. Am I correct on that? Okay, so
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were, the short answer is no, because like I said, to me, after you have a evaluation meeting, the next step is to consider the process, make sure it was fair, and then post the recommended award on DemandStar, which really triggers at least the earliest time that they should know, and they have 5 days to protest. So here we got that objection letter, let's call it, early, and under your code, it's section 16.5-244, paragraph B, the purchasing director, when facts are brought to his or her attention, they have the authority with consultation with Ms. Nguyen to decide that it's appropriate to reject all if they think there was an irregularity in the process.
So, I think my question is, so what happens now? So that, say if the other 2 wanted to protest, what happens with that? They cannot, or, I mean, I don't understand.
Well, that's a good point. Technically, the time to protest has not even started yet, because again, as Council Pro Temp said, Chair Pro Temp said, they removed that because it's not really a protestable event. So let's say that you have your bid protest, you decide to hear that, and there's going to be, we do recommend an award to the number 2 vendor. That would be posted, and then you would have 5 days to challenge that. So there will be a point of entry at some point in time if you grant the bid protest. Or what you could do is you allow them to intervene, right? You give them notice that, wait a second, we're going to entertain this bid protest, and then the other parties will come appear before you in the same meeting, and you do it all in one time. Does that make sense?
kind, I think that where I'm getting stuck at is that the cancellation, that means it's done? Does that mean that, I'm trying to figure out how the protests come in before or after, but apparently now it's coming in after. So if it's, how do you alert the public that this was canceled?
Well, traditionally, in most jurisdictions, that would be a posted event that would trigger a chance to object to it. In your code of ordinances, I don't see that being a requirement, even though I think staff does it anyway. And I think what happened here, and I'm just coming in after the fact, I think what happened here was they posted it, and then that's a special meeting got called. And I think, again, that maybe you should ask them, but then it got withdrawn because they realized that they were being directed to slow down. I think you're, to some extent right now, depending on the status of that cancellation by the acting purchasing director, you're still at basically the day after the evaluation meeting. So right now you've got a ranking. And so that's why I think council members' this suggestion of, hey, staff, you've heard our concerns here in a public meeting. We want you to go back and rethink this. Should it be a rejection of all? Should you go back to your original recommendation and award to the highest ranked? Should purchasing decide that no, one of them is responsive, and even though there's one responsive, so there's nothing wrong with directing purchasing to go back and look at it after what they've heard being discussed, and they can come back with their independent decision and then post that decision, and then everyone would have a chance to protest that, whether it's a new award or rejection of all. Even again, though, technically I don't see in your code the ability to challenge the rejection of all.
So what does that mean? Because if we go to the second highest bidder, and then the first and the third say, well, we're going to sue you because you've already canceled it. I don't understand how that works, because I just really don't want to get into any litigation that puts the city at risk because we canceled it, then now we're going to provide it to the next highest bidder. How does that work? Because the highest bidder would say, well, I want to protest as well. So that I don't know what we have on our hands here.
Well, again, I'm clearly saying whatever decision is made, whether the decision is to reject all or whether the decision is to make a new recommended award, that starts your 5. That's the earliest point of starting any vendor then to file a protest under your procurement code. That's the fair way to resolve that. So I'm not predicting whether your staff will follow through with the rejection of all, which I think is probably the most appropriate way to proceed, or they're going to say, no, we're going to put back the recommendation of the highest ranked vendor because we think all of them exceeded the pages and we're going to declare it a minor irregularity. Or they say, oh no, we agree with the number 2 ranked vendor that they're responsive and therefore we're going to throw out number 1. That would, whatever, if you direct purchasing to go back and review those options, which are their existing options, and then post that decision like they would under Demand Star, that would trigger a new point of entry for all 3 of them.
So, sorry, Chair. So does that open it up for on the outside too?
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Does that open it up for people who haven't bid it? Or it's just for those ones who already submitted bids because it's been canceled? Because I think that I'm getting...
Without a cancellation, the other, no, you have to be a bidder in the process to challenge an award.
Okay, so what do we do now that it's been canceled?
Well, again, I believe what has happened from your staff after your special meeting is that they tabled the cancellation. That's what it looks like on the facts here, that they posted what they thought was a cancellation. There was an issue raised during a public special meeting of what happened in this procurement, and now we're here today. And I think one of three things will happen. You all will make a decision tonight, and that decision will either be a decision to award, to cancel, or something else, or to direct staff to say, hey, we want to hear from you. We want you to formally tell us, what do you believe is the best thing to do? Reject all, and post that, or make a new award recommendation. That certainly is an appropriate thing for the council do tonight, to tell staff to do one of those two things.
Chair Lawson.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mrs. Lanier, you asked about others putting in or participating in the solicitation process. That wouldn't happen where we stand right now because it's not open. The solicitation is not open right now. The purpose of this meeting was to, as Mr. Goldstein mentioned, was to come before you and ask you to give us direction on how to move forward. Right now, it's at a standstill.
The chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
So what would we need to do in order for the bid process pathway to continue, where that would allow the others to protest as well if they would like to?
You would direct your staff to go back, review the solicitation, review the evaluation, and either formally recommend, it's actually, when I say recommend, it's not really recommendation, it's formally decide to cancel or to present a new recommendation for award.
And that would trigger bid protests from whomever would like to make one outside of the one that has already been done.
Your procurement code clearly allows a bid protest should they make a recommended award. Your procurement code or your code of ordinances does not clearly provide a basis for protest for a reject all. Though that would be the best practice to allow people to do that. But I'll tell you this, some municipalities don't. I think that's not best practice. And I think it's because some of them have historically just copied from each other. The state of Florida, almost nearly every county in Florida, and most municipalities make it very clear that you can challenge or reject all. Every single case that I put in that memo, those were all bid protests challenging a government's decision to reject all.
My only concern is, I mean, with throwing it out, as Dr. Spiritus did mention, I mean, people have already seen, what their results are. And that makes it a little difficult for people to come behind them and try to put in a bid.
In rejecting all, you're really making a choice between two things. What is worst for the integrity of the process? Is it worse to make an award when everyone maybe did not have the chance to compete equally? Or is it better to move forward when you might have one responsible bidder left? So you're absolutely correct. It's not a preferred thing to do, but the discretion for a government to reject all when they perceive or actual, I shouldn't say perception, when there are problems with the solicitation or problems with the evaluation, it happens. And you have a re-procurement. In this one, I don't think it's as significant because this is not, it doesn't create what you normally see in auction, right? People put their prices in, someone bid 100, someone bid 110, their prices have been revealed. Now they get a chance in a rebid to change their prices. This was a qualifications-based procurement only. And the price that the broker, this is for an insurance broker, their price was in a sealed envelope, only going to be used during negotiations. And I'm not even sure that that's been opened and led. I just don't know yet. Oh, it was. So
The meeting.
but you're absolutely right, councilperson, that in a reject all, it's less than perfect. In fact, I got a question from your staff on a public records issue today as I was driving up almost about there's an exemption from your public records in bids and proposals and competitive solicitations for 30 days for that reason. Because if you're going to do a cancellation and you do it in 30 days, people don't get each other's proposals all the time. But again, while that is an appropriate concern, here again, like I said in my opening, you had 3 proposals. Even the one who had 29 pages, if you count their forms, which the solicitation doesn't say clearly you aren't supposed to count, even they would be non-responsive. But if you don't count their forms, yes, it looks like you have one vendor who's less than 30 pages. But that's the decision on a reject all that the government has to make. And you're probably right both ways, whether you reject all or you move forward. Here, the reason about moving forward is less because of that discrepancy of the one vendor also exceeded 30 pages. It's just, how do you count what's 30 and what's the 21? Should that be counted or not?
Board members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
No, I just really don't want to get into a situation where the other two protest as well because they think that maybe given that opportunity, they should have the same opportunity. Because I really want this, however it goes, it has to be fair. It has to give each of the individuals an opportunity to say, this is what it is. Now, we understand it to be 30 pages or less. You even said that, it doesn't count forms, but then there are forms that are counted. And that's why I asked before, was that considered a fatal criteria? Because if it were, then there would be no question as to who it was. But because it wasn't fatal, that means that the other groups can also object to the number of pages or lack thereof. So I really don't want to, we really just need to figure out how do we move forward from here?
Sure. I think the options are, again, this is an item that came up for discussion. If you're asking me what would I do if I was on the dais, I would direct staff to please go back and make a determination formally under your code. Are you rejecting all, or are you going to make a new award recommendation? That's what I would direct staff to do if I was sitting as a council
Excuse me,
person.
Mr. Goldstein, isn't that what, hasn't staff already rejected all?
Well, I think that gets to the conversation that we had.
The conversation that who had?
Earlier with
I wasn't privy, so I have no idea what we're
Chair
talking
Pro
about.
Temp, I'm sorry.
Understood. So to that point, whatever the special privileges he has over there.
No. This happened in the meeting, sir. It just happened.
So to that point, to direct staff, because from my understanding, where we are tonight is that staff has rejected all.
Again, there's a dated memo that I've been provided that says there was a rejection of all that apparently was posted on Demand Star, but not left there for 5 days. That's my factual understanding of what happened.
So as of tonight, Mr. Evans, where and Mr. Evans, where are we in regards to this solicitation?
Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry, it's my morning voice. That's exactly why we're in front of you all today, because this item was brought at a special meeting to effectively, and it was the decision of the board to bring this back at a subsequent meeting for the purposes of this particular discussion. So I think what Mr. Goldstein has articulated is a situation whereby that the reject all posting that was removed wasn't up there for the duration. And so basically, it is just as if the ranking committee has convened and they have provided their information. Now it's based on the direction in which the board wants to move. So I would say it's kind of in a holding pattern at this particular juncture until we receive direction from the board, whether it's to finalize the options that are been presented this evening to reconsider, or to have a situation where it's an affirmative as it relates to the ranking, and then that would trigger whatever other subsequent actions that would take place.
And that is the bigger concern that I have, Mr. Evans, in regards to the process. Because if we decide to reject all and go back out, what changes are we going to make in our procurement process to not end up back here? The fact that we're back at this position, we had to hire and pay for outside counsel to review these steps, that this had to be paused. I mean, that's the bigger issue I have. And it's a process of where we need staff to be held accountable for the steps that we're taking, because we're in here at 12 o'clock at night talking about a solicitation because staff dropped the ball. And there's been multiple occurrences in procurement, especially procurement, that we have just won the confidence of 115 million from the residents, that we're going to be passing development all over our city. Plus, we're trying to do about $500 million in development over the next few years. Procurement cannot be faulting like this, and then having us in here to decide on how do we proceed. So, as my colleague said, this is a staff issue, but over the last few years, I've seen these constant issues in procurement. I think that needs to be addressed first and foremost. So I can't give you a conscious effort to go back out and fix this when I don't know if procurement's going to be fixed. So that's my concern, and I do understand, Mr. Evans, it's more of my feedback to direct staff to fix the procurement issue first and foremost. In regards to this item, we're at a holding pattern. I don't know where and what direction we're supposed to go with this, because my colleagues have put a motion on the table. We've had a lot of discussion. I do want to hear some of the public comment, and then we can go back to finishing the discussion, dispose of this motion, and then go from there. Let's go to the public comment. We'll come back to continue the discussion because we have 4 public comment cards.
We have 6, Mr. Chair.
Split 2 in. Thank you.
The first would be Adam Fetterman, followed by, I don't see Cindy March, Dolores Williams, and then Attorney Hans.
Welcome, Mr. Fetterman. Good evening.
In the microphone.
Microphone.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Mr. Fetterman. If you could just reset the time and restate your name. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor, Council. My name is Adam Fetterman. I'm an attorney with Fetterman Law. It's my pleasure to represent Gehring Group and be here with you tonight, despite how late it is. By way of background, I have represented public sector entities for nearly 2 decades. I also understand the difficult charge that you have, myself having served in elected office in the Florida House of Representatives. I have the utmost respect for you because I believe that the government closest to the people is the most difficult and most important. And I know how difficult Tallahassee makes your job on a daily basis. So thank you for the time that you put in on matters like this. The RFP process, I think we've discovered tonight, had some issues. I think that's probably the understatement of the evening. However, it is very clear that there was one proposal that scored head and shoulders above the others, and that was the Gehring Group's proposal, 12.4 points above the others. Your very own process, RFP, does allow for both your staff and evaluators to ignore or set aside errors. And it does not define what those errors are. It does not define them as de minimis or any other way. It allows them to look past errors or inaccuracies or insufficiencies and make an award. And you had 5 evaluators who all scored Gehring Group significantly higher than everyone else. They had the evaluation criteria, they had the RFP that stated the 30-page limit, and they still scored Gehring Group in the 90s, while everybody else was 80s or below. So there really is, if there's an award to be made, only to whom that can be made, and that is to the Gehring Group. If your concerns over project, however, leave you feeling that you cannot award this to the Gehring Group, then you have only one option, is to reject all bids. I agree with most procurement experience that he does, but that he started to touch on, but that you need to be aware of. There are very significant concerns over a violation of the cone of silence, and there are very significant concerns over violations of Florida's public records law. And if Councilwoman Lanier is concerned about litigation, these are the areas in which she should be very concerned about litigation, because there is no conceivable way that the protester, Mr. Gellin, without there being some violation of the cone of silence or without there being a violation of Florida's public records law. Your concerns about the other proposals being in the hands of the other bidders have already been, because the way Mr. Gellin presented his protest, may I ask for the indulgence of the chair to continue given the due process issues here?
Pleasure of the board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The protest was filed after Mr. Gellin received a public records response to a public records request with all of the materials from the evaluation process, including Gehring Group's proposal. How that is not a violation of the public records law or a violation of the confidentiality provision of your own RFP, to which I'll read to you, to the extent permitted by law. All documents pertaining to this solicitation will be kept confidential until an agreement is awarded, if any. No information about any submission will be released to the public until 30 days after the process is complete and an agreement has been awarded or the solicitation has been terminated. How does he file a protest on the 20th, the day before bids are rejected, when no award has been made? This is where I do disagree with Mr. Goldstein respectfully, that in fact, Mr. Gellin had no standing to file a protest. And so if it was my client, I would tell them, we have to wait until you actually have standing, until there's what we lawyers would call a justiciable issue before the court or before the board, as the case may be here, to where there is a timely protest filed. Not only was the protest filed here untimely, there was nothing to protest, as Mr. Goldstein referred to it, premature, but it is actually questions whether there were violations of law that occurred that led to the protest. Because how did he get all of the documents, including Gehring Group's proposal? How did he get information that a bid was awarded, which in fact it never was? There was a score sheet that named Gehring Group, I believe 90, here it is. Gehring Group 93.6 and Gellin Benefits 81.2 and Benalytics 65.2. That information should not have been disseminated to the public. That information should have remained with staff and until an award was issued or rejected. That would be the appropriate time for test. So I'll grant you, if you're not going to award the contract to Gehring Group as you should, then your option only is to follow through with the staff's rejection of all bids and issue a new RFP. No one is harmed by this at this stage. All the secrets are out, right? We all know what's going on here. Are there things that could be tightened up? Absolutely. And look, I've worked with staff from sheriff's offices to cities to the Florida legislature, and have the utmost respect for folks who work in government, who are often underpaid, overworked, and underappreciated by the public. And sometimes mistakes. And there are some aspects of the RFP here that could be clearer. And I think you have a wonderful opportunity here as this wonderful city grows. I've grown up in this area. I've lived here most of my life. I've seen Riviera Beach go through its ups and downs, and it's looking like it's in a wonderful opportunity for an up. And here's an opportunity for you to improve your process. But you cannot improve your process to the detriment of my client without risk to you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner, go ahead.
is this a protest meeting that we're having?
I think we allotted the gentleman a few additional minutes to speak, but.
And I'll wrap it up here.
Well, thank you for your comments.
I have one last comment, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Well, sir, we do understand, but we do have 4 additional public comments. So if the board would choose to have you come back up to speak to address any additional concerns, we will.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Dolores Williams,
Dolores stepped out.
Attorney Hans.
We have an additional public comment card? Do we have any other ones?
We have 2 more after Attorney Hans.
Okay. Welcome, Attorney Hans.
Good evening or good morning. Hans Artenaut with Artenaut Law. I'm here with my client, Mike Gellin of Gellin Benefits Group. And the City Commission asked for direction on what to do. I have served as city attorney for over 20 years, a number of municipalities. 14 years as city attorney in Sunny Isles Beach. Currently, my law firm represents City of Tamarack. I have significant local government experience. And I can tell you, I have never in the 20 plus years lost a bid protest. You know why? I always tell my client. In fact, I just had litigation against Joe about a year ago. And guess what? I won. And it's not because of me, because God was with me, because we were doing the right thing. And let me tell you, it upset me that we are made Trump over my client due process right. He filed a bid protest. Your code required this commission to hear this protest and then make a decision on the merits of the protest. Let's talk about your rules. And Councilwoman, I heard the word fairness. This case is about following your own rules to ensure fairness. Let's talk about what is the purpose of procurement laws? To ensure a fair playing field between the bidders. To ensure that the city is making the right decision under its own rules. These procurement rules in the city must ensure fairness. If you change your rules in the middle of the game, that's not fair. In fact, it's not right, it's wrong. Counsel from the other proposer attacked my client, claimed that this city is in violation of law. Let me guarantee you one thing. If he sue you guys, I will defend the city. Now, I guarantee you, we'll win. Let me tell you why. Because this city commission has an absolute right to choose a proposer through a protest in the best interest of the city. But let me talk about, because the chairman talked about rules. As I told you, the rules are simple. My client follow the rules that this body, not Gellin Benefit Group, this body created. Let's talk about the bid protest rule. The notion that his protest is premature is absolutely not.
Excuse me one second. Pleasure of the board. We allotted an additional 3 minutes for the last speaker. Will we allow the same? Continue, sir.
Thank you. This bid protest is premature. Your own code, as the member of the commission said, indicated that a agreed party in connection with the solicitation can file bid protest. And if the bid protest is filed, everything is saved. That's not Mr. Gelden. This is your rules. This body created. Let's talk about the solicitation. Staff created the rule. They know the rule. The rule clearly states each proposer must submit and complete a response to all the items stated in the evaluation criteria. Fully comply with all applicable requirements of solicitation. And let me get to the 30-page requirement language in the solicitation. Response shall be limited. Let me emphasize the word shall. Any lawyer will tell you, or any lay person will tell you, when you use the word shall, you see that word in the Bible all the time. It means you must do it. It's not discretionary. You have to do it. They didn't do it, but my client is being punished for following the rules. And that's not fair. And let me tell you, Gelden Beneficiaries Group have worked hard to be qualified and to earn this award. You know, some people say he might benefit from DEI. It's an insult. Say, you didn't earn it. Let me tell you, he has earned everything. He has earned the right to be awarded this proposal. He has earned the right to continue this bid protest and allow this commission to make a decision. The jurisdiction is in the commission hands right now. It's not in staff. My recommendation from a legal standpoint, when the protesters, it has to be heard. Your code say it has to be heard. So I'm respectfully requesting this commission to hold a hearing to obviously hear the protest. And one last important point. Again, we're here to comply with the rules made by the commission.
Thank you for your time, sir. I want to allow both speakers the same amount of time, so thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I had a card for Mike Gelden.
Morning, everyone. Mike Gelden, Gelden Benefits Group. Good to be here tonight. Thank you for taking the time to hear from all interested parties. One of the things that your bid process or your rejection process says is that if you are going to reject, you must have good cause, and there hasn't been any good cause justified. And the good cause cannot be self-created. It has to be sufficient. Number two, the rules are very clear. Everyone's trying to make this seem like it's complicated. It's not complicated. It says the proposal must be no more than 30 pages. The required forms is not my proposal. Those are your required forms. So everyone who submitted should have submitted within 30 pages. Everyone has to submit required forms. In fact, when you don't submit your required forms, you're automatically rejected. So that's not part of the calculation. The calculation is I made sure I didn't come in within 30 pages. I came in at 9 pages just to make sure I fell under the 30 pages, which was your requirement. So I should not be penalized for meeting your requirement. And once again, the selection committee during the discussion said, oh, my document, my proposal was incomprehensible because I limited it to 30 pages, which is what your requirement was. So you talk about fairness. We're asking this council to be fair, reject the bids that were non-responsive and non-responsible, and award the contract to the most responsible bidder. And that will be Gelden Benefits Group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the last speaker is Kurt Gary.
Good evening, council. I just want to say really quickly, thank you. We've been working with the entity for a long time. And a lot of the council members know I'm in this community and have worked a lot, very hard for you guys. I do nothing but public sector. I made that decision a long time ago. And a lot of people say, why do you do that? It's so difficult to work with public sector. The reason I work with public sector is because public sector is transparent and it's fair. I do understand, some of the complaints or concerns, but I have the same ones. And I think the only fair thing to do is to have us respond again and have everyone have an equal opportunity to put their best foot forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, that is the end of public comment for this.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? No additional comments. There's a motion on the board, on the table, that has been seconded.
Can you repeat the
Madam Clerk,
motion?
can you restate the motion?
In my notes, I have the motion from Councilperson McCoy was to direct staff to rescind the bid rejection and proceed with the bid process. And it was seconded by Councilman Spiritus.
Discussion?
So, sorry,
Councilwoman
Madam
Lanier,
Chair.
go ahead.
So what does that mean? That means that the bid protest is open to the other two bidders, or are we just gonna hear just the one who protested, that has it in now? I'm not sure how that works. Attorney, Golden, is it Golden? Ghosty, I'm sorry.
If someone could repeat the motion, I heard the first part, I thought motion, but I couldn't hear the motion. You're asking me what will the impact of voting yes to the motion? If someone could read the motion again, please.
To direct staff to rescind the bid rejection and proceed with the bid protest process.
So again, I think under your code, it's the Director of Purchasing's decision in consultation with the city to decide whether to reject the proposal. So I'm not confident that your body has the direction to direct them to do that. Whether you certainly to the board for a recommended award, if you don't pass that, it in essence almost cancels it. But I don't know under your code if you've got the authority to do that. But let's assume you do, right? Because that's the motion. Then it would be, again, considering bid protest. The bid protest is framed as throwing out the highest ranked vendor. There hasn't been a recommendation of the highest ranked vendor yet. So that's why I went to in the beginning that the objection letter or protest is premature, and I still stand by that. There's two types of protests we saw. So to answer the question, I don't know where you would actually be under your ordinance based on your motion, if that answers your question. I don't think there is a pending bid protest technically to be considered. But again, I think what you could do, and that's what I put in my memo yesterday, because I got a sense that at least, during the agenda reviews, you could treat, I think what you could do is you could treat that rejection of all as being there, and then you treat that letter as a protest as to that, which your code really doesn't allow, but I think you could consider that anyway. They could pass it along to you. The protest, first it goes generally to the purchasing director, then it goes to the city manager, then it goes to the city council. That's your protest process. That's a long answer to what does it mean, because I'm not entirely confident that the directing staff to rescind is something in your procurement code.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I just really want to make sure that we are in the legal right in terms of doing this. I don't want to come back and this was something that we're not supposed to do. I really want to be sure in terms of how this is going to work out. If you're not sure if this is a part of our procurement code, then I don't see how we can vote on that given that issue. I just really I want everybody to have a fair chance, of course, but I really want to be sure in terms of our procurement code and in terms of our ordinances for the city. I don't want the council to be held responsible for, something that we're not supposed to do. I think that's where I am with that.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Miller Anderson and
So-
Council, and
so-
Pro Tem McCoy.
So how do we arrive to the place that they suggested the correct way, if that's possible?
Again, I think that the best thing for this council to do is the process play out as it should. Have a evaluation committee that met February 20th and ranked the vendors. What would happen in the normal course is staff would either propose a recommended award and post it, or they're going to reject all. They were starting down that second path of rejecting all. Then you had the special meeting and they informally withdrew it. So you could have today's meeting. So I think the proper way for you all to proceed is to tell them, purchasing, make a decision here. Are you standing by your decision to reject all, or send us a new recommendation for award?
Okay.
That's what, and then the new recommendation for award, clearly your your ordinance allows a protest. Reject all, it doesn't clearly allow for a protest, but I don't think it's ever inappropriate for a government entity when its code is a little bit ambiguous as to a decision of reject all. I think you would be able to say, we want to consider that as a protest. But let your staff first decide what to do, and then you can interpret your code liberally to allow this as allowing a challenge to reject all, which is pretty commonplace.
Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you. A few things. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Goldstein, I guess, Councilperson Lanier has a valid. I think what we're missing, at least maybe it's me missing this, but if I just explained to you, me as a subscriber to all city solicitations, if I potentially wasn't on the city council and I was one of those respondents, as it stands today, I don't know what we're doing because the cancellation was put out there, then now it's not. So I guess before we even proceed to the question of protest, what is the actual standing at this very moment? Because the cancellation went on to Demand Star. Now it's no longer there. That's my first question. And I'm looking for staff. And before staff answers that question, please, Ms. Wynn, Mr. Evans, Ms. Williams, Ms. Jacobs, let's define who holds these roles. The bid protest section calls out the director of purchasing. Would that be Ms. Jacobs in this situation? Okay. Secondly, the city manager. Would that be you, Mr. Evans?
Currently this evening, yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm saying that because what gets confusing is, was it the decision of the procurement director to reject all bids, or was it staff's recommendation? And that's where I'm kind of not following along. Was this a staff decision, or was it the director of procurement's decision? Because Mr. Goldstein did give us the authority that staff has the ability through conferring with the attorney. So I'm just trying to find out who canceled, and is that going to be the same person that has to now decide or be the first arbiter of the protest?
Ms. Jacobs, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, the decision that was made to proposals, it wasn't made, I didn't independently make that decision. It was made along with the rest of the procurement staff. in concert with the law department.
Okay. All right. My next question relates to the bid protest, because cancellation seemingly you conferred with legal and that's how you guys came up with it. However, Mr. Goldstein, if this person, or if this is seemingly not canceled at this point, which I'm at this point because I don't see it on Demand Star, if we put this back since staff and then they come out, we're in Wednesday, they come out this week with a notice of award, be it to number 1, be it to number 2, number 3, whatever. The right of protest still stands, correct? That's already received, because if we don't, that seems like bad faith on the city's part if we don't entertain a protest, which sets forth that they have the right to do so, and do so to the purchasing director, then to the manager, and then ultimately to city council. So my concern is, while Councilwoman Lanier, suggesting that she doesn't want to create a situation where we get sued if we allow it, I think there's clearly a situation of bad faith on the city's part to not entertain something that says they have a very right to do that. And I think the case has been made, and it didn't come up today. I didn't hear anybody say it, but there was more than one item inside of that bid protest letter that was addressed. There was the page limit, and then there was the other comments that were suggested by the evaluators, which I said in that meeting, and I thought was unconscionable for one of the evaluators to sit there and say, well, I think it was said tonight, one proposal didn't go as comprehensive as the other one. And then there was another suggestion that went on to say that because this person doesn't hold an in-house actuary, then they don't have the depth and breadth as this other firm. And when I looked at the evaluation criteria, I mean, in my thinking, I'm like, well, nowhere in that proposal did it require that you have an in-house actuary. And then you know what I noticed, and I don't know if you can see this from the video, and I would invite everyone else to look at the video who has only 30 minutes to look at it, was when one member of the evaluation committee would make something that they thought was valid point, then all the other members would start changing their scores. So I found it very prejudicial, and also it was like the fruit of the poison tree that now that somebody just injected a requirement that's not in the evaluation criteria, that then prompted the other members of the committee to change their scores, and they were all in agreement. And I'm sitting there in outrage, Ms. Jacobs, that's not in the evaluation criteria. So I think you got more than one issue here. So certainly the very initial issue was brought up, but I think staff's misunderstanding of what the evaluation criteria was. Here's the other kicker. They criticized the Gellin Benefits Group for not having the Bentex system. That's not in the requirements. They docked him points for not carrying that system. In fact, I believe it was either Mr. Gould. I can't be, because it's hard to see who said it on the camera, but one of the evaluations said, we're going to have a transition of switching from one system to the next. That's completely prejudicial to the applicant, because there was nothing in that requirement of the solicitation that required them to use that system. And that system, to my knowledge, is purely a system that's provided by the first ranked proposer. So those were not evaluation criteria factors, yet they were used to dock and diminish points from him. So like, even if you sit here and tell me we can go back and award to Gehring Group, you're gonna have a protest by this gentleman because he was unfairly docked points for things that wasn't in the evaluation criteria. But prior to that, my question is, should number one, Gehring Benefits Group, and then I believe the other one was Benefilytics, be deemed non-responsive? And that's a question that staff needs to resolve. That's even before you get into the actual discrepancies that the board members recreated, who I see at least 2 of them back there, who recreated on scene, which was different than what I had in my hand. And if I can go on and say something, you know what was very interesting? I heard Mr. Fetterman, who represents Mr. Gehring, say this, and it had me really wondering. He said that there was no way that the respondent Gillen could have received those documents. And I thought that was very interesting because I went back and Mr. Evans, you were the witnesses. So were you, Ms. Jacobs, as well as the city attorney. I was not even provided a copy of the responses because we were still within that 30-day window. And you guys, do you recall that, Ms. Jacobs? And specifically, I had to wait until the 30 days expired. And I wanted to see it because I was wondering where were these evaluators coming up with this information that was completely arbitrary and outside of what was laid out in the evaluation criteria. And aside from what Mr. Fetterman's assertion is, I think it's very clear inside the RFP that to the extent provided by law, and the extent provided by law, our attorney made sure to let me know that I could not get those documents until the 30 days that's provided under the law that they're exempt is still in effect. So once that was expired, then I was provided with it. So I thought this was going through a suggestion that some kind of way that there was any improprieties of someone sharing the information, but I was denied the information and I was sitting in the room. So I think more importantly, staff needs to go back and figure out, number one, what their role is, if this is actually current or it's not, and then proceed forward from there. Because I think either way, for someone to do what they seemingly have followed all of the rules, because I would agree, the required documents are just that. That's not a part of the proposal, because if you didn't have the required documents, then you wouldn't even make it to the dance, if you will. So I think we need to first send staff back to make their determination as to where we are, if this is canceled or it's not, and then proceed forward with the protest, because I think you literally got a standing of bad faith if you don't take it up. Because if that was the case, then we've seen this, right? It seems like deja vu. And, Councilperson Miller Anderson, I do apologize. I got to say, myself, Shirley Lanier, Douglas Lawson, and also Mayor Felder was elected and sworn into office on April 3rd, 2019. Can you believe that? It's exactly 5 years to the day. And what we thought was going to be a very short meeting ended up something just like this. And, one of the first items that we dealt with in 2019 was the agent group insurance. So
All that.
I'm just
So we shouldn't be here.
I mean,
is
it's
what
already
you're telling me.
we're already on the 4th now, so I guess that don't really apply. So you got a little bit of a extension on that. So I think staff needs to first decide where we are on this. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Quick question before we go to the next comments. When was what date were the original notice for reject all sent out? Ms. Jacobs? March 21st? Okay. And I believe Councilman McCoy did state that staff should go back and get this figured out. Policymakers, we shouldn't be up here doing this. We shouldn't be here on the night of my colleague being sworn in.
No.
Trying.
It's a new day now.
No, listen. I cared before.
No, it's over with now. I mean, yeah, I've moved past that.
But to that same point, this is, and as Councilwoman Miller Anderson knows, it's a priority because this is concerning for us. Like, we're joking because we're trying to make light of it, but unfortunately, this is not. I'm disturbed that we're even in this discussion, this position right now. So, board, any additional comments?
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus, and then Councilwoman.
Mr. Chair, yeah.
And then Ms. Miller Anderson. Dr. Spiritus, go ahead.
All right, so, Council Pro Tem McCoy, does that mean that we should amend the motion that you made to go back to direct the staff to reevaluate whether or not the bidders met the requirements?
Well, that's what I would like to see, but I don't know what the status is as of right now, this moment. Are we under cancellation or not?
You said yes, we are?
Okay. Even though it's not back online? Because if we're under cancellation, then it seems like we have to now hear the protest. Because he literally filed that prior to it being canceled. And that would be bad faith on our part and not adhering to the bid protest, right to protest section of our code of ordinances. Because he did do it before staff canceled it.
Mr.
Chair.
Ms. Goldstein. and then
Yeah,
we have-
I was going to ask Mr. Goldstein whether or
Mr.
not,
Goldstein,
because he
and then-
mentioned a
then
couple of
Councilman
times
Lemon. Yeah.
that it was not canceled, that it was put into limbo.
And that's where, yeah, it's in limbo. So what is the status?
The two things. So there's a memo that I believe is in the contract file dated March 21st saying that procurement was canceled. The only reason why I was saying it might be in limbo, because it was my understanding after the 21st, you all had a special meeting, and I've not watched that tape. I didn't want to take the time to watch a tape that wasn't relevant to what I was discussing. And then I was hired to review the file to determine, would it be appropriate to reject all, or would it be give the city any other options? So I think what your staff is telling you is that purchasing made the decision to reject all. And again, I think the issue of, if you see in my memo, I think I cite two cases. The stay of the procurement does not prohibit the purchasing director from taking corrective action and rejecting all. The stay of procurement is prevent the government body from moving forward and awarding the contract when a protest is pending. But it doesn't prevent corrective action by the purchasing director. And so when you're seeing that stay language, the stay language doesn't prevent the purchasing director from looking at that protest and saying, I now believe either that protest has merit and change the recommendation, or I believe that there's a basis here to reject all, which is apparently what happened here. I want to make one other comment, because I don't want my silence to make it that I agreed with some things that were being said about the public records, the 30 days. So the 30-day exemption under the statute is what we call a temporal exemption. And it's in the competitive bid process, bids or proposals, you may keep them exempt for 30 days. Some governments always do that. Some governments don't, because it's an exemption as opposed to it's confidential. So the language in your solicitation that says we'll keep confidential information confidential as a matter of law, that language is itself a little bit ambiguous, because in theory, the difference between an exemption and what's confidential, if you read the other part of your solicitation, it talks about if it's confidential, you need to mark it. Like what you often get is financial statements. Companies submit their financial statements and they say that those are confidential, or they say it's trade secret because I'm going to do something so fancy in this proposal. But that's one thing. When something's confidential, it's not a temporary exemption. And so the 30 days, so that might have what happened. And so, as I said today, I got a question, I think, for another procurement. Can we release these documents before the 30 days? And the answer is you may, but you don't have to. So that's what might have happened. I have no idea. I wasn't involved in this procurement. I don't know how those proposals got released, whether it was before the 30 days or after 30 days. But I just wanted to say that that 30-day limitation is is a permissive exemption under the public record. So again, I think you should tell your staff, tell us what you think we should do now. Do you stand by reject all? And then, like I said, if you're going to allow someone to challenge that, then post that formally on DemandStar and put in the DemandStar notice that we're going to allow, if they come to the same conclusion that they do believe they think the reject all is the way to proceed, then post it and give people the right to protest that. So Garing Group might want to protest it because they were ranked #1. Gellin Group might want to protest it because they think they were the only responsive vendor. or they might come back to you and say, we've reconsidered, we've heard the discussion of the council, we've heard your special counsel, you've had two wonderful attorneys up here give somewhat differing views. Your staff can go back and consider all that, whether they consider it with Ms. Nguyen or with me, whatever they do, then they can post that decision and give people the point of entry to file a protest, whether it's a protest of the award or whether it's a protest of the reject all. That certainly is a permissible way to proceed, even though technically your bid protest ordinance doesn't call for that.
Councilman Lanier.
I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but what happens if, so either if you reject all, they can protest, or if you provide a ranking or an award, they can protest. So what would be the difference? I mean, they can protest either way, but it appears that something has to be posted, whether it is, as you said, an award. I mean, we rank 1, 2, 3, and then someone protests, or we say reject all if somebody protests. So either way, we get to hear the protest.
Again, under your code, technically, it doesn't explicitly provide for the protest of reject all, but that is a best practice that most jurisdictions allow. And I think in light of what we've engaged in here, you know, a special meeting, another meeting, I don't think it would be illegal for you all to interpret your code in that way, that a reject all can be separately protested. And so, but, you know, but as Chair Pro Tem has said, you know, that posting didn't stay posted. And again, your code doesn't provide for that. But I think that's the direction that I would give my staff if I was you. I would say, make a decision. Do you stand by your reject all? If you do, post that. If you're going to reconsider your reject all based on what you've heard today in additional review, post that. And then 1, 2, or 3 could file a protest. And then the protest could follow the normal course: purchasing, city manager, and city council.
So, Chair.
Go ahead.
So what does that do to the motion? What does that do to the motion in terms of because it appears that either way we hear a protest, because you're saying that even though our code is not applicable for a protest for a reject all, you're saying we can't do it. So either way, there's a protest that could happen. So what does that mean for the motion that is out there? The maker of the motion.
Maker of the motion can rescind it, but I think, Mr. McCoy, you made the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right. Either way, it'll be a protest.
Well, I think when we summarize the motion was basically to consider the protest. But again, remember, the protest is a protest as to the purported ranking of the vendors for whatever issues are in there besides the 30-page limit. That I'm not sure of.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So that means that the procurement department makes a decision. We're gonna post reject all. Are we gonna post the rankings or the award? Those are the only two options that are out there. So if that's the case, if they're saying reject all, and we're saying that, you know, even though they said reject all, they meaning the bidders still can protest. And I'm saying again, that means that either way, there could be a protest.
Correct. Yeah, I think in your motion, if you should make clear to staff, to the extent that the code does not explicitly call for a protest of reject all, we're directing you in your posting to put in the language, if it's a reject all, that they have 5 days from when they knew or should have known to file a protest challenging the reject all, or the normal process that they would have 5 days challenging the recommended award.
Chair,
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
okay, we've kind of gone around in circles on different interpretations of the same thing like 10 times now. So I think we have the options in front of us. We need to do something with this motion that's on the floor, or if Mr. McCoy wants to readdress it some kind of way, but we just need to make a decision.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes, any actual or prospective bidder, offerer, or contractor who is aggrieved in connection with the protest or award of contract may protest to the city council. So you're telling me that I don't have the authority to hear a protest when it clearly says that? So they have the option to seek redress at the council. I don't think we should even put it back in staff's hand. That's where the problem originated from. That's where I'm at, Mr. Chair. Because here's the problem. What we're gonna do, send it back there, allow them to make the determination. They have a right to do that. That's no different than the right to speak. I mean, for free speech. But then if we just turn around and say that, and I don't want, respectfully, city manager or department heads or staff to usurp my authority that's laid out in the code of ordinance to be the judge of these protests. That's the very first line of bid protest. So that's where I'm at on this, Mr. Chair, and I would like to see that this item comes before us under a formal protest. Now, if that results in an award, a notice of award, then the other firms can do what they need to do, and then we'll deal with it accordingly. But either way, we're going to arrive at a situation of a protest, and I don't know how you can be, I mean, you know, I think I heard this recently, while the results may be harsh, the law is the law, and we have to enforce the law as presented. So I want to give, I mean, we got to be fair. I mean, we did it for the daycare owners that just left here, but I certainly don't want to dismiss the fact that I sat through the meeting and I recognized the same issues that this gentleman later brought up in his proposal, in his protest letter. So I think I would like to hear that out. And that's where I'm at. And I guess I recertified my motion with the same statement. I don't think I even need to modify it. It's there. I'm looking forward to a protest to the city council.
Mr. Chair, Mr. McCoy, there's a little bit of clarification. Once the staff makes the decision, and let's say they deny the protest then goes to the city manager. There is the opportunity for the city manager to grant the protest. It may never come to you if that were to happen. So it's not for you to say that the staff or the city manager will usurp your authority. That's not totally true, because the city manager, both of them have the option to grant or deny the protest. And if they grant the protest, then it never comes to you.
Right. But ultimately, they do have a right to seek redress up to the city council, and that's what this
But
is
if the
saying.
city manager were to grant the protest, they wouldn't need to come to you, because
And-
they would have what they wanted.
And that's within his prerogative. And I'm not necessarily saying that they may or may not get it. All I'm just saying is let this process play out as prescribed in our code.
And
Because
that's what I'm
staff
saying.
apparently didn't do what they're supposed to do.
And that's what I'm saying, that in order for it to play out in the code, it goes first to staff, then to the city manager, and then to you.
Okay. And I think we can, I mean, that's pretty plain. That part is not, for me, it's not.
So the motion is still there or no?
Yeah, I think it's there. I think that certainly will get us there, because now that puts the onus back on staff to do whatever they need to do in as far as addressing this protest as prescribed under the code of ordinances. That's exactly what I asked.
So when your motion says and proceed forward with the bid protest, you mean pursuant to the ordinance and go through the normal channels?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Everyone clear with the motion? Additional, no? Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Okay. Okay, so we're voting on to move forward with the protest. That's what it says. Tell me the language again.
To direct staff to rescind the bid rejection and proceed with the bid protest process.
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
This is to restate what you just said, Ms. Nguyen. It will go through the process, it'll go to them, to the manager, and then to us. And, but the other organization could put in for a bid protest as well.
Depending on what happens during that process. But I did add a clarification to Mr. McCoy's motion that he agreed with. That it's going through the normal process pursuant to the code. When you say move forward with the bid protest, you don't mean bring it directly to the council. You mean go through the process that's laid out in the code.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Okay, yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That motion passes with Councilperson Lanier dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Comments from the city manager,
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
city attorney.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, you all. I have an announcement of a closed executive session pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118D. And in a desire to obtain advice concerning labor negotiations, I'm requesting a time that the City Council is available for a closed executive session in the matter of the Police Benevolent Association labor negotiations. We'd like to meet with the City Council to discuss the negotiations between the PBA and the city. And we'd like to know if you're available on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024 at 6:15 p.m. for this session. Therefore, the closed executive session will be held on the 16th day of April 2024 at 6:15 at the Marina Event Center, 190 East 13th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida 33404. Those persons in attendance will be myself, City Attorney Dawn Nguyen, and/or Assistant City Attorney Keandria Davis, Special Counsel Jack McLean, Mayor Ronnie Felder, members of the City Council, City Manager Jonathan Evans, Assistant City Manager Deirdre Jacobs, and the union negotiating team members, Chief of Police Michael Coleman, Deputy Police Chief Kevin Coppin, Human Resources Director Jacqueline Bartley, Finance Director Randy Sherman, and Assistant Finance Director Nydia Reynolds. Again, the subject matter of this closed executive session shall be restricted to Police Benevolent Association negotiations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Nguyen. Committee comments, committee review or reports. Comments from the board, starting with Councilwoman Lanier.
There are two items that I want to get information about. One of them is the Youth Recreation Center in terms of the funds that were awarded to them during the bid process for the 2 fire stations. The second one is the status of the Housing Authority and where we are with that in terms of their affordable housing project.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair. With regards to the item that was contained in a proposal that was submitted from Kaufman Lynn concerning the Youth Recreation Association, we are doing some research. I know a number of you board members have asked for that item. So we're going to look to bring that item back before the board for some clarity and some discussions with respect to that particular item. Concerning the Housing Authority item, staff is working with the Housing Authority as they are going back and forth with respect to the development agreement. The Housing Authority was provided the information necessary to submit a successful application to Palm Beach County for the remittance of bond funding for affordable housing. So staff is working on that particular project, and we are still tentatively on the schedule for an April 17th item that is contemplated to come before you all for either the execution of said development agreements or additional clarity from the board if there's any outstanding issues that we can't resolve internally at the staff level.
Councilwoman Lanier?
That's it.
Okay. Dr. Spiritus? Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes, I have about 8 items that I wanted to bring up real quick, but I'm not going to ask for a response. I'm just going to put this on your radar, Mr. Evans, if you and your team can let us. I think this is probably of great public concern of the board. This water meter replacement that has been going on that I've noticed, we have customer service workers throughout the weekend replacing utility meters throughout the city. I want a complete report. What's the cost? What's the capital item? Why are we having so many issues with those? In fact, members, you may have noticed that this was the subject of a recent televised news story regarding, water utility bills being outrageous. The next item is I seen something very troubling from our friend in Lakeview Terrace, Miss Anna Verge, when she sent me over these invoices from John Sprague. I don't know, and I'm an accountant. Under no general accepted accounting principles or under GASB that anybody can submit invoices without any backup documentations for over 12 months, all claiming it at one point without one receiving report. I don't know how that happens, but I'm not even enthused by that because members, let me tell you what that means. If somebody has a contract that pays them monthly and they wait 13 and 14 months, that means there's been no oversight whatsoever throughout the entire year. I would like to have a very thorough understanding of what happened there because there's no way that someone can submit an invoice for over a year when they seemingly should be working monthly that covers close to $70,000 or $75,000. And I'm sure there's not any backup documentations to support that someone has monitored that person was doing that role throughout the entire year. That is, to me, unconscionable. Mr. Evans, I did see the preliminary appropriations that we received. Let's pray that we can make it through the veto for the one small project that we got, but we need to reconsider and re-strategize on our plan for Lakeview Terrace as far as addressing the drainage issue in that community because I hear from them almost every other day. So I don't need anything tonight. I just wanted to put that on your radar to, if you could report back to us at some point in the next, well, prior to the next city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pro Tem McCoy. Ms. Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to mention two things. I know we had the notices and you addressed this a little earlier about the trash change date in the Park Manor area. But I wanted to know if there were any additional meetings that were going to be held and when was that going to take place?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes, there are some meetings that are happening in the future. We're just trying to get some level of service issues resolved before we do have that meeting. But we are planning another Let's Talk Trash event.
Okay, because so are we back on schedule for the Saturday this week, the original date, or will it be the Friday?
The original date of service is the service delivery model that we're returning back to, not the one that was provided to folks when they did canvass the neighborhood.
So will someone be going back out to canvas before the weekend? Because a lot of people still didn't know.
The assistant city manager communicated to me that they're going to pick them up the regular dates as well as the dates in which they provided the notification to the public. So there will be basically duplication of service until they go ahead and resolve the communication issue.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I know someone asked about some information regarding the housing authority. I know we're looking to do additional, work with them to have additional projects done. But just recently, I heard a lot about some type of mold that's in, I want to say both of the phases of the projects that they have at the Heron Estates. So maybe staff can get with them and kind of get some answers as to what is going on with that. I don't know the full story, but I do understand there's been some mold issues and it was at the very beginning of the project once it got open. So it wasn't like something that just started recently. So I want to make sure that's not something that is going to reoccur. And, how did that happen? What caused it? Because I also saw some videos of it too. So,
Yeah.
I mean.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sounds good.
What I'll do is I'll get with the development services staff and the building official and see if they can go out there and take a look at what some of the concerns persons are having out there.
Okay.
With the housing authority.
This is just one extra thing here. When you all reorder these, could you please make my letter S capital? Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Miller Anderson. Mayor Felder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one thing I want to indulge my colleagues with. I've been getting some calls from some vendors and some developers. One of the things I'm concerned about is, as we want development, we want developers to come into the city. We want a fair process. We can't pay to play. And they're feeling like that's what's happening in this city. So I'm telling every developer and every vendor,
if you feel like that, please call my office because I believe in the fair process, and we cannot afford to be labeled as a board that does that. And so it's no names being called, but if that is the case, I'm saying, please don't get caught up in that. And I want to ensure our developers that if that's happening or you feel like that, please contact my office. I got numerous calls, and I'm assuring them that we're not a board like that. So let's take a look, because I know the last board, when we took over in 2019, is some stuff that we declare, and I want to make sure we keep our integrity and we make sure that we have a fair process for every developer and vendor that comes into the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Evans, earlier asked for an update on the water situation. When will we be getting a report on that?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
We do have a scheduled meeting, I think, next week with the Health Department with regards to the items that were provided in the warning letter. So once we do receive that information, then we would look to schedule a more robust public presentation that will walk through some of those items.
And that we will be next week. Can we have that on the agenda for the utility district meeting on the 17th?
Mr. Chair, if I
Go
may.
ahead.
That would be the intent.
Thank you. 17th April. Youth Rec. Councilman Lanier mentioned that this discussion, when will this be placed on the agenda?
We can probably have that item queued up. I can send an email to the board. I think we may be ready for the 17th, but I just want to look at all the documentation one more time and then get with the chief. So I'll be able to give you confirmation, but the 17th or the 1st of May at the latest, but we have all the information for the purposes of the discussion.
Thank you. Attorney Nguyen mentioned that we're going to be having a closed session for the police. Is this something that's possible where we can get this done prior to that date? Do we have to get clear direction from the board in regards to the police? Because I really want to get the police and fire contracts finalized.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
My hope is that it's a moot point and we can inform you that, in fact, we are going to be canceling that session. So we're in daily communications back and forth with the representative members of the police union. So we're looking to schedule another follow-up conversation. So it's my hope that we can provide for notification that the meeting's been canceled, but in the event that's not, then we need to have a conversation with the board about some additional requests.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Additional comments from the board? No further business. This meeting is adjourned.